Let's fly.
It's day 4 of the VCT Pacific 2025 Kickoff.
Let's go.
Stay tuned for some epic games.
I've been dreaming, but now it's coming true. At the top of the world, enjoy the view. Jumping, jumping, dancing, you feel it too. Favorite jamming machine, brand sticking new. That's it. Too much fun. There's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run. Yeah, so much fun.
VCT Pacific.
Yeah.
The future of VALORANT starts here.
Higher flying fantasy, make it real. Tripping on that cartoon banana peel. Swooping up just to grab it, turn the wheel. Flipping out, gotta have it, it's a deal. Take it. Too much fun. There's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run. So much fun. We just begun. So much fun. Banging on the drum, put me in the front. Yeah, so much fun. Feeling so ready. Feeling so ready. Okay, good. So ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Too much fun. There's no such thing. Too much fun. There's no such thing. Too much fun. There's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run. So much fun. We just begun. So much fun. Banging on the drum, put me in the front. Yeah, so much fun.
Hey, we on the way, so get out the way. Get out the way, Saturday is game day, yeah. Hey, we on the way, so get out the way. Tell 'em we on the way, so get out the way. Saturday is game day, yeah. Hey, we on the way, so get out the way. Get out the way, Saturday is game day, yeah. Hey, we on the way, so get out the way. Tell 'em we on the way, so get out the way. Saturday is game day, yeah. Hey, we on the way, so get out the way. Get out the way, Saturday is game day, yeah. Hey, we on the way, so get out the way. Tell 'em we on the way, so get out the way. Saturday is game day, yeah. so get out the way. Saturday is game day, yeah.
Experience VCT Pacific. The moment starts here.
Heaven lift me out of here. I can see the tunnel closing. Wanna sit in on my feet. I could feel it from the start. A storm raging in my body. I didn't listen to my heart. Save me from myself. Water from the well. Made my way from hell tonight. Save me from myself. Lord, I need some help. Send me an angel this time. West from the cloud, down to the river. Out from the rock, into blue water. West from the cloud, down to the river. Out from the rock, into blue water. Heaven lifts you out of there. I can see the tide is rising when it's blowing through your hair. You could feel it from the start. A cloud that get all around you. Our two worlds are torn apart. Save us from ourselves. Water from the well. Made our way from hell tonight. Save us from ourselves. Lord, we need some help. Send us an angel this time. West from the cloud, down to the river. Out from the rock, into blue water. West from the cloud, down to the river. Out from the rock, into blue water. West from the cloud, down to the river. These words are out from the rock, into blue water. West from the cloud, down to the river.
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Jenny.
Oh, baby.
Ooh, there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect? And it even has my name on the side.
마우스 누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me.
It's by me. It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What an exciting way to kick off 2025 for VCT Pacific.
All right, let's play, guys.
With these amazing players.
4 seconds is streaming Pacific match right now.
VCT has never looked better. What a shot. with a dart.
Guys, any recon shooters? Hello? Guys, what are you doing? Is your coach always like that?
아 어디야? 아니야. 하지 마.
Blues has stolen it. We're gonna get the texture tantrum. Unbelievable.
버스트는 더 빡세다 그랬던 것 같은데.
What's going on in mid?
每回そっちのチームどう？おじさんいるけど、まあいい感じだよ。
Let's go, guys. One more map. Let's run it back. Oh, guys, come on, play.
Dulu ngapain sih? Kok nggak jelas banget?
Wanted to play on stage for once.
Oh my God, the pressure is so intense right now.
He doesn't know where he is. He's going for the shot and he manages to nail it.
Nice! Let's go, guys.
Okay, bro. Go break that disc.
And there it goes. What? Absolutely. Blasted the beats.
I am still getting chills just watching that video. It was so cool. But joining me now to talk about Taeho is a very special guest, Ryan Coussart, a game designer for VALORANT, working specifically on this agent. And first of all, just thanks for coming to have a chat.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for having me. I see a lot of teams already using it, so it's kind of nice to be able to talk about it here.
Yeah, and I'd love to dive a little bit into the whole development process. I've got a playtesting background, so I'm going to try and ask you some tougher questions, but just get it started. I'm curious, when you set out to design this agent, what was sort of like the broad goals you were trying to achieve?
Yeah, so some of the broad goals are kind of like, we have a lot of ways to initiate. We have like your flashes, you have like recon, like Sova Dart, for example. One of the thoughts we had was like, holding space for just a quick bit of time, or creating that advantage with, like Molotovs and such. How can we make an agent that kind of utilizes flushing and creates those really small bits of windows to push forward? Is there a way we can make that accessible? But still like really high mastery of like, I need to read where this person is going to be playing to get the value. I need to go in when these things are going off. Otherwise, if I miss my window, I'm out. It was like a hard thing to balance for sure, but something that we thought we were excited about.
Yeah, I'm curious to talk about sort of the ease of use, especially an ability like the blast, right? It's you pull it up and you can choose where to put that down. That does seem like a pretty easy thing to understand, but would you say that, pros are going to be exploiting that more than your average solo queue Joe?
Yeah, I think like when, initially it's going to be really easy to pick up. It's really, like some of our smokes, strategically you're able to choose the two places or multiple places you want to affect, place it down, access that strategy, but it's about how you use it. So a lot of the pros will be able to take those small windows, those advantages, like it's like 3 seconds or less, right, of time it's holding space for. What do you do with that 3 seconds? That's where the mastery really comes in. So you're going to be able to access it early and be able to put these in the places, but are they the right places? That's like the big question. Like, what's the mind games you're going to have with your teammates, and your enemies as well.
And I know you work with a lot of like very highly ranked playtesters. And they usually can help give you a read on how an agent is going to release into like pro play, for example. So was the expectation that he would be stronger in pro compared to solo queue?
So we had, there was a lot of playtests we were having with like our gameplay analysis team. They're like our goats, because like this was a tough one. Like I'm not kidding, this one was really tough. But as far as like the the metas and the pros, we have a lot of metas that we were thinking of. There's a lot of metas we saw in EMEA that were like a little bit off from what we were thinking, but I was like curious to see how they were cooking it. But yeah, like it took a lot of time, I think, to kind of get it right. We think like Sova Breach. There's a lot of the different issues that kind of pair with it, so they helped us a lot to understand like, is there anything that's going to be way too strong? Is there anything that's going to be like too weak? Does he need a little bit more here, more there? How do his tools play into the executes?
Yeah, I mean, even myself looking at the agent, trying to sort of like look at playbook ideas with the GCT, my coach, it seems to me like he works really nicely with other agents like Breach or anyone with lots of ground control. Like you can just demolish entire sites. Is that what you're expecting to be sort of the strongest pairing, or are there other things that you think teams will figure out?
I think it's going to be up to the teams. I think like our analysts, our gameplay analyst team, like they they're really good at finding like, you know, two paths. Like we think that you double down with breach, right? You lose that recon, but what you get is this really hard, like I'm making this call and we're brute forcing our way in. Whereas with only having the stealth drone, you don't have as much information, so what you want is to pair it with a Fade or a Sova to give you that information and get the rockets in the right place. So it's gonna be those two. It's like, do I pair it with the recon? Do I pair it with like just raw like power? Curious to see what the rest of the pieces come around there. We saw a lot of like, you know, Yoru's played with it as well. A lot of flashes, right? Yeah. So the flashes might come onto the duelists now. You'll see a lot of these like more like these Phoenix players, Yoru players coming to play with Teo. And the whole comp itself, we have a couple of the initiator pairings we thought we knew, and there's some of the other pieces that we think we'll get surprised about. Yeah.
It's kind of nice that you can find the different tools that you need to build a comp, not just in the typical role of like an initiator nowadays. Yeah. But you mentioned the stealth drone, and when I saw that, the first thing I thought of was, okay, compared to other abilities like a Sky Dog or a Sova drone, okay, imagine like mains, right? Where a Jet has an operator, she brings over her friend because you hear the drone coming in, they break it, she swings and kills, you know, the enemy team with the op. The stealth drone sort of avoids that problem. Was that intentional on your part?
That was one of the main pieces that we thought would be really unique to the stealth drone, right? Like a stealth drone that can get past that first angle. You know, like Sova drone might not be able to. Even like Fade Prowlers won't be able to, but you're kind of looking, you're scouting for the first few angles. This one was meant to really get deep into sight. So with the stealth drone, you have that near sight that makes it so you really have to push it forward. Players have to play up on it, like you might with a Yoru or something, or with some of the beacons. But being able to get past that first angle was like already strong enough, and then figuring out how we wanted to pair more utility that allowed you to really just deliver this like suppression package, like in the back line, right? So we wanted it to be kind of more of like, instead of like scouting forward, it was how do I deliver this like this suppression like pulse to the backline where the Sentinels might be playing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I love seeing that ability being implemented. Yes or no, are we seeing him play today?
I think I heard about something about like a verbal thing. Maybe like they won't be, but I think we'll see a lot of teams playing.
Okay, I believe it.
At least one team will play it, is from what I hear. So.
Yeah, thanks so much for taking the time and talking with me. It was really nice to get into it and talk a little bit about Teo, who has been taken EMEA by storm. Already seen that played a few times, and honestly, I do think we're going to see a lot already. Potter is always in the kitchen cooking up some great ideas for agent comps, so we can definitely get some more out of that. Yeah, at the end of the day, we've just got a lot of cool.
Not quite the opportunity, I say that. He pushes out a C, gets the kill onto GenG, but instantly Cushy holds and trades. RRQ arrives alongside Cushy as well. They try to jump peek it together. It's not quite working out. Has to be there.
TP up on top, and they do not read this at all. Back to Cross finds the shot, but eventually, no! Gets bailed out for a period of time. He hasn't been coming up with three! Moving forward, knows exactly where they are, but is struggling with
Last sight. Nope, 0 point coming out. Oh, quick peek shot, but Mate instantly deals with GenG right back. Estrella out from it, and it's Cushy down from heaven too. 1 2!
Amount of damage taken. Looking for a bit of a timing here, and he strikes. Divide with that third and final.
30 seconds left.
To the fourth and final. Not going to be snappy enough. Remaining. Stacks doubles back in towards heaven, needing to win the fight, needing to get Plant to his feet. Gets around the corner, just enough time. Stacks cheating closer. Here's the drift.
Jesse, he wants 1 kill. He knows he can't just run away. He gets 1.
Wow.
Goes for the Jesse! A triple quad! The ace! He sprays and goes them all down!
I'm on my way to the top, and there's no easy way up. Can't take a moment to stop, no time to think about it. No point in asking for help, you gotta do it yourself. No room for doubt in your head, no time to think about it. Oh, I never felt so alive.
watching VCT Pacific 2025. Experience VCT Pacific. The moment starts here.
Yeah, carefree, that's the movement. Upbeat, that's the music. Gotta switch if I flick it, then choose it. You know I ain't pressed to use it. Been a long time, but we on now. Had to fix up, move away from the wrong crowd. But now I'm back with all my buddies, and we ready to get this money. So carefree, don't mind me, don't scare me, you can't even find me. I'm in the middle of the party, wildin', just minding my business, carefree. Guess who's back in the disco? Moving so cool, so slick like Crisco. Bet you ain't did it like this though. Brand new chain, new clothes, and the wrist froze. Ha, took a shot, but you missed though. Wanna get down, you gotta get this low. Money stretch long like limo, and I'm getting hungry like hippo. I feel so optimistic, and this space feel apocalyptic. But this ain't the finish, no, not yet. We ain't even get started with the progress. So carefree, don't mind me, don't scare me, you can't even find me. I'm in the middle of the party, wildin', just minding my business, carefree.
All right, Cruz, are you ready?
Yeah.
준비됐어요? Let's go.
Let's do it, do it.
Neon.
Do it like this. Let's do it, do it. Do it like this.
Alex.
Oh.
See me work it, cause I'm worth it. Anything I wanna do, I go get it. In the fast lane, do it my way. Ain't nobody change my pace.
Oh.
Everybody wanna be like me, be like me, be like me. Everybody knows me for me, me for me, me for me.
Stella.
Oh.
It's about to go down. Check it out, check it out. It's
No,
about to
no.
go down. Check it out, check it out.
Oh.
Let's do it, do it. Do it like this. Let's do it, do it. Do it like this.
Oh.
Do it like this. Do it like this.
Oh.
It's a criminal, not to bring it all. In this game you gotta be invincible. Give me what you got. Now we at the top. Nobody about to stop. Nah. Everybody wanna be like
Okay.
me.
Oh. Okay. Okay, good. Oh. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the Valorant Champions Tour, where the top teams from around the globe compete to become the next world champion. New here, we've got you. Here is everything you need to know to get plugged into the 2025 season. With new teams earning promotions across EMEA, Pacific, CN, and Americas, this season brings our biggest year of competition ever. In 2025, teams will compete across a series of international league matches and global events to secure qualification for Champions Paris, where the next Valorant World Champion will be crowned. To ensure that both long-term consistency and recent performance are awarded throughout the season, teams can now qualify for champions from their league in two ways. The first, by finishing in the top 2 at the final playoffs of the season, or by being among the top 2 teams with the most championship points who haven't already qualified through playoffs. Similar to last year, championship points will be distributed across every stage and competition, but now with some changes. Regular season matches will continue to give 1 point per regular season win, while major events like Kickoff, Playoffs, and Masters will now reward multiple teams. The IL Playoffs and Kickoff will grant points to the top 4 teams, while Masters Bangkok and Masters Toronto will recognize the top 4 teams and top 6 teams with points. Now, let's talk about the season. We'll get things started with kickoff tournaments in each league, taking place between January 11th and February 9th. The top 2 teams from each league advance directly to Masters Bangkok, where we'll establish the frontrunners for the 2025 season. Next, we head into the first of 2 international league stages. The top 3 finishers from each league's Stage 1 playoff will compete at Masters Toronto. Following Masters Toronto, it's time for International League Stage 2. Each league's top 2 teams in Stage 2 playoffs, plus 2 more teams based on championship points, will join the competition in Paris. 48 teams, 3 international events, 1 world champion. Get ready for VCT 2025.
Coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. It's Kickoff Week 2. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, or you guys can call me Victoria, and I'm with none other than the Big Ski duo. We got Pilski, we got Big Time, and we're gonna have a good time today.
We are.
Good to be at the desk with you guys.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, Vic. I mean, welcome to you as well. You weren't around for week 1, but you did definitely keep in tune with all the matches and stuff like that. Did you have anything interesting that you found from that?
Yeah, actually, I was in China, and speaking of China, VCT China has sent in their first 2 qualified teams to Bangkok. So today we're going to see 2 teams we haven't even seen in Pacific, but in the meantime, China's already sending EDG and Trace over. Are you guys surprised about this? How do you think we're going to match up against them?
I think EDG and Trace were the top 2 teams from that region. They were kind of what people were expecting. So I'm happy to see them both there, and it's nice they have a lot of time to watch all of the other regions. So I think, in theory, they should be the most prepared for that tournament. So they're always going to be tough to go against.
I mean, you already got the reigning world champions qualifying for the event right off the bat, so that's going to already be putting a target on their back, and maybe for some of the other teams, a bit of extra incentive to try to knock them off that pedestal.
Definitely, and EDG having a crazy 13-0, back-to-back 30-round wins.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know, we had some 13-0s here in Pacific last year. I don't know if we're going to get any more this year, but maybe we will, judging by some of the flicks we've been seeing. In fact, let's talk about the Pulsar flick of the week. We got a couple of flicks last week that were absolutely sick.
Yeah, I mean, May was fantastic across his respective series, particularly on this game of Abyss. He had so many nice highlights, and Monyet, we've talked about him being amazing on the Omen and having some big plays and using his movement, things like that, but he's known for his aim also. I mean, someone that you've coached and you know very well.
Yeah, absolutely. He has just nasty aim. It was like, he had me making the most weird faces when I was coaching him. Just being like, ooh, what a shot. Yeah, I think, honestly, last week was so good in the level of play. I think you can pick clips from every game to be Flick of the Week, to be honest.
Yeah, I think this is fantastic from all the teams that we've been seeing so far. And, you know, aim still crispy as ever, Apex style. Jesse Bash, he's old, but he's still got it.
He's got that unk aim, you know? Wow, a 30-something-year-old.
It doesn't even bother him. He's so chill about that aim.
Yeah, and there you go. Endorsing the mouse at the end of it as well. Got to make sure you get yourself a Pulsar mouse to aim like that for sure.
Yeah, just another day of being Jesse Bash here. Now, let's look at the brackets here. I think we had some upsets happen last week,
yes.
Including from Global Esports, performing really well against Team Secret there. We saw RRQ beat DFM, and of course T1 beating Paper X. That was a pretty hot match. But, you know, we're, again, going to finally see the two teams who've yet to play. We got Talon and we got GenG finally showing what they got, what they've been practicing in the offseason. And Big Time, I want to ask you, you know, this is a very interesting that these two teams are playing a whole week later than the other teams. Do you think there's an advantage or is it a disadvantage depending on where you start in the kickoff bracket?
Yeah, I think different coaches have their own perspective on it, and I think it can often come from how well teams are able to prepare, things like that. If you're a much more prep-heavy, anti-strat heavy team, then you want that time, because you can use that time really wisely and you can come into that game with really confident reads. But if you're kind of more of a momentum team, if that is something that's really important to you, coming in with this kind of slower late start when you know your opponents have already had a week on this stage, they already know their way around, they know where the bathrooms are, they know everything.
Yep.
They're much more comfortable in this environment, you know, and I think having that extra time to settle in is good for some teams, bad for some teams, and it's the same with starting late. So my personal preference is I would have never liked to start down the bracket because I think that momentum is massive.
Yeah.
But I think there are definitely some teams that will like it, and it's one of those things where you can kind of convince yourself, no matter where you are, you can go, this is fine. This is where I want it to be deep down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you agree with this largely?
I think, you know, looking, especially for GenG, like they've got a star-studded coaching staff, so I think they're going to be able to look at some of the games and infer a few things from them. It still is only early days, but definitely the teams that take advantage of being able to see the tape from the other teams, because the off-season, you've got to take that with a grain of salt, but now we're getting into the meat and potatoes of Kickoff. We're playing for a spot at Masters Bangkok. We're playing for some championship points and things like that. If the coaching staff can come up with some game plans or some cute little anti-strats, that could be huge.
Yeah. Well, one team that started straight off the rip was Nongshim. And, you know, we saw them as SPG over in Ascension. They had a very good run there. But Nongshim, as an org, experienced the very first loss in 17 matches.
Yes.
So it's pretty incredible. But you know what? I don't think it should be that bad. It was to T1, and T1 is one of our favorites to win. And another, you know, milestone, Pilski, that happened, speaking of T1.
They took their win against PRX, which they've been waiting for a while. Not the same roster, and some of those players are a little bit more experienced playing against PRX, so they're going to be happy with that. Nongshim, I think they finally ran into a team like DRX that was good enough to kind of test them a little bit more, and that was still a pretty tight series. I think as far as I'm concerned, we haven't seen peak Nongshim here at Pacific compared to them playing against Tier 2 opponents, whether that's the level of competition stepping up and the pressure, or whether it's the fact that maybe they're not super comfortable, and, you know, maybe the Tier 2 opponents weren't punishing their mistakes as much. You know, you can kind of go either way on it.
I mean, they're going to be facing off Boom again tomorrow, so this could be, you know, them getting back on track, or Boom is going to make sure they close. Yeah, that's going to be a fun one for us, I think, to go back into that. Now, we do have some a game that you guys like to play.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I hear there's
Valorant?
a game. Yeah, there's
I
Valorant.
love Valorant. I enjoy it so
Valorant.
much.
And so you guys know my own team is the name of this game, and we love gaming here. And you guys are going to pretend to be coaches.
Yeah.
Just pretend.
Hey, I did that for a living for a couple of months, so there you go.
Yeah.
2 years. Wow.
I think Big Time 2 is having
You're a great actor, mate.
a good time. Now, stakes are going to be a little bit higher this time. So while we are going to reward the winner of Bella's charades, he gets a prize during his walkout, which we'll see later. You guys, we like negative reinforcement here, so you're going to be punished if you lose. So there is a penalty this time around.
Okay.
Now, you guys know how this works. You guys are going to pick your own. And chat, for those of you watching at home, you get to pick the flex player. So start spamming now who the flex player is. I don't make these rules. The only options are Munchkin or Estrella. So you're going to have to say...
I think we could pick anyone. Last time we could pick anyone but a duelist.
Okay.
We can't pick a duelist, but you can pick any other any
other
role.
flex. Okay, that's good, because Foxy9 has been playing like Sentinel and a duelist. So, all right, guys, type it in if you want which flex for which coach. We've got Big Time, we've got Pilsky here. So you guys know how this goes. We're gonna up the ante a little bit. So I'm just gonna shadow roll, and you guys you can't share the same player. So whoever grabs that player first gets dibs on that player.
Okay, right, let me slide down. I need to be closer to the...
Yeah. Okay, so let's start with controller. Whoever gets their first controller.
I've forgotten everything. Who are we going for? Okay, no, we're fine.
There you go.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
I was much slower than you then.
Oh,
It's a good job we didn't want the same person then. Otherwise, I would have been way in the bin.
So, Poppy. All right, well, Poppy, I can understand why. Why don't you share your thought process where you're putting him on the controller role and why you chose him over someone like Karan?
I think it's good to pick someone who's already got comfortable on the stage. He already had so many big impact plays and clutches in G's first game, and I've been watching him for years, and I always support Papi. He's been popping off, so I'll pick him in my controller role for sure. So this one, right? Wait.
Yeah.
All right.
I've gone with Karan. For me, he's the OG ranked guy. You know, he came in last year before Primi, before any of this.
Pretty good rookie year from Karan. Not bad.
A fantastic rookie year, to put it mildly. He was unbelievable the whole way through. I expect him to hit the ground running again today, and I think it's hard not to pick him. I think he's exciting to watch all the way throughout, and I think he's going to get me some big points today. So
I think that's a really solid pick.
Up here.
Although I'm surprised you didn't pick Monyet, but
I thought
it depends where you're going to put him.
I was rushed in the moment.
In fact, let's go for duelist. What's it going to be? Oh, you got... he got it first. He got it first.
Okay, I got to pick someone else. That's
Big Time was so ready for that.
Yep.
He was so ready for that.
Oh, I guess I'll just have to take Texture, like, you know.
What an awful pick.
Yeah, I don't know if he's really going to perform today. Like, he's a bit inconsistent. Has he even won any trophies? I'm not really sure. You know, I haven't done my homework. But Primi, you know.
Yeah, I think Primi might have been the most exciting roster move of last year in my mind. Certainly one of the most hyped, especially amongst the pro players. Everybody was kind of waiting for this guy to burst onto the scene after playing against him in ranked. He's absolutely lethal. He has pretty much like the best movement in the entire game. So I think
head bob, the infamous head bob.
Yeah, the little crouch.
Make sure
move.
you get yourself those actuated switches on your keyboard so you can spam crouch like Primi. That's the meta right now, apparently.
I think he plays like no one else plays, and I think if things are going right for Talon today, he's going to put up insane numbers. I'm expecting match MVP from him.
Oh, really?
That's kind of why I picked him. Not necessarily because I think he's like an amazing, much better pick than the other duelists, but I actually think, particularly in that matchup, like Talon versus GE, he's playing against a team that's going to be a little bit like less put together. He's going to have a lot of mistakes to punish, and you cannot make mistakes against Primi, like he'll punish you. But Texture is going to get his numbers no matter what. He's going to be playing a team that GenG has been farming for a whole year now, so this is going to be easy stats for Texture, and he's a great pick as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see why you chose Primi based on this game alone, which is total ACS wins. But I think if it was just the two of them head-to-head, the experience that Texture has would definitely carry him forward. And what we got next? Let's go for Initiator.
There you go.
Yeah, you guys are so on. You're so ready for this.
Who are we going for? Oh, Yeoman. Okay, fair. That's
All
fair,
right.
that's a fair choice.
Why don't you go first this time? Make your case
I
for
think
Yeoman.
Yeoman's been a fantastic addition to GenG, and he was doing fantastic before he joined them as well. So I think where they had Lakia in the initiator role, he was definitely a little bit more experienced with a little bit more of a supportive take in terms of, you know, that whole GenG system. Whereas I think Yeoman will put up stats and he'll frag out. I did pick Crystal yesterday. The reason why I didn't want to go for Crystal today, personally, although I did think about picking him as well, is just, again, the matchup. Like, he's playing against Talon, whereas I had a little bit more faith that he could perform well against Secret. But those two teams are pretty pretty close, to be honest, especially in terms of placements. So, look, I'm happy with, but I'm done for GenG now.
Oh, yeah, you got
no
your
more
two.
GenG players for me.
So make your case. He picked Yeoman over Crystal. Yeah.
I mean, I think Crystal makes the case on his own when you watch him play. I mean, he's had so many great years before this, and he started very strong against the Secret. I mean, we forget map 1. No one, no one counts map 1. But
particularly Split, he just like after they lost the first map, especially in bad fashion, that's how you know a player's quality. Like he just came into Split and he's like, all right, we're not losing this series, and he started fragging.
Yeah, absolutely. I was very impressed by his bounce back, and I thought he managed to recover himself really well in that series, as well as fragging very hard and doing this like secondary call-in. I just thought he was a joy to watch. He's been my favorite pickup for GE in this offseason, so I had to get him into my team.
Yeah, and it's now that he's not officially the IGL role anymore. We did hear from Kelly S. He's kind of doing some of the mid-round calls, but I think that frees him up to frag even more in this role, and particularly for this game that we're playing. And guys, again, you guys get to pick the flex role. We're looking at the chat right now, so you can choose which flex player goes on which team. You can screw them over if you want.
Please don't.
Power is in your hands.
I do not want to be punished. I can't.
Well, all right, we got the last one. We got Senti. Who's it gonna be?
Oh, you're already going for him as well.
Lost him. Yeah.
Oh, man,
I know
how I would
think
pick.
about this a little bit more,
okay.
to be honest.
Oh, I know how I would pick, but I want to know.
You've already gone Xfero, right?
Is that who you would have picked?
I can't pick Gen. I think I would have picked him.
Oh, you can't pick Gen, right?
Yes, I can't. GE is playing against Talon today. Look, Darion had a good
did step
map.
up on the last map.
I don't even know who they've listed on Talon.
Can't pick Foxy 9.
Because they like flex their role. It would be kind of like ban, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
That plays a bit of
I don't
Senti.
think they listed a
They
Senti.
don't listed a Sentinel, so it's actually kind of
It's
hard.
kind of bad. Okay, man, you make your case in the meantime. Big time.
I'll give you as much time as you need. Keep thinking. You need all the time you can get. For me, Xfero, he's like a real veteran of this RRQ roster.
Yeah.
He's always been, he's one of those guys who's just so consistently good. He absolutely matches the level every time. I think he's a real driving force behind this team, especially on this role. I think it suits him very nicely. And I can always just trust him to get those numbers. I feel like you don't really see him have too many bad games. So it's an easy pick in my team. I feel like guaranteed points.
I have no choice here. I actually have no choice due to the rules. Gen, I have 2 players. I can't pick a GE player because I would get 2 players. So I actually have to pick Ban.
Yeah,
but he's
but
not
he
listed as a Sentinel. I have no problem picking him.
Yeah, but he does.
I'll let you have it this time.
But he does.
You need to cheat. That's okay. I understand.
There you go.
Can you not make him sound like he was your, backup pick?
No, I had to think so
Make a
much
case
about
for
what
Ben
the
here.
rules are. I mean,
He's very,
I think he's great. And the thing is, he might be playing a variety of different roles. Like, he does flex around on what he plays a little bit more. So he might not just be site anchoring. Like, he could probably get a little bit more active in some of these games. On Talon, sometimes he does get a little bit more active and gets involved in the action. He's got actually really crispy aim at times.
He does.
Like,
He does. When
the,
he's
the
on,
one
he's
taps, when he's feeling himself, then he could definitely have a lot of impact today. Xfero's been very consistent. I wanted to pick him as well for RRQ, but at the same time, that is a very tough game. He's got to play GenG today, so Ban might get me better stats against GE than Xfero will get against GenG, to be fair.
Not kind of justifying it.
I mean, we disagree on every pick today.
Yeah, not much fighting except on Primi there.
Who's
yeah, chat,
picking first, Vic?
give us the flex player.
You want to go first? Here
Yeah,
you
sure.
go.
So,
You go first.
chat, I've left my team wide open because I've picked 1 player from every team, so you can go for any team as long as it's not a duelist. I do this on purpose because
I see a lot
I
of
want to give you
names.
guys the maximum flexibility.
You're a man of the people, big time.
Exactly. So
thank you very
spam,
much.
Spam that player. Who do you want me to take?
Guys, Forsaken's not playing today.
Oh, everyone always asks for Forsaken whether
Everyone
he's
wants
playing or
Forsaken.
not. The first day they did as well.
Okay, I
see some Kelly S.
Yeah,
I see some.
I was about to say
Munchkin.
Venom FTW, Oraz, both saying Kelly S. You know what? Let's take Kelly S. I very briefly spoke to him after the last G game. Seems like a lovely guy. IGL in as well, taking on that role, and he also managed to frag very well. Let's do it. I have global winning today. I'm down for 2 global players.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, chat.
Oh,
I'm
you
gonna,
can't
I'm gonna
take
Kelly S.
Munchkin.
I can only take RRQ players.
Yes.
Yes.
I got 1 of everyone, including 2 of GenG.
Does Manya count?
So
Really kind of good.
you can take
Yeah,
anyone
you
who's
can
not
have anyone, as
Well,
long as
he's
it's not a
listed as a controller duelist.
Yeah.
So I need production to tell me whether I can. But he plays more controller.
I see Monyet coming up a couple of times.
Yeah. Okay. Let's have a look, chat. Someone from RRQ, please. Borkum, excellent. Let's go with Borkum.
Yeah. We haven't had a Borkin time in a while.
Yeah. Okay, Kelly. I can't take Kelly, guys. I can only take someone from RRQ.
Pick someone from
Jing.
RRQ for
Can I
us.
pick
Who
Jing?
should be his final player?
Can I pick Jing? Tarek.
RRQ
Tarek.
Jing.
Can I
yeah.
take Tarek on my team?
Estrella is an option, guys.
Kung Kung. Would you take Kung Kung, Vic?
Yeah, I would absolutely take Hong Kong.
But he's a duelist.
You're
not allowed.
You know what? But he's always flexing. Like,
Oh, true. Man is as cracked as he is,
it's
Jack.
okay.
Coach Alex versus Table. Okay, Monyet. That's the first actual suggestion I've seen from RRQ.
I saw Monyet's name
So I'll
come
take
up a
I'll
lot.
take Monyet.
Yeah,
Why
we're
not?
seeing a lot of Monyet.
Yeah, that's fair.
Monyet.
Monyet.
Monyet means
it's a great-
monkey in Indo.
I can't pick Jemkin. He already carried my team once. I see a lot of people picking Kush. I would pick Kush, but he is playing GenG today, and I think Monyet, he's a bit more used to this stage and the big pressure games. Kush is coming in from Tier 2. My general sentiment is that rookies will always choke, and then Nongshim happened in Ascension, so, you know, what can you say at the end of the day?
Except rookies on GenG.
Yeah,
But,
except rookies on a lot of teams, to be honest.
Now, let's see the results of our fantasy teams, because I want to talk about the real teams and how they're really matching up. So let's put that up there.
Okay.
You guys happy with your final picks?
Yeah.
I think this is pretty solid. This is pretty solid on both sides.
Yep.
Actually, I'm not even sure who would win this in the end in the ACS team.
I think Big Time is winning overall right now. We're 1 apiece for each of the days, but Big Time's
are
winning
you?
on points. I think the person who's leading overall is Chopra right now.
Is he leading?
So apparently,
winning.
delusion leads to results. is what I've gathered from that.
Let's see what they pick. Oh, they both got Munchkin. Oh yeah, because they're sharing. They're sharing it here. We got Jemkin on the duelist for
That's a
Quack.
good pick.
That's yeah, solid
He already
pick as
carried
well.
me.
Cruz, I think also Cruz is one of those players. Sometimes he's so wrapped up in his calling. You can see it happening.
Yep.
But the days where he can kind of focus less on the mini map, he is actually an excellent player there. Now let's talk about today's first matchup. And in the meantime, you guys get to vote. You get to vote for the best coach, not in VCT, between these two.
Don't rub it in, okay?
For our
Look,
teams.
I didn't get any offers, Vic. You know, that's really upsetting for me. I was really hoping. I was crossing my fingers and my toes.
That's why they're here. They're both here. But in their minds, they're still coaches, and you guys please help encourage that by voting for your favorite coach and basically who's the better thought process. And what you like. Okay, so we got the first matchup of today, Talon. We haven't seen them yet play in the official VCT Pacific Kickoff. It's Talon, and they're going to be facing against Global Esports. Now, Talon, they qualified for champions last year after they slipped to Premium in the last minute.
Yes.
But, you know, had they fixed things in the off-season?
Yeah, I think Talon is one of those teams that is kind of slept on in some ways. They made it to champs last year. Like, we can't forget that. That was an amazing achievement for this roster. Bringing in Primi seemed to really shore that up for their kind of playoff run. But the thing that I'm looking for most with this Talon roster is consistency in their individual level of play. I think from a macro perspective, they're very strong. I think the coaching staff do a great job. But what lets them down is this individual level of play. Even Primi in the offseason look fantastic. So I think when their players are firing on all cylinders, they can be world beaters. Because I think they're just that type of team, but if they start to slip, if they start to make these individual mistakes, that's when they can look to absolutely crash out. So I think they're a bit of a coin toss, a little bit hit or miss. So it's about that prep work that they've done in the off-season to breed consistency into this roster.
Yeah, I don't think talent and consistency goes in the same bucket pretty much ever. Like this team loves to change their roles, change their agent comps on each map. I don't think that's going to lead to a lot of consistency. They are that team that you never know what to expect effect. When it clicks, it really clicks, and they can catch teams off guard, not only macro-wise, but also the individual players. I think Jitboys is, you know, everyone focuses so much on Primi, but Jitboys is really, really sick as well. Like, that guy's been amazing for a while. He's great at finding those lurk timings. And like I said with Ban, when I picked him for my team, as well as Governor, like, these guys can also have their games where they really take over. Governor sometimes flexes over that secondary duelist. And Cruiser, you know, he's got so much experience at that point, and, you know, even before Valorant came out, he's, you know, bringing the calling presence that's needed.
Yeah, so they are going to be facing against Global Esports. There's so much to break down for Talon, but Global Esports finally made a showing with their brand new roster. And these guys, a lot of them are new in the franchise Pacific.
Yes.
But technically, they're not rookies. It's different than when GenG had rookies. They're very, very experienced, you know, coming from Ascension here and winning. Some of these players having won.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, they're fresh to Pacific, but as you said, they're still very experienced. I think we saw that with the bounce back that they had against Secret. I think a team full of rookies, it's hard to lose a map 1 and then do that full comeback. So they clearly understand themselves quite well in what they need to do to reset. So you're absolutely right. I think we shouldn't treat this team like it's full of rookies, because I think they have a lot of experience. You've been watching some of these players.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Like literally 9 years ago, they've been playing.
Puppy's been around for ages, even before Valorant came out. I totally agree with that, by the way. But based on how you define a rookie, it's completely different. And I think that comparing some of the players that are coming onto some of the Japanese teams that only have Challengers Japan experience, or even like Hyunmin, who doesn't have that many official games on record, is completely different from comparing Papi back-to-back Ascensions. Yudotan just played China Ascension, as well as Crystal, who's played 2 Ascension Grand Finals. We're going to go to the APAC ranked leaderboard to decide who is going to win this series, and nobody farms them harder than Primi at the end of the day. Yudotan over on his side of things did dislodge him apparently briefly and hit that #1 in APAC. You love to see that. 1,000 RR is no mean feat, and he's going to absolutely fork up the competition today.
Yeah. This apparently is a Korean meme there with the fork. It's like he got a little taste of hitting Radiant, unlike Primi. And whenever you go into a ranked game, you look at that leaderboard, Primi is always at the top.
Can I just say, I've done my fair share helping people get #1 Radiant on the leaderboard in Oceania as well. Both Autumn as well as I think we have like a Neon 1 trick inside of Oceania. Have farmed at least 400 RR from me each to hit #1. So I'd like
you
to
were on
take
the other
some
side.
credit.
Yeah, you were
absolutely. Yeah.
Great.
You know, when you queue into that game, it's over. 30-year-old man can't aim versus some, you know, ranked superstar. It's GG.
Yeah, I think if Yudotan has had a taste of Radiant top 1, then Primi has had an all-you-can-eat buffet of the Radiant leaderboard.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no mean feat coming top 1 6 times.
So in some esports, one might argue ranked doesn't really say anything, it doesn't really matter. I think when it comes to Valorant, when it comes to VCT, that's proven to be kind of wrong. In fact, a lot of players across the regions have been recruited from rank now, and I think there's an importance to grinding rank as well. We're going to be getting our map draft now. I think this is going to be really interesting. We obviously only really saw global play in the kickoff. They started with the Abyss last time, wasn't too strong, but the last 2 maps they ended up closing out against Team Secret, who's very experienced on that. And now we're getting our first pick of Split, which Global did pretty well on last week.
They did, yeah. GE, they've changed their comp coming in from the off-season into the current season on that Split. It worked out very, very well for them, so they're going to back themselves on that. Talon's going to pick attack. So I'm kind of wondering if Talon picking attack, they previously played slower comps with double Senti. I'm wondering if they're going to bust out like a double duelist or something like that and try to play attack that way.
Yeah, I also feel like it can come from watching G's past Split game. I felt like G's attack on Split looked quite comfortable. So if you feel like you're able to poke more holes in their defense, then it makes sense to start attack. Also, the map isn't as defender-sided as it once used to be.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. But yeah, you can see even some of these slower comps have a lot of popularity. Like you've got the double Senti of the Deadlock Cypher there with the Astra. Pretty slow moving comp with only the Sky to offer that kind of initiator pressure. Abyss is an interesting one. Talon, I mean, Global looked lost on Abyss the other day versus Secret, and then you have Talon picking it, who haven't had the best of results, but they are the team with more chemistry, that are more established, have been together for the longest, so they can flex the map pool a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious as well, going back to Talon and what comp they're going to pick. You're saying they change their comps all the time. Sometimes they have multiple comps per map, and they are infamous for having a triple duelist on Split. I'm kind of hoping that's not the case today. It's like fun for like a game, but I don't want to see too much of that. Now, we were talking about predictions. It's split pretty 50-50, actually all day today, both matches. Pilski, I see you're on Talon. Is this a biased pick? Big time, or you like
Of course it is. What do you mean, is this a biased pick?
I liked what I saw. They recovered well against Secret.
He's on the payroll.
The map the map veto suits them very well, and they don't have this slow start. They've already played. I think that really matters. So I'm expecting them to come in with momentum and Talon to start slow.
Yeah, I think this is a battle of two pretty inconsistent teams, but at the end of the day, Talon's been together for longer. They should have a fleshed out map pool, a deeper playbook. So for GE, it's really if the individuals can hit hard enough to beat Talon down.
All right, well, we are going to find out very soon. We're going to go into week 2 of Kickoff, the first time we are going to see Talon. So let's welcome them to the stage. Talon versus Global Esports.
Welcome to VCT Pacific 2025.
Everything matters for Talon. It's the Thailand team who wants to represent at Masters Bangkok. We saw a new beginning for Talon's roster as they qualify for champions, and with all this off-season time, had they finally fine-tuned this squad for success. And we see now the victors from the Charades game with Bella. This is their prize. They get some cool sunglasses.
I want some of those.
You know, maybe we'll do that. We'll get prizes out next time. But facing them is Global Esports. And there was a time not too long ago where if you said Global Esports could be the ones to stop this team from getting to Bangkok, you probably maybe scratch your head. No offense, big time. But instead, this fresh new roster has some of the best from the Ascension teams in the Tier 2 across the regions, and they have been showing up. In fact, Kelly S. said in his interview, he's not really worried about Talon because he scrimmed them a lot back when he was on Oasis. So to see them match up now, this is really a big question mark. A lot of us were 50-50 on who would win this.
Yeah, I feel like we're down to, one-head Twitch chat analysis at this point. Who's topping the ranked leaderboards? Who's winning the scrims? Send them to Bangkok.
That's a very good point. Having scrimmed against the team is nice. You get to see the kind of ideas that they want to play, but the results are not always necessarily accurate. So playing them on a stage is a very, very different feeling. But I think I'm very excited for this matchup. There's so much potential for both of these teams.
Yeah, some worrying results in the off-season for Talon, but, that could just be them experimenting. However, they will need to perform on this stage. And given that they're already seated ahead in the upper bracket based on their performance last year, seeing GE as their opponent in this round is got to be one of the easier draws to actually make it deeper into the bracket here.
Yeah, I think this is sort of a bracket draw where both teams are kind of happy. This is a game that feels very winnable for both sides. The people supporting Global will say, of course they can beat Talon. And of course the people supporting Talon will say, of course they can beat Global. It goes both ways, I think. So both teams are going to be happy, very excited for this game. And I think this is the real test for both of these rosters now.
Now, I almost forgot, Talon has a new assistant coach. He was the FlyQuest Red Game Changers coach, and now you can see him right there. He's joined us here. And how important are assistant coaches?
Oh, the most important. Far and away, the #1 most important role on every team. No, I do think if you've head coached on your own for a long time and then you bring in an assistant, it's someone to split that workload with, especially when it comes to preparation.
Ooh.
Okay, there you go.
Talon pulling out something
I love that
here.
Yep, Yoru, double duelist with the Teo. You got the breach. It's a very explosive comp. That's what I expected with them picking attack on split. Over on the side of GE, they're going to back themselves with the slower comp. They're playing again the double Senti. I like the fade as the single init, just to have that flexibility with the Prowlers and the refresh on the Haunt and the Astra. So this is right off the gate going to be explosiveness versus a very slow, wally defense.
It's Primi on the Teo.
I know. I wanted one. Primi is now becoming a flex player. He is now playing an initiator. He's on the Teo. He's not on a duelist. He's not on a sentinel. Ban on the Yoru. Paired up with Cruz as the breach. I thought Cruz was going to play Teo, to be honest.
Yeah.
So they've definitely cooked something up. Are you guys thinking this is crazy, or does it make sense?
They've definitely seen the split comp before. Playing this Teo against that double sentinel, you have a lot of stuff to break that util. This seems like a deliberate plan to come into split.
Well, I am very excited for this matchup again. We have not seen Talon yet, and we saw Global Esports have a really great showing, a really strong start, even with I don't even know if I should call him a sub with Darion there, but they've been playing really well. And we are ready to get into map 1. We're going to toss it over to casters. We got Quack and we got Chobra to take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, Quack and Chobra here for the first match of the night. Talon versus GE. The desk broke down, all the history, the players and whatnot. But right now we got to focus on this team composition. The Teo coming out, not too shocking. But who's playing it is maybe the surprising part.
Yeah, and you actually had a really interesting point about that. But one thing I am noticing, though, is that they're not playing with a Sentinel. So that means, they're looking for more of these rounds on the attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, personally, I think especially with Teo coming out, maybe Vice and Deadlock, obviously that combination is currently on a huge win streak around the world, so I could see those Sentinels, but the traditional Sentinels, they do look like they're losing a bit of their power, and especially with Talon now having Raze, Breach, and then you have the Teo, and then you have the Yoru as well with the decoys against the Cypher. I'm just not quite sure how much value Darion will be able to find here on this defense. We're going to see just a very, very standard default setup, just a trip to try to delay them into A main, and then you've got the 2 stars over by B. From the Astra, Poppy once again being tasked with anchoring down a site on his own.
Yeah, possibly the Baron Mash just to block off mid as well, but Talon does start things off a little bit slow.
Just trying to see if there's any type of push out. Obviously with the double Sentinel and the Astra, there's got to be a lot of delay. So Talon just gauging, is this a stack? Are you trying to delay only on one side? What's going on here? Baron Mesh going to be taken down. Obviously takes a while on that pistol round, but they still prefer to keep that open, and Poppy gets taken down immediately. And then there's a follow-up in mid as well.
Just on both sides all of a sudden, and that's just Talon being able to kind of sneak through.
And I love that it's going to be Primi on that tail. The more I think about it, as we see, it's just a slow creep out, but it's a double, kind of distracting Darion, and that's all. The Cypher trip's gone as well. Just a fast hit onto A site. And just 2 people, never mind, it's just the round done right there and there. Talon going to be leading 1-0.
Almost a flawless pistol. I mean, Baron Cruz, who just fell, but at the same time, that's just so impressive. You start things off a little bit slow and steady, but the creeps through, being able to find players from GE, I don't think that was fully expected, right? Maybe they baited out baited out some peaks from GE by, trying to spam down the Baron Mash and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the crosshair placement there on the replay. It was very clearly Primi just waiting for another peek out because it was going to take so long. So I love that extra investment in Talon, and now look at the buy. 5-man buy, 4 rifles. They want to snowball this lead as much as possible. Trip's just going to be destroyed. All the pockets being destroyed as well with the salvos. And then it's just the judge in close range. Darion, okay, that's a right click, but he's not going to be able to survive for much longer.
And now it's on to Primi as well. I mean, they already have the site swarmed, so it's not too bad. Just the judge lost. It's all up to G with some upgraded pistols to try to find their way through.
Yeah, the most important thing, obviously, even as a judge, that's not going to be able to be picked up here by Global Esports. So it is going to be a tough retake. I mean, GE, yeah, it's 4v5. Yes, it's close quarters, it's split, so you could try, but at the same time, you just don't really have much to work with. I wouldn't mind if they just went to the spike, but they're just going to give away so many ult points, and Talon once again surviving with 4 people.
Yeah, trying to flood through elbow, but just everyone from Talon able to read the situation. Of course, with the firepower, why not go for the line of sight and just spam away into screens? It all works out.
Yeah, I think also perhaps not really realizing that it's 4 rifles on top of that judge, right? So their Talon's obviously just able to keep their distance. Nice and calm from Darian. You know, Darian obviously had a bit of a slow start last week in their opening match, but he went right back into form later on in the series. See if he's able to keep things up a bit higher from the get-go. Now the matchup, you're just going to fill that buy of the judge with the Bucky. And it looks like, once again, just mid. You want to get rid of that wall as soon as possible. I love the salvos right into vents as well. This just destroys any control over mid.
And straight into vents as well, but unfortunately it's going to be Kelly's right around the corner. So once again, Global kind of aware of what's going on around mid.
Just a good block there, not being thrown off by the Yoru. Now, they haven't really explored the entire setup on B. Obviously, you see the stars, but that sonic sensor, you hear it now. Jetboy's going to wait for his team before they break it and go.
It's going to be quite tricky, especially if you aren't fully committing into this. All these stars are going to slow everything down, and it starts off with the gravity well. Global trying to fire on through into it. Crystal will be able to pick up the double now, and onto the last one, trying to fill in the gaps. It's just not quite going to work out. GE managed to put a stop to everything.
Yeah, this does feel like after losing the Yoru in mid, Talon just focusing on saying, okay, we found the sonic sensors. Even with the 3 stars here, we can try to get across. I think the ideal scenario would have been Governor really making it past that gravity well safely so that he can create a crossfire, but he's just going to get taken out as soon as he comes right back in. He kind of lands on that edge, gets drawn into the center, same with Primi, and that slows down the entire thing. At that point, you don't have much of an option. So they'll have to consider how to draw out that star usage from Poppy just a bit more in future rounds.
However, at the same time, you know, GE trying to keep things interesting. So this time the stars are a little bit more spread out. Ooh, Ban though.
I mean, taking that ramp control, obviously with the flash and his own setup combo as well. So they're not quite sure. Was there any other follow-up right now? Prowler is going to tag Ban, push him back. So you can kind of make an assumption given his position on ramps and where the Prowler activated, but no clarity just yet.
It does kind of buy the attention away back into the A side, but this deep Baron mash down mid does kind of lure Kelly's out, and Cruz will be able to take him down. So possible A split now at play, or still trying to break through the Baron mash.
They got to take out Ban. Yeah, without Ban being taken out, Talon had so much control of the map, but with ramps being now pushed back out, you can kind of keep Talon trapped over in mid. Now, obviously, numbers not in favor of Global Esports, so do they choose to spread out? I would love to see them group up together. Yudotan just taking things upon himself. He wants to get by. He finds one. Can he follow up with 2? He gets 2 as well. Is he ready for the 3rd? He sees him. The Raze 1v1. Governor peeks out and he gets taken down and ropes.
And that's a spike dropped as well.
Oh, that's rough. I mean, the first 2, sure, Yudo was ahead of it. But Governor, he decides he doesn't have an option. He needs to peek out, continue with the spike, and Yudo's just ready for 3.
So impressive. I mean, just a bit more of the individual performances from this round on the side of Global Esports, right? I mean, noticing that Ben had the gate crash back into its ramps, they actually went back in to clear that out. So taking him down just gave them so many more options. But at the same time, like you mentioned, Yudotan going so aggressive just to take things into his own hands, right? Noting that they were up around mid. So being able to shut all that down, Global Esports picks up the round, and we're tied up 2-2.
Yeah, very heads up from Yudotan, but no, we're not going to have much time to talk about that pass round as we see another fast hit coming in from Talon. Trying to push forward there with a half buy, just 2 stingers, one of them already dropped. And that's a quick shutdown. And some of these fast rushes, it's going to be tough against the Deadlock and the Cypher and the Astra as well. So much delay on the defensive side of Global Esports.
And information being picked up right now. Taking a look at the map, it's Crystal pushing out, so he doesn't spot anyone on the other sides, but Ban is kind of circling back. Goes for the white step, but Crystal still able to burst him down.
Yudotan didn't quite catch sight of Cruz just yet. Cruz is going to close the gap quite a bit. Oh, a twist of fate, Yudo. He's going to back off. This is where he used to shine last week, making the smart choices. He still gets taken down, but numbers still advantage for Global Esports. 2 people already on site.
Knowing where they are as well, up around the pillars. Darren is able to get down to first, but Primi still quite deadly with the Sheriff. Now picks up the Judge. Full util as well, but Poppy is very prepared for it.
If he had got, if he had made it a 1v1, Armageddon online as well, so much delay just on his own, that could have been just a prime example of how Teo shines in that post-plant situation, which we haven't really quite seen yet, right? Not too many plants coming through successfully, obviously just aside from the first 2 rounds. And so Talon, they'll have to figure out how they're actually going to break through. Using these salvos, if you want to get mid control, how else are you going to make sure that you're pushing in from one of the sides? Whether it's B main or A main, you got to be able to take a bit more control than just sending in Ban alone. And it looks like this time they are going to go for a stack. Armageddon online as well. We'll see if it gets used right away.
Yeah, first full buy round, true full buy round for Talon, and it starts things off already. Salvos towards the back and in with a dimensional drift just to gather so much information. They're looking for some spams against the GE players, but nothing quite found just yet. The smokes are blocking so much of it off. Ben is able to at least take one down, but here comes the net, and it actually catches on to a couple of players. They're gonna have to try to tuck in between the smokes to stay alive. Nightfall gets sent out as well.
And you know there was only one Heaven, so you know that the main force still should have been main, and you're able to reclaim B Heaven as well. Great hold from Global Esports. That barrier mesh really just slowing down the entire team. Banslad to come out from his ult.
Quick mid-round decision from Talon though, quickly trying to kind of transition over onto the A site, and GE does make a good read for it as well, splitting their defenses 2-2.
Yeah, 2-2 is the way you have to go right now when it's a 4v4, just trying to get some more information. You still have some semblance of delay, especially with the C still available from Crystal. But just because of the focus they had, all right, Haunt goes out. You should be able to regroup over by the A side, but they just don't have information. They decide, okay, we're just going to leave Darien on his own. He's just going to have to anchor. Crystal, does he wait or does he go for a timing spam here through the smoke?
30 just going to hold. Gonna wait, yeah, for now. Meanwhile, Darien's desperately on his camera trying to spot them out. Definitely finding them towards the back of screens up. It's a little bit too late. It's all up to Crystal, who has to push up a little bit further. Now manages to take down Jit Boys, and now trying to stay alive for the rest of the team to get back into the site. But look at Primi as well, though. You mentioned that utility, and he still has a very good opportunity to use it. Just waiting in case they do peek into him, but nothing found so far. And this confirms they are all inside of Heaven. Primi creeps on through, but unfortunately crouched down. It's Poppy who sprays all of them down.
Very good awareness from Poppy, because from the movement, it really felt like at the end of the day, this had to be a governor round. Primi, you still suspect that just a bit because they never re-cleared screens entirely. But once you take down Primi, do you expect the last member to have already left the site as well? But they're both low health. Poppy just keeps his crosshairs trained and he's ready for the last kill. And GE now continuing forward with 4. And this is, I mean, Ban had to come out. He had to try to buy time from back of sight. He had to open things up even further after the information. But that barrier mesh, it's an absolute pain for Talon.
Just kind of fully collapsing into them and slowing them down. Still, though, being able to kind of transition over. At least they got the spike down, but that retake just kind of being broken apart. Still, GE playing grouped up together. I mean, they showed how they were able to kind of, I don't want to say dominate, but they did pretty darn well on this map last week.
Yeah, I mean, Yudotan, of course, having so many impact multi-kills on that map of Split in their very first game against Team Secret. But today, it's just been across the board. It's just been really good holds, and I think Poppy with the timings alongside Kelly S on that Deadlock. The Deadlock has been finding a lot of value, and we'll see how Talon really plans to combat that. Early on, they were pretty good about drawing out that barrier mesh early, but then they didn't really have the clean mid-rounding. Now they try to go for a rush. The barrier mesh once again blocks them off, and they're not able to support their teammate Ban in the site. So where do they find that balance? I mean, I would still love to see just drawing that barrier mesh out. It's just such a pain. It's the same thing with Vice, right? You got to do something about the shear wall. You can't just assume that you'll be able to work around it, because that's a prime point of information and delay from the opponents on the defensive side.
Absolutely. I imagine what this timeout is for. So needing to kind of draw out a lot more utilities, but at the same time, the pressure, the stakes are rising. You got so many ultimates at play in this round.
That Armageddon still in the hands of Primi. Hasn't really found a good chance to use it on the attack just yet. Obviously, most ideally just to buy time in the post plant. Yoru still just going to find space and time here in ramps. He's trying to push up, getting aggressive, but there's just too many members. He doesn't expect the swing out off of the Prowler, and Yudotan's ready for it. And now you know, all right, it had to just be one. There's no trade-off. You're ready in vents, and then there's the grab net. There's just so much delay.
Oh my god, Annihilation as well, alongside the paint shells. The spam comes through, Yudotan in with a showstopper, but it doesn't quite connect. They're trying to push off of the space that they've gotten, and Yudotan unfortunately falls to Governor. Governor now pulls out his showstopper, but he's working against numbers.
Oh, it's all alone. I was going to say, I mean, at the very least, they drew out a lot of the ults from the global side just to try to buy time if they can reset. But Governor was stuck, so the rest of the team of Talon tries to just buy time for him. And now he's the only one left. He's already used his showstopper, down to 86 health, trying to creep into the B site. If he gets a timing against Poppy, sure. But if not, this looks nigh impossible. And Poppy's just ready for it. He doesn't need to watch anywhere else because the rest of his team, is watching.
Like instantly you would have spotted out the barrel, you know, Governor went up to check Heaven. And it's just the instant shot. I mean, definitely not kind of the impact you want to have from that coach timeout.
Yeah, I can't imagine what the coach cam looks like after that round. it's just an absolute mess. But really what it comes down to is the fact that G has the read. If they find the Yoru ahead, if they go out for the peek out and there's no trade against Yudotan, okay, we're going to make the read that it's only one person, that there's going to be pressure elsewhere, and they're immediately ready to just crunch onto mid with an absolute massive util dump.
That's just kind of what the comp truly affords. But now, okay, starting things off, Cosmic Divide.
Are you been caught? Yudotan, yeah, he's ready for the swing out. I mean, you use the Cosmic Divide, but it doesn't matter. Still, his teammate's going to be able to hear the sound from that grab net. Jit Boys takes a lot of damage.
Trying to caterpillar through the smoke. However, G are already making such a good reaction to this. Poppy hanging out towards the back, watching the exits of that smoke. Crystal up around the corners with the Outlaw. Yudotan from the top of heaven gunned down though. So a slight opportunity for Talon, but unfortunately still kind of pinched into the site at the end of it.
Crystal's Prowlers have been very, very good. I feel like there's always at least one that leads to a kill almost every single round. Even just now, it's being sent into the smoke and someone's already trained right at the edge of the smoke so that when the Prowler activates, they can switch right away to where that Prowler would be going. They're also just so aware of how this Yoru is going to play, trying to create space and trying to displace crosshairs from the back of sight. And the real big problem is that once again, sure, you take down the barrier mesh, but Talon has yet to really claim control, solid control of one part of the map while destroying all the delay utility.
Yeah, tried to push faster, but clearly that doesn't quite work out. Outlaw still in the hands of Crystal, and he's marking this. Spots out the shoulder and instantly governs down.
Just look at how confident they are as well, right? Holding this wider off angle there with the Outlaw. You know it's an eco, and you know that they either have to invest a lot of their smokes ahead of time to try to gain space, or they're going to have to go for these dry peaks. It's a very confident move from Global Esports just to try to continue the snowball.
No answers found so far. Back into mid, you find the barrier mesh as well. I mean, dissipates just in time. Straight into Kelly S. I spotted something out by the mini-map.
Oh, they hear that again, and then there's the paint shells. You know he's trapped. Okay, it's a good fight back, but eventually it's the paint shells. They just have so many variations between Yudotan and Kelly S, and Talon just has not figured out an answer. I want to say that it might almost be worth it for the coaching staff of Talon to call yet another timeout. I know it's already very late, but if you go into the second half with only 2 rounds, sure, it's split. You know, say what you want. But I just don't think they have good answers in terms of how their util counters the defensive util and the delay util from Global Esports.
It really limits your options. If you go into the defensive half this way, you're really trying to work with the retakes, especially on a composition like this. So, you know, you need to find some kind of an answer. I mean, the previous round, sure, it's a little bit of an eco, but you still don't want it to look like this. And you mentioned the whole thing with Kelly S alongside Yudotan. Right now, it is just so impeccable.
Oh, this is an absolute massive first half already from GE. Obviously, they would like a couple more rounds themselves to really feel comfortable. Then you can really just focus on that pistol. Now it's going to be a 5-man stack. You've got Rolling Thunder, you've got Armageddon. You got to dump everything you can just to even get into the site. They haven't planted a spike in a long time, and Yudotan gets covered with the paint shells again.
Just trying to set up for it now alongside this time. But unfortunately, with their teammates downed, you can't quite do too much with the utility. They're still trying to clear out ramps, and a bit of spam from Darren just to block things off out towards the exits.
And look at the fill onto the site from Global Esports. Because you had this trip over in heaven, they could buy time until someone arrived. And there's Kelly. Yes, he gets one. He plays it safe. Once again, extra delay until he gets more support over from the rafters. Now it's a double angle over on heaven. Talon is trapped right now by ramps.
Stall locked off. Might even be an effective crossfire, but a little bit of an angle, and Cruz is able to take one down, but straight back into the site, and that's Jit Boys downed. All left onto Cruz. I don't quite know how he's going to work around this. The sonic sensor is still there, and Jit Boys right around the corner too. I mean, Poppy, excuse me.
Yeah, Poppy's just going to wait, but once he hears any sort of sound, any util, anything of the spike, it's got to be a creep out. He's going to play it safe. They're not quite sure. He doesn't want to take this 1v1, and this is so heads up from Poppy, because Cruz has to check. It's a 1v3. He needs an extra kill. Look at this angle. It's so hard. He saw the gun barrel, and Poppy absolutely outplaying the IGL of Talon.
So smart. I mean, so many different ways that he could have played it, but knowing that his team had the numbers advantage, right? Just to play in such a defensive spot, knowing that Cruz would have to clear or get the spike planted, right? Dropping down from heaven, for example. But then that would have been a 1v3. So just so incredible movements from a lot of the GE players all together overall.
Yeah, Cruz, I like that he just creeps into heaven. That was really the only option they had. But at the end of the day, you already lost too many of your teammates. And Poppy, once again, just holding strong over by the B side. And Talon, only 2 more chances to get some rounds in this first half.
Possibly thinking about the next map, but we'll see. For now, just still the gun's not quite truly on their side. A lot of them light shield, so this Outlaw still wreaking havoc. Interestingly enough, though, the setup has changed.
Yeah, just a stack onto the B side. GE trying to get ahead of the read just a bit. You have that showstopper, and Poppy is going to get that first kill. Grab net used. Oh, but Crystal takes down Ban. Still no control over ramps. Yes, you took mid, but GE gifted it to you. They left it open. Barrier mesh still holding on B heaven. So much time bought.
Just so good on the variety of plays, the defensive setups. Still, though, Operator will be able to fire back, so maybe a slight opportunity now. Stealth drone just to check, but Poppy's able to react so quick. Smokes up, and Governor is now blocked off. Has to try to maybe use the satchels to get over ahead of things. Showstopper coming through as well, but Yudotan still able to stop and slow everything down, dodging the bullets up for Crystal to slam it all down.
9-2 going into the last round of the first half. Talon, they looked confident picking up this composition. I mean, I don't mind it in theory, right? I love the Euro when it's paired together with something like the Teo, really supplying those flashes and acting as that half initiator. I love the Breach along with the Teo and the Raze. It all makes sense up to that point. But you do have to go a bit all in, and they just couldn't figure out the answer against all this utility. And this time, Yudotan hiding away in that corner. Never was quite spotted by the stealth drone, and they just don't expect that showstopper coming out.
They have tried to go all in on some of these rounds, but Kelly S alongside Yudotan have been stopping them time and time again. Look at this!
Yeah.
The barrier mesh!
Oh no!
Oh, they managed to shoot it down though, so still able to slip on.
He hasn't checked backside. He hasn't checked backside!
No!
He hasn't checked for Poppy! Poppy's still holding in the back of sight. The panic coming through for Talon Pinchos, but he's going to skirt around it. He's still surviving. Crystal comes in for support, and now Talon scattering across the entire map.
Oh, and there's a little gap for Poppy to stay alive in, but still flushed out of position. Jitboy is able to gun him down. He's towards the back now. It's all up for Global Esports to try to come in with yet another retake. 2-on-2, Cruz up from Evan. Unfortunately, Jitboy falls. He swings, and that's Darian to pick up the double kill at the end of it. We end the first half 10-2.
Holy moly. I mean, and on one part of it, when I saw the map draft, I thought, okay, but you did just show your split. So you're going into a map against a team that always likes to cook up some crazy things, a little bit of ante here and there, really try to throw you off. And you're saying, no, we're still confident that we know how to play this map, that we know that we have several layers, especially on that defense, as we just saw, on how to hold you off. And Global Esports, they prove it. And meanwhile, Talon, I mean, let's be honest, we can talk all about the theory, but the viewers aren't really quite seeing what this composition was cooked up for.
Yeah, it just hasn't really been able to show and stretch its legs right now. I mean, so many times they tried to make something happen. At times, maybe it's, Governor or Ban being able to slip through the cracks. But at the end of it all, you got players like Poppy who are able to slow things down. You got Kelly S on the deadlock, repeatedly annoying them with that barrier match. And at the same time, Yudotan is able to slay and strike a lot of them down. Not to mention, Crystal in with the Outlaw at times as well.
So now flipping sides, I do think Talon would have loved to get just a couple more rounds here. Yeah, yes, it's double duelist, and so ideally a lot of people like to think they should have had more than 5, right? 6 or more on that attacking app. Quite frankly, I can still see a world where they would have been okay with maybe 4 rounds. But right now with 2, I mean, you lose the pistol again, you're just not given a chance to showcase what you wanted to do on the defensive half. So it starts with the pistol, and then once they go from there, again, whether it's things like the trap plays with the fault line and then the salvos, you're going to have a little bit more control on when to use that utility rather than having to go blindly into an all-in with no info, right? That information lacking on this side was a big part of the downfall of Talon's attack. But on the defense, you can always have multi-layer trap plays and just react step by step.
That's definitely what they're going to want to do. Just being able to have those double initiators just affords them so much. But right now, at the same time, Global Esports with a slightly more balanced team, perhaps, they get to kind of take their time with things and starting things off. It's going to be the Boombot down mid.
Oh, that's already a fault line out, though, so still 40 seconds now for Global Esports to make a move, and then you saw the blindside come out, too. So Flash gone, that's a big part of one of those trap plays. Now that's knocked out for the pistol. Oh, shit, boys! Okay, gets 2 out of 3, but it's a big slowdown against GE's attack.
Still, though, crazy individual performance.
Oh, and I like the group up here from Talon. They're not going to send everybody just because they want to know, are they heaven? Even if they plant A, are they all on site? So getting that information is good, but you have the numbers advantage, so staying grouped up to try to make sure that they can combat wherever the push is.
And also using the drone just for added measure.
They don't know about Darion. They haven't actually gotten into heaven just yet. Ban is able to save himself, though.
Just quick as well. Baramash trying to fend off stairs, but the salvos are going to stall and slow them down. Everyone from Talon already grouping up into the site. Sight lines being held as well. Yudotan going to try to play around the timing of it just to watch if anyone does peek out. But man, still being such a menace towards the back of sight. It's all down to Kelly. Yes, now the paint shell's in his face. Stunned up, but able to take down Primi at the very least. But then again comes Ban.
Yeah, got a little bit dicey here and there, but they will just play to their advantage for Talon. And at the end of the day, you just needed that pistol round. You needed that to get some breathing room. Now you've got, potentially, in theory, another round to go as well. So we'll see how they try to snowball that by. Good flick over from Ban. If they lost Ban there, I think the round starts to fall apart. But they're able to keep that numbers advantage.
Starting things off with Jit Boys especially, towards the back of the site as well. But now on to the next round. I mean, we have seen how Talon started things off, not too shabbily, you know, in the previous half, but how are GE able to answer back? Still, this round, all classics.
Oh, and look at the A setup as well. Gate crash into elbow so that if Ban gets first contact, he's still going to fill the site. That's something to keep note of in the future rounds as well. Giving up vents, though. That's why they're continuing to push out from A main. Talon, they just want to make sure that they have a multi-angle here on the retake. He's going to go ahead and take the gate crash, actually. Well, kind of leaves Cruz all alone. But Ban does get one to even the numbers.
There it is, back in the elbow with the Marshall as well. So huge sight line, and he definitely spots things out. Goes for the re-peek. That's a third kill. Swaps over onto the Ghost just for added measure. And this could be the ace. It is. He lands and slams everything down. It was all set up for him. Ban, the unstoppable menace.
Well, I mean, you know, you get an ace. I would say that if you're Cruz, you're okay with that sacrifice on ramps just to delay them just a bit. Try to funnel them into heaven, of course, peeking out of that window. Nice and calm. We got to remember, Ban obviously used to play a lot of that jet as well. He used to play a lot of that op himself. He's used to playing these long-range angles, and that's something this team needed to try to get back into the game.
Yeah, you got to imagine it's such a huge morale boost, not to mention economy as well. He's onto the op this time.
So that op going to bounce back and forth. Look at the gate crash already set up over on the A side, and it's a huge push-out trap play. They want to utilize the fact that they might have slightly weaker weaponry, but we're going to shove you into the operator's crosshair.
Yeah, taking so much space, Ban straight into garage, but GE thinks better than that, just to kind of hold passively around sewer, around mid. Oh, but Poppy actually peeks into the op.
A good hold from Poppy, holding that off angle close to the wall, because you imagine, okay, if they're pushing that hard out of A, but they're not chasing, where else is the information coming from? This is your bonus. This is where you take risks. So I love the patience from Poppy to wait for that operator, and now that's a big investment gone.
Still though, okay, GE trying to regroup back towards A, but look at what's happening on the minimap, Jit Boys. Quite a bit of information towards the mid side.
And Jit Boys pinching in as well. Wondering when they start to call Governor back over to A, because right now you saw information over by ramps. You're still seeing just the fade util though, so no clear information. But Talon, the comms not quite there just yet. It's just Jit Boys trying to pinch through. So now you just have to hold and see if you can delay on the site and then go for a multi-pronged retake. Does he give the angle?
30 seconds.
Jit Boys, he gets the kill.
Oh, but down onto the site, Primi falls. So Global able to flood down the site now. A little bit of screens pressure as well. Crystal up around the sides. Jit Boys with the Vandal now picked up, trying to create a little bit more havoc, trying to get a little bit more space for his team in with the stars. Bricks it a little bit of down. Governor onto the Spectre, does a little bit more damage too, and Jit Boys swinging off the attention away, but then shut down by Kelly S. A bit of a spam through the screens, and unfortunately Cruz down to low HP will fall, and that is GE up to 11.
Neat little thing that Yudo does there, right? He catches sight and then he hide behind the screen, just goes for spam. Whether he hits him or not, it's going to force Governor to move. Governor actually gets tagged quite a bit there as well, so he's already weak. But a nice little maneuver there from Yudotan. Jit Boys, if they won this round, he would have been the MVP of the round. Gets so much space, gets so much information, picks up the Vandal as well. But unfortunately, they're not able to win that 2v2 at the end. Great teamwork from Kelly S and Yudotan. And that's going to be the second time out from Talon.
Yeah, that's one of those rounds where, you know, from the macro perspective, things looked so good for Talon. They could have actually converted that bonus, but now with that lost, definitely needing to try to pick up the pieces with this timeout.
Now, something we also need to note is Frost and Juvenile, right, the current head coach of Global Esports, they did face off at Champions when Juvenile was still with Leviathan. And that was a match where Talon looked like they had a very good chance of taking it, but Leviathan, they wake up, they're still able to hold on to that win 2-0, and then of course Leviathan makes a pretty deep run all the way into the bracket. So I know that's something that the coaching staff of Talon Esports wasn't quite happy about. They thought they might have had a golden chance to try to break it into the playoffs of champions. Wasn't quite able to get there, but then they shake it off. They say, okay, we're rebuilding, you know, around Primi anyway, right? We're trying to work around Primi as that new addition. Now we go through the offseason. They looked like they were experimenting a lot, trying to really hash out some of the issues they were having. Right now, we're not seeing a good result out of it.
Yeah. I mean, it's one hell of a run back when you think about it. You know, the coach is coming involved as well, but once again, it really is just Primi not quite having the opportunity so far. Hopefully on the defensive side a little bit more, and we start things off with just quite a bit towards mid again. Governor coming back into peak.
Yeah, very risky. Yeah, risky position, but still gets a lot of info, right? No double peeks there. Catches sight of one member over by Ramen. And Governor's just going to be able to try to hold on his own, just trying to delay with the Boombot as well. So it allows Talon to still go for a fairly default position. Now you have that trap play ready in mid. You're going to see that fault line potentially come in because they've given a timing for GE to try to reclaim control. You know that there's going to be a push and pull. When do they peek out, though? So many smokes coming out. Still no contact.
Just holding. Stealth drone from Primi. Doesn't spot anything out either. Darren managed to stay and avoid it.
I'll handle this.
Oh, the ult just to check. That's 3 members. But they're not quite in range right now for a kill off of the fault line. Good patience coming up from Cruz, but how long do you wait? Trying to push them into heaven, right? You're saying, okay, the Yoru's behind you, where do you go? But now over in heaven, Governor's able to get that one kill as well. Gate crash, it's gonna be expired, and there's the fault line just to delay. Now you know, with only 20 seconds left, that GE had to make a choice. They're caught up, there's the gravity well as well. They're gonna try to fill the site.
Yeah, I heard the time of it. Now you gotta worry about the back as well. GE, pressure's definitely on them. Trying to flood into the site, but look at the flash.
10
it
seconds.
is ready. Primi holding on the sight lines as well. Elbow blocked off, down to the site. That's Cruz in with second kill. Primi onto the other as well. And Talon manages to strike back.
All missiles away.
So Talon this time, the patience of holding on to things like the fault line really scares GE into, okay, where do we push forward to get some more information? We didn't really get clarity in mid. We didn't see any reactions. They were trying to bait out some sort of movement. Then you see the Ural come out, but you're not quite able to chase it all the way through because you've left B main garage empty the entire time. So you don't know, did we see Jit Boys push out? Is he gonna go for a trade? We're not quite sure, so let's stick with mid. But then you lose your raise as well, so now you're just caught in mid, and then it's a timing play from Talon, and they're starting to find some footing.
Just a little bit. Now with the guns as well, hopefully able to keep a bit of a streak going. GE a little bit passive though. The alt orb goes in for the swing, but look at that outlaw towards the back.
Oh, lots of members spotted by Governor as well. I love the close range paint shells in case they decided to pile on, and Unitas still gets the long range fight. He is onto the site.
A quick reaction, Jitboy is able to kind of come back and refill that space with the Judge. And now towards the back now, Cruz unfortunately gunned down.
Wow, I think that's the first time I've really seen the GravNet right into the repeak. Being able to land that shot so easily 1v1 works out for Kelly, yes. Usually we see it obviously some more for set plays and trap plays. He will be able to recover the spike as well. Obviously weaponry not on their side. However, Annihilation available. If GE wanted to try to make a play for map point, which I would not mind, you're 6 rounds ahead. I would like to see a little bit of risk taking, because if you use the Annihilation, limit them down to a 2v2, now suddenly it looks doable.
Still though, not too much information on where their opponents might be. Right now, having to check and clear a lot of the corners. So a bit of a double peek in towards Mail, but it's the setup high-low from Talon to kind of counter them. Jitboy is able to shoot them down.
Starting to catch up. GE has to remember that they're not quite at 12 just yet. However, once again, lots of ults online. Is it going to be an ult dump on this round? It looks like it. They're set up all 5 onto the A site. You're seeing the pings and where they want to clear. Perhaps over for that deep paint shell to try to clear things off, or they just want to check that cubby. We'll see what the play is.
Throwing net. 30 seconds left.
The real question is going to be Talon's response. You're looking at the scoreboard, you see all these ultimates online. They're gonna leave A relatively empty. So it's going to be a retake. You have that Rolling Thunder, and you have the Cosmic Divide as well. I like the fast push out of mid. You really just want to force them into one of the sites.
And G makes a thing for it. So straight into the A site, and instantly Ben kind of leaves it open. So a bit of a retake setup. The off shot does take one of the players down as well, so that's instant value too.
You have to hold on to screens because you don't have that barrier mesh anymore.
Trying to keep that there. Rolling Thunder, though, will connect into the site, but Jitboys kind of avoids it. I mean, Poppy avoids it for now, so maybe a little bit of an opportunity. Udotan able to spam and spray through as they all try to push out off the Rolling Thunder. Now, it's all down to just Ben. And he's got the op, tries to peek out, but Udotan takes him down once again. It is GE up to Matt Point.
Poppy with the perfect timing on the Cosmic Divine. Completely ruins the Rolling Thunder. Talon wanted to try to wrap into the site ASAP. You look at the angle, it wasn't just for ramps. It was actually saying, we don't care if there's someone on the lurk, we're gonna push into the site. But then they all get stopped. They're not quite sure how to peek out of this. And the way the Cosmic Divine, look at this, you peek out of it, you still have to take the 50-50 afterwards. There's a little bit of that distance right next to the wall. It makes it such a nightmare to peek out, and now GE at 12.
So unfortunate with that Rolling Thunder not connecting. So now, huge opportunity, especially with some of the ultimates right now. Talon, though, still trying to fight back. They take space outside of Garage.
See how long they wait, though. It's a double team, so they want to try to set up a trap play, but this is what Poppy's been doing the entire map. He just waits. The rest of his team gets information, and then he sees what is the reaction. Is it a push out or is it not? Primi catches sight. I think Crystal did too, given his jiggle. Little bounce back and forth, but now Primi calls for backup. They want to push this out. They have to, because given their composition, they need to fight to take space and get information.
Trying to go in for it. I mean, all three of them trying to go in for maybe the trade setup as well, right? Peeking off of each other, but the Boombot now comes out, just defend even more of them back. Peeking out of the cage, unfortunately, the timing of it all, it's just a setup for GE to react back into the utility that they sent through. Primi tries to stay alive into the corner, a bit of a one and done. He's able to get away with two, but it's still not enough.
Jitboys still owning a Sheriff as well. See if he can get in range to pick anything up, but Poppy looks like he's ready to shut that down. Now look at the positions. I mean, GE all ready to just pick off these 1v1s. Over by Poppy. He's not looking. Jitboys, does he find a timing? He does! Now a 2v1. 1v1 down to Crystal versus Jitboys.
Just trying to hold her up around the spike. Inside of elbow. He peeks out, and that's going to be the headshot just in an instant. 13-6. Global Esports ends the first map.
Really, really well played from GE, and I think we saw a little bit of the undercooked moments from Talon even in that last round. They're trying to peek out of that ramps control. They still had so much utility. You have to just invest with the explosions to take over areas and then hold on to it, but they hesitated. They sent Governor out alone with just the drone. It doesn't quite check the right corner, and Crystal's able to gun down the Raze and then take space onto the site. And so we're going to have to see a little bit of retooling from Talon, but for now, both teams will have to focus on to the next map, which is going to be Abyss, where Global Esports did look shaky last week.
Yeah, it was that 13-3 loss up against Team Secret, so maybe a slight chance for Talon to really strike back, but then again, who knows if Global Esports has to really cook something back up.
I'm not sure if they're Udotan's family or they're just father and son, but here to cheer on Udotan. Could be family. Well, I'll have to double check with the production, but either way, Udotan gaining a lot of fans both in Korea and globally, and I would just say Global Esports gaining a lot of momentum in the fandom. Meanwhile, we talked about, the devs talked about how important it was for Talon to try to get ahead, to try to move forward, to try to get to Masters Bangkok onto that home field, and right now they're already on their back foot.
Yeah, definitely doesn't feel too great. It is double elimination, but you still want to get as much as you can possibly get. Still though, on towards Split right now. It just is Global Esports being able to stop and slow a lot of them down, especially in that first half.
Yeah, Split's starting to look scarier and scarier for GE. Now 2 wins already here in Kickoff, and it just looks like they have really good protocols, really good timing reads, really good movement across the map, right? Information from A, and then Poppy makes a move B. Poppy gets information, you make a move A. There's just a lot of cross-map macro coming out from the team, and I gotta imagine a big part of that is not just the prep, but Kelly S is IGLing as well. So want to give a shout out to this entire roster, but that's gonna be GE leading 1-0 against the 4th place team of Pacific last year. A team that made it to champions. We'll see if Global Esports can continue, but before we move on, we'll have the analyst desk break down the action from Split.
That's right. Global Esports does cinch the win of their map pick of Split. And you know, this is in a best of 3, but you know what? Compared to yesterday, which they already looked fairly good, I think they cleaned up even more. So any of that first day jitters last week is, I would say, mostly shaken off now, and they looked excellent. They had full control of this map.
Yeah, dominant. That's how I describe that map very much. The Talon's performance reminds me of G's performance in map 1 last week.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It didn't seem at all composed or all there. Like, I really see what Talon were trying to do. To me, it feels like this composition was cooked up to deliberately counter what GE had here, but we did not see it deliver at all. I didn't see a single tail break of the Sentinel util.
No, I didn't see the paint shells breaking any of the Senti util. I thought they were going to play quite a bursty style. They played very slow defaulty 1-3-1s. Look, well, to be fair, they did try to throw some executes in there, but not only the positioning and the anchor work from players like Puppy, as well as some of the reactive utility, really nicely placed grav nets, deadlock walls, things like that. Even the grav well coming in from the Astra. You had great prowlers as well on the slower rounds from Crystal, and Yudotan is a bona fide star player. Like, if I'm Patrick, who's sitting at home, I'm sweating for my position in the duelist role. This is a guy who, he was playing Senti in the off-season for Global Esports, but duelist is his most played role across his career, and he's already shown that he can take over games, and now he's doing it on the Tier 1 level in multiple different games. It's just fantastic to watch this man step up into Tier 1.
Fun fact about Yudotan, he actually used to be on Talon. Way back before franchise was around. Yudotan was originally on Talon Esports playing in the Challengers Philippines. But you know what, here, I think what sucks for you guys is that neither of you put him on your team, and he would have been a great addition to it. Now here, Poppy, his control of B was excellent. They just could not, Talon could not get in at all. And they just, the pacing of this wasn't right, and when you have an agent like Teo on your comp there, you should be pushing it a lot faster.
Yeah, I definitely feel like with this double duelist, I wanted to see them go heavy burst, especially more towards the sides. I felt like they were working mid a lot, and it just looked like they got picked off in their default so consistently, which is the one thing you can't do against this the comp of GE, because it allows them to kind of stabilize into that mid round, and then when you lose your burst power, it's nigh impossible.
I mean, even in this last round, Yoru gets isolated despite investing the ult. Look at all of this reactive utility, the Nightfall coming out, you had the Gravwell as well as the Deadlock Wall going down, slowing down Talon before they can scale into the site and burst and actually get themselves into a comfortable post plant. And that's where, as the GE comp, you're going to struggle a little bit more. It's all about using that Senti util to be able to hold things down, to be able to stop them getting out of the chokes, and it never felt like Talon could get into a comfortable position into the game state that they actually want. And I have to say, look, the defense from Talon was a lot more convincing. They had a lot better ideas. Look at this A main control. They had a lot of set plays that they were using. You had Ban on the other side of the map that did get onto this deep op line. Yes, he did get picked by Puppy. Look, we don't need to show this part. This is kind of not really the point, but at the end of the day, Talon had some great ideas on defense. They just dug themselves way too deep of a hole, but you can't really blame anyone but yourselves when you choose to play attack first on Split and you comp change into what you've already seen from Global, and the read doesn't work at all.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Talon, they just love to cook on Split, and the comp looked right. Honestly, the comp looked right.
You're loving it.
I thought it was good. From the agent select, I thought they had answers to what GE had, but this map seemed like a lot of execution mistakes to me, which is a real big issue. This is what I spoke about, where if you start down that bracket, you can come in slow. So now it's on them to recover.
Oh, absolutely. And they're going to have their chance on Abyss here. As Chobra pointed out, Global didn't have the best showing last week on Abyss. It was the first map, and some of us might say it's first day jitters, first map jitters. But then, you know, there are a little bit of holes in their game plan strategically. So it's really hard to say. This data, of course, is from the off-season, I believe. So obviously, this is why we're not seeing Global stuff up here. But what are you making of this second map now? Do you think Talon's going to be stepping back up, or is Global going to continue on this momentum here?
I hope so. I'm expecting a better map 2 here. I think GE didn't show what their Abyss could have been. So I think they'll have gone away and refined some things. So I expect them to come in a little bit sharper, and I expect Talon to hard reset after this game. It's a dominate. You won both pistols, but you got dominator. So it's that same idea of you just want to throw that out of your brain and go, let's come into map 2. Let's play our actual game here now, team.
sorry, the issue for me with Talon's Abyss though is like they have looked shaky. You know, they barely beat Secret. They had some rough games against some of the Korean teams in the off season as well. So similarly to what you saw, I think was it DRX picking Pearl or one of the teams picking Pearl in the opening games where they didn't have great results in the off season. You know, you do have to take those with a grain of salt at the end of the day. But them picking a map that they didn't perform well in the off season actually ended up backfiring and they lost it. And you had both teams trading their map picks. So look, Talon's going to have a lot better of a read, a lot better of an approach. I feel like both of these teams are quite inconsistent in general, though. So I really wouldn't be surprised to see the maps go one apiece and then we head on to the third map, to be honest, especially given GE's showing because, like, you know, Secret made them look like they were completely lost, like they were just getting executed, they couldn't hold the execute. They're playing a very active comp where they actually need to interact with the game, go and take some map control, go and take some ownership on the defense, and it felt like they just were always behind the 8-ball. They weren't taking map control too much, they weren't making pushes, and I think they're going to have at least gone back and reviewed that and maybe worked on it a little bit since then though.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting. Kelly S. had pointed out with the addition of Darion, it does enable them to switch their gameplay style. So without Patrick Hu here, I think now they're doing a little bit of push and pull. They're saying they normally would play this really aggressively, but now I'm pretty sure they went back and worked on Abyss. There's no way you're going to let Abyss come through a second time, especially for map 2, knowing that they looked really weak on it. They surely went back, did their homework, cleaned it up. Talon, on the other hand, you're right. They look so inconsistent on this map off the off-season. When Primi made his debut here, they looked fantastic. They beat Team Secret on this map. Primi was in, I don't even think he was playing a duelist, but they've obviously swapped things up. Primi's back on like a hard jet on Abyss. I don't, it's hard to say, are they gonna figure out what works for Abyss? Are we gonna get that same Abyss during Primi's debut?
I mean, I really hope so. I would like this to go all the way to map 3, to be honest, but I think it's really hard to predict because Frost and the coaching staff there at Talon are not afraid to mix things up. You know, we've just seen it in map 1. They are not afraid to take risks. So again, I would be expecting something different from them.
They've changed their comp every time in the offseason. I think 3 Abyss games they've played, they've adjusted their comp every time. So there's, especially looking at a lot of the other teams, like GenG, for example, they're playing the same comp almost every game, whereas Talon, they're changing their comp almost every game. And like that's the thing. That's why I feel like this team is so inconsistent. If you just don't have the same stable comps, the same stable roles, it's just naturally going to be a little bit all over the place. When it clicks, it's amazing, but then you have that split attack side and you're like, oh, I don't know about that.
You're absolutely right. I think based on what we've seen from Frost in his interviews, his podcast, he's always trying to stay one step ahead, keep them guessing a little bit, have special comps to face specific teams. But you're right, it's really hard to master it at that point. GenG was so good last year, and they never changed a thing. They kept it the same. They fine-tune, they make it better, and better.
It's a Korean approach, you know, just keep consistently ironing it out. They've always relied on the tactics and what's stable, what's consistent. Look, I mean, we already said it was a great idea, but if your players can't execute it in the server, then that idea means nothing.
Well, you know what does mean something, though?
Okay.
I wanted to talk about the poll results, but we got our agent picks here.
So again, this is another change from Talon. This is their 4th game in a row, I think, of changing up their comp. We're going the double controller with the Viper mixed in, and Primi is on the Deadlock this time. For GE, they're also changing. Darion's going onto a chamber. You already saw him opping on Pearl, so they're really backing the Darion op here.
I think it's a very natural fit for Darion. You know, he's played a lot of Jet, he's done a lot of opping, and I do think Chamber can provide a lot of valuable, I don't want to say utility, but a lot of valuable impact.
You're seeing other agent changes as well. Crystal is onto the server. You got the breach for Kelly S. So they're really swapping a couple of different things around for this Abyss game.
Yeah, I am liking this. I love when teams go back and rework all their weaknesses, and it looks like they've both cooked something up, and I have no idea who's going to be the better chef. We're going to go over to our casters to take away Map 2 Talon versus Global Esports.
Thank you very much. Yeah, big changes in the compositions on both sides. Now, I know, you know, everyone in chat, Reddit, everyone's already still looking at Talon and saying, Primi's still not on Duelist? Like, what's going on here? But, well, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see, because the current Neons we've seen is much more about baiting out those crosshairs, and then the rest of the team is there to trade. So we'll see if Primi's set up for some of that fragging power.
Okay, so food critic Chobra is kind of liking what Talon is cooking up here. We shall see.
I didn't say like. I just just said that we gotta wait and see.
We gotta wait and see. Right. We shall kind of give them a chance. We'll give them a chance at how everything goes. But I mean, it's that double controller as well. But right now, that impact from the chamber already coming through.
Yeah, and we're just going to get a safe peek out there from Yudotan. He takes a little bit of scratch from that early scuffle, but Crystal's still here as well. And then there's the support from Kelly S. Once again, keep your eyes on the movement of Kelly S. because he has been very busy on that first map and now already in the first round of Abyss as well. Let's take a little bit of time to talk about that chamber, though. The Des touched upon it, but that chamber can gain you so much aggressive space for that extra information. So I'm curious what kind of positions Darion takes.
Especially with how he holds sight lines as well. I mean, speaking of his past experiences as a Jet, it's just right there. And he's able to hold it down again from the back of heaven. Governor down, Poppy comes back in for the trade. That's Primmy gone, and you're working against numbers at this point. Yudotan gets yet another. Ben, what are you gonna do? Tries to slip through with a ghost, but Poppy swings out after the fault line. That's instantly the round handed over to Global Esports.
Not the start you wanted after that first map, but you'll just have to pick it up once you get a chance to get some buys in. Meanwhile, Global Esports, Darion not missing those shots, gets the very first kill with the headshot, and then he's able to finish off the Neon as well. We should note, I mean, it's been a little bit, but you know, Darion, he played a lot of Chamber. They touched upon, he used to be a Jet player, he used to be an Opper, but you look at his overall career, it's still his second most played agent. So, I mean, this is going to be like the back of his hand for Darion on Chamber.
Just one heck of a sniper. Especially on the B side of things, it definitely works out incredibly well, but right now...
War Spy coming out from Talon, all half armor, all stingers, it's just going to be a full push in. Okay, going for the barrier mesh as well. They want to go for a full wraparound onto the A side. I don't mind it, and they will able to punish Yudotan. They punish Kelly S as well, and now Crystal all alone. Just the Sheriff, he gets stunned against the stingers. Gets one, not able to connect onto the second.
That's a flood instantly into the site. I mean, Kelly has heard the footsteps, but with the Guardian couldn't quite fend off, you know, all that incoming footsteps. Down to the last player now, it's just Poppy. And Ban picking up that Guardian, able to make it ring. Poppy down with the headshot. So Talon strikes back off the quick Force Buy on the second round.
And that is a bit of a one-and-done Force Buy, but it's a very aggressive one as well. I mean, the speed that they're able to actually not just go through vents, but they wrap around all the way the bend of mid so that anyone in vents doesn't really have an exit, right? You go out there main, you're getting pinched. You come out from vents, you try to fight there, you're getting pinched. You try to go back to spawn, you're getting pinched. And that's only doable because it's the Deadlock and the Neon able to block off any sort of fast rotate from the defenders.
I think it's also a little bit of that Viper wall from Ben as well, though, right? I mean, it's kind of oppressive. They keep doing the same thing. I mean, you got to keep an eye on that for the future rounds, but right now, back into B. Darren's already swapped sides over onto the A site.
Now Poppy just going to get pushed away. Doesn't really take damage there. He's able to get out.
Still space afforded, and now Talon pretty much kind of gets the free sight, right? It's just classics. Kelly S jumps over, actually managed to land yet another shot, but thankfully Talon managed to bring things back to their control. So now it's pretty soon, spike planted. How does GE try to deal with this?
Yeah, I mean, already you've taken too much damage that you shouldn't have, but obviously you look at the creds. Overall, in the grand scheme of things, Talon okay if they're able to wrap things up here and just keep that advantage. Meanwhile, for GE, I mean, barrier mesh, maybe you try to fish for some kills for Darion to try to get his tour de force online ASAP, but outside of that, it looks like it's going to be just going down to the spike is the answer.
Trying to play around it, still, yeah, maybe trying to get that tour de force online. He had the sight lines, but couldn't quite react in kind as soon as a little utility was placed. So quick reactions from Talon again, and now just high-low setup. Crystal unfortunately walks into it.
Yeah, just trying to make it sound like he picks up the gun and leaves, and then decides, okay, well, if I have a Phantom, if I can get 2 kills, maybe some extra points over towards my ultimate. Not going to happen, though. Everyone's still a little ways away on the side of GE towards those ults, and Kelly is wreaking havoc on the site. But right now, Talon, they look a lot more locked in than they did over on Splint.
Definitely working a lot better, especially with how they're taking things in their hands right now, being proactive. So keeping an eye again on that Viper wall. It's still blocking off quite a bit of mid, and you can see that it definitely forces G to invest some players into at least playing around mid a bit more.
Deep recon for a very aggressive position. These are the things you can afford to do with that chamber. We saw some of that chamber coming out from the Americas as well, where you're able to take so many different off angles with that rendezvous.
Pulling it. A little bit of an off angle, though, from this side.
Spotted!
Spots the Neon, but couldn't quite deal with the slide, so at least he gets away in time.
Yeah, Yeah, that was kind of dicey. I'm surprised he even stayed for that first shot, just knowing that it's a Neon, and you were just barely spotted by the drone, but perhaps hoping that they didn't quite recognize it.
That's one of the things that Darren has a lot of experience with as well, like dealing with Neons. He did that in VCL just last year.
See if he's able to maybe land some of those crazy shots. Now, we mentioned that toxic screen earlier. Obviously, just as any double controller, it's putting in a lot of that pressure, cutting off some of that rotate, and then Ban putting pressure onto Vents right now as well, trying to go for a deep wraparound. Annihilation is going to be able to catch Yudotan. That should soften the defenses.
Poppy?
He's hiding away. They're not quite sure. Has he dropped or has he not? They can't quite make up their mind. He drops. He's not going to get that kill.
Premi holding the angle, able to react in kind. Still though, you're taking a look at how Ban is effectively lurking up from the back. GE, they try to push on through. They're still up in towards Heaven, trying to make use of some of these sight lines. Crystal, he actually hears Ben. I mean, kind of thinking about it, kind of able to swing back to take him down. And there, the final shot for Darren to slam down. GE, able to equalize scoreboard.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there was any sound there. I think that's just really, really big heads-up play in the fact that they have yet to see the Viper. Whoever made that call and said, watch your backs, we haven't seen Viper, that is the comm of the round right there. That's the call you need, because if it wasn't for that, Ban was able to get a free double kill. But he's just watching out for it because you already have that op. You already have Darren watching the site. You trust in him to get that information. What a good hold from GE.
Just being that spotter for Darren. I mean, Crystal, you gotta love the cohesion on the side of G. And right now, back into it, it's Darren taking that aggressive space once more.
Pushing out this time, and Premi waits for it. Good punish. Knows the mind of someone who wants to op. Does he suspect the second? He's waiting for it.
Crystal anticipating a possible push out as well. I mean, he's going to have to back off now.
Yeah, Yudotan with a good hold, though. I mean, anytime you're playing against these double controllers, it's either you try to push out yourselves or you kind of just have to wait. You have to leave that mid open and try to push out of a side so that you can go for faster rotates and get that information better. And GE, this is something they've cleaned up a lot compared to last week.
Able to work with it this time, especially with Poppy into the stars on the site, so he's able to kind of relay through, but unfortunately, Talon this time managed to come in with the flood. 2-3 players all through the smokes, and Poppy wasn't able to hold it back, so a bit of a retake scenario now without the numbers. GE gonna have to try to at least maybe get some picks. They do have the op, so it might be a save as well.
Yeah, something to consider because your econ is all over the place right now. The credit's not quite evened out for GE. So if you believe that the operator is really, really important for those defensive rounds, which I would imagine you do, given the chamber, I think you got to keep that. So it looks like Crystal's just in position to save. And Kelly S just trying to see if he can get a couple cheeky kills. But look at the wraparound from Governor. He wants to punish the op. Finds one. Oh, okay. We'll finish off the kill. Knows he doesn't quite have the opening anymore to chase for the second.
A little bit dicey. That is a gun picked up nonetheless. Oh, he's wrapping around.
Didn't spot him just yet. He was around the corner. And given the health, it looks like Governor also just saying, all right, I'll cool off. All right, I didn't spot you enough. Just wait and not really take that risk.
Just be able to keep things in control. Definitely a bit of an improvement for Talon, but nonetheless, I mean, being this aggressive and being this active and being able to take those guns away, being able to take the site and flood it through the smokes that way, clearly shows their mentality and wanting to take yet another strong lead onto their first half.
And I really liked, I think that round from Talon just now, round 5, is going to be very representative of just how every round should be playing out for them. Get some information. If you push out, they punish GE, and then they divide them in mid, and then it's a flood with the Neon. So now the answer is, let's take them out in mid!
Going for the fight, down to the tour de force, the first shot down into Governor, and all of a sudden, Talon has to back off.
A-Main already given up, trying to hide away from that drone. Looks like Yudotan might have been hidden. Ooh. Cosmic Divide. You do have your own to try to counter it on a retake. Oh man, another repeat with the op this time. A little bait and switch. Big risk, but Crystal still holding strong on Vent, so they feel comfy on the site. And Talon, they are frantically realizing there's too many members here on the site.
So, a bit of a mid-round decision, or at least thinking about it, but they're doubling back.
Trying to use that little pocket that might have been available on the Cosmic Divide to fake them out, but I don't think, I don't know if G even heard them, because I don't think we saw Kellius pass that wall.
I mean, I don't...
Yeah, now they're second-guessing themselves, so surely I don't think they heard it at all.
Oh, no. But still, I mean, just close enough to the side and having the numbers to possibly make something happen. Surely now they hear that Spike tap.
Yeah, but the wraparound. coming in from Crystal. That's going to be big. And Jit Boys, he might just let Kelly slip through and take out one of his teammates.
So in the position, a little bit far too deep, while the rest of his team just kind of holds out around the spike. Cruz farther back, so that marks Crystal. He gets off. Just to throw out the recon. Crystal kind of slipping through. Sova versus Sova. It's just down to the gunplay and the angles. Crystal, unfortunately, shoulder spotted out. And that's then the Cosmic Defy. But do they know that Heaven's being held?
They should know. Because you saw that reaction coming out from the spike tap, and you saw the Sonic Sensor as well. Just not enough time, and GE will have to back off. That should be another round for Talon. They're on the hunt. They got to get out of the spike radius anyway, and Kellyus will survive just barely with that Vandal. So once again, I mean, sure, you get shut down in mid, but it's the same idea, right? You're still able to push the chamber out. You threaten him to force a rendezvous out. Then you still require GE to try to reinvest a lot of util in mid. That's when you take the chance to flood into A. Obviously, it doesn't work out, the fake, and then doubling back onto A site. Good call from Cruz.
Just being able to hold it from Heaven as well. Additional angles to work with. Ultimate's being cycled online now as well. But okay.
Timeout, presumably from the side of GE. Trying to fix things up. Now last week, it's something that we pointed out. They really lacked the proactivity to try to go out on A main, get that information. This time, they're doing it, but Primi and then some other members are always waiting by, just punishing them, saying, no, 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 you don't get free information, and you will just accept the fact that your rotates will be late. So what is the adjustment now? Do you invest even more util to try to go out? I mean, you could, but if you do at that point, you actually just have to commit to a fast flank. And what if Talon just responds? And then what if they just put a barrier mesh and say, nope, you're still trapped in A main, no information, we're just gonna hold you there and trade util for util. So I think you have to start to think 2 steps ahead. I like the idea of the chamber in mid, trying to get that first pick. That's fine. Maybe you repeat that, but the reaction afterwards, rather than just re-clearing mid, maybe a sudden push out somewhere else to constantly keep Talon guessing.
That's kind of some of their options available to them right now. I mean, being able to fight for that neutral ground, but at the same time, it's just wondering about how Talon's able to work around it, or if they're holding on the other sides, and especially, again, working with that double controller setup that they have. Mid is always kind of in contention. Yudotan being stuck inside of B-Link.
Okay, just a little bit of a fake bait there for the ult orb, and eventually they'll be able to secure that for themselves. And they make it sound like they left. So it's an absolute trap play, and Darian can't quite land that shot. What a jump peek out from Premi with the Outlaw.
It's a shutdown, but now this is the reaction from GE to try to come back in, thinking about a possible A site being leaked open. It is a bit of an eco round for GE, but still tough luck. I mean, starting things off that way.
Yeah, I don't mind the piling onto B, right? If you get a kill onto Kellyus, maybe even the Rolling Thunder if the time allows for it to try to just win the round out of attrition. But it's going to be a hard fake. Talon not taking any chances. If they get a reaction out of here, they'll immediately go into A site. Still creeping forward, but they start to see some of that util come out on B. So the main force will be going into A.
Yeah,
the Hunter's Fury baited out onto that plant, and now it's just going to be planted on A site. Governor, he's done his job.
So unfortunate with the ults being drawn out. Rotations back into the A side. Okay, Viper's Pit up as well, just for added measure, but now in towards Vents, and Jit Boys holding it. A bit of an angle, spots them out. It's a double kill.
And now there's not much you can do. Poppy not going to be able to find that kill instantly. Yudotan did pick up the Phantom, but the retake itself looks kind of impossible. Okay, Jit Boys, he might actually get a couple extra kills himself. He's aware of it. No, Yudotan's going to get him from behind.
One enemy remaining.
Now Poppy obviously wanting to go down to the spike. It looks like he's not going to be given the option to do so. Just trying to bounce back and forth. He has a rifle himself, so he could just save that over. And that's going to be the choice from GE. 5-2 lead for Talon. What a choice there. I mean, you talk about fakes like these, especially when you're ahead of the econ, is it really necessary? But just given the fact that, okay, we don't know where else they've pushed out from, we don't know what the rotations look like, but they should be going for a stack, I don't mind it, especially because it's the Neon, right? You can try to get out usually a little bit slippery. You're able to buy a lot of time. And Governor, I mean, he baits out the Hunter's Fury. That's more than you could have asked for.
So much value. At the same time, I made a bit of an An eco round for GE, so getting a read for things now, but this is the adjustment. It's going to be Yudotan pushing down mid to take down Ban.
And during that, they still have that forward position on A main as well. So yeah, now doubling down on where you push out from. So that way you can get the one and done kill in mid and back off. You don't have to be afraid about holding on to that position. It's still a double stack. So this requires Talon to now use util. But the question is if you have to use the rendezvous, which you will, where else do you push out from again? Does Yudotan push out from mid once more? Because there's still a full minute left on the clock. Just holding for now. GE pushed back into a somewhat backwards, a default position.
Banking a lot on the stack, and at the same time trust in Poppy to just hold down B. He's continuing to jiggle, so doesn't see anything. It's all down to the stack and how they're able to react to what could possibly come out of the A site.
Yeah, we have to remember the slide is gone from Neon, so not going to be able to really displace that crosshair as much. But Darion, he gets tagged.
Fast lane up as well. So trying to slip on through with that, the relay vault now out. Kelly's not quite able to react with it. Second rendezvous now used, but unfortunately, just animation not quite up in time. Darren gets gunned off, and that's gonna be now up to Crystal. Out from heaven, trying to work alongside it. Kind of avoiding the annihilation, which didn't quite connect into him, so not too bad for now, but towards the back of spawn as well. It's been blocked off. Yudotan, though, still able to land a bit of a shot.
Yeah, and sees Chip Boys as well. Chip Boys are taking so much damage. He's now going to have to hide away. You know he's trapped. And it's a two-man push out from spawn. They got to take out Chip Boys first. That's an easy kill. And the second one, good crosshair displacement for Poppy, and then a re-peek from all three members. GE with a nice retake against Talon Esports here in round 8.
Losing players initially thanks to the Neon, but then at the same time just being able to hold their ground. Crystal up from heaven, the first shot through, and then buying time, waiting for his teammates to come on through. The crosshair displacement at the end there, just perfect retake protocols.
Yeah, honestly, the site hit itself was very good. I almost thought Kelly S maybe pushed out too far forward. He had the Rolling Thunder. You could have used that to buy time as well, maybe give time for Yudotan to re-peek into mid. But he gets caught over there with the stun, so he's not able to get out in time. But at the end of the day, it's good patience from his remaining teammates for that retake. And now they switch it up, push out from B side with the breach, with the recon. Oh, that's a deep recon as well. You have to give up so much space here. Oh, Dario with a nice shot as well, holding that close off angle. Man, that's the toxic screen down. Poppy still anchoring on the site. And this seemed to always be what GE wanted even last week, was just let Poppy do his thing on the A site. We try to take space elsewhere. This time they get what they want.
Anchor works out.
Take flight.
Drawing out the barrier mesh as well, so maybe regrouping, breaking that down, and using the drone to re-clear that space up into heaven gives them more options into the site.
It's a nice pick out from Cruz, but they have to continue to play aggressive. Premier with a nice hit, but Poppy going to utilize that Rolling Thunder to his advantage. They still have ults as well for Talon if they want to make sure they can secure this round.
And possibly anticipating that they are playing that post-plant position with the ults as well, so maybe needing to kind of push out against it. But Cruz hanging further back. Now's the timing to set up that Hunter's Fury. Sends off those beams. Shitboy's able to hold out the front side of things as well. Poppy still able to fight back, now holding the angle. Spike getting stuck. Kelly S gets it just in time for G to pick up the round.
I think Cruz assumed that maybe there wouldn't be enough time, but either way, he didn't get the tag onto Kelly S either, so that's why GE knew they could just stick it. And good timing calculation there from GE, just knowing we have to hold it. You look at the positions they had, Kelly S was never, ever going to let go of that defuse because he had a spotter watching out a little bit close, and then he starts to peek out just to make sure he doesn't get swung on. So full faith on the timer from Kelly S, and that's going to be the defuse. That one stings quite a bit, especially with the Hunter's Fury used as well.
At the same time, just so much impact from one player, Poppy, in these rounds on the map for GE. Next round coming through, and they're continuing to switch up their setups. It's Darian alongside Yudotan on towards A now, trying to hold for that information.
Yeah, and that's going to be, that was meant to be a trap play there for Yudotan, just hiding him away with that trademark, but now they realize it's not going to happen, so you just leave the operator alone, trying to go for a fast rotate, but you're already a step late. The Neon starts charging in, grab net launch. Can you hold on to sight? Crystal, it's a double team between Crystal and Kelly. It's a double swing. Crystal still alive with 2 kills on the board. He's dancing around, he gets a third, and shuts down the entire entry. Spike dropped on sight.
drone out to check as well. He dodges the shock dart, and that it is for Yunotan to come in with the blades. GE equalized the score thanks to Crystal's efforts.
What a good hold. The duo between Crystal and Kelly S. Two IGLs bonded together. They're on the site. Good trades. Crystal set up for the kills. And a good read as well from Kelly S. GE coming alive now, bringing things up to a tied score of 5-5. And suddenly, Talon, they looked so rejuvenated in the beginning, but it's starting to slowly slip away.
Just trying to figure out, you know, what Talon's movements are, slowing down Ben, or at least stopping him in his tracks. Really stifles their momentum. And once again, we're back to the same setup.
And this time, it's a bit of a setup for Poppy, right? You're holding out far back on that angle. Poppy not showing up on top of the box on danger, and he's just holding close next to his smokes. They will force Talon to move away. Talon has to start working the map. They've kind of just been spearheading through the moment they get a chance. The moment they get contact, they choose. Is it A or B? The Neon starts to barrel through. Now it's not working, but you have a lot of room to re-clear mid and A main.
Deploying drone.
Especially mid, though, possibly through vents, but right now, just dealing with Darren to force that rendezvous away. They managed to do it. Hunter's Fury out, though, and in kind from Crystal. And there it is, back in through. And Yunotan, just on the timing of it, spots out Ben as he tries to make the movements happen.
I love this from Yunotan as well. He does get taken down, but it's such a forward position to try to get a read. Did they leave A main or not? Oh, but that kill opens things up. Governor could continue to be bait. He's not quite checking for Evan. Too many angles for him to check alone. He's stranded. Talon, they couldn't make up their mind. Once Governor got the kill, are we grouping up or not? They're kind of wishy-washy, and now they're late on the rotate. Poppy should be ready for this to just buy time before the spike gets planted.
That's why that smoke is up. Another star up by Danger as well. He hears the hop and sets up yet another smoke, but now footsteps into him. He's able to swing out, gets the kill, and then the spike dropped. 15 seconds left, and Poppy still able to double back to hold down that site. 6 rounds for GE.
You don't ever assume you can break into Poppy's site. This is why GE can play so fluidly around the map elsewhere, because Poppy is just built to anchor down. That's what he's done his entire career. I mean, Talon, it looked like they were starting to push and pull and try to find these gaps and creating these gaps, but they weren't able to actually thread it through that gap. The indecisiveness really biting Talon there in that round.
Ooh, man. Really definitely starts to hurt, especially in the last round, the first half right now. But then trying to come in with the stack into the B site now, just trying to flood on through with that fast lane. Governor straight into the relay bolts, trying to hide around the site itself. Annihilation does connect into Kelly, yes, but Yunotan with the off angles, a second kill, looks for the third. Trying to hold down the angles, goes in for the spray, it commits, but unfortunately doesn't quite connect. It's the Annihilation that connects into Poppy as well. So back to even numbers now. Darren on and off.
Now, last round, so you just go for it. Trying to draw their attention, trying to get them to peek. And if not, he does have his teammate Crystal. He's already now arrived at the site, but they're ready for it. They realize something's off. It's just the op shots. That's a distraction. We got to keep our eyes peeled. Darion gets one. It's a good distraction. The timing's perfect for Crystal. Now trying to scout out where the last member is. Time not on the side of GE. They still need to get the kill and go for the defuse. Tries to jump. Ban gets one kill. Crystal just keeps him at bay. He's trying to stick to half, but Ban is not giving him that chance. And Talon will barely tie things up in the first half.
Crazy pacing, trying to swap things around and back into it, being able to find those two players. Yunotan tries so hard to actually hold down the ground, but still, Talon being able to work around all of it.
That was a crucial kill there just to open up a chance even for GE. I mean, the back and forth was great between the two remaining members of Crystal and Darion, but at the end of the day, too little time left to try to leisurely spot out Ban. And Talon will tie things up. Now I was imagining if we see that timeout come out before the first half ends, but Frost and Jovi having faith in their players to try to reclaim some of those rounds, and now they will be going onto the defensive side themselves. So curious to see how they play things out. Obviously, no hard Sentinel. Personally, not really going to call Deadlock a hard Sentinel. I know she's got traps and walls and whatnot, but a little bit of a different category compared to the Cypher and the Killjoy, traditionally speaking. So what do we do here? Because it's going to be tough to just trust Deadlock alone to buy all that time. However, it is primmy, right? So put up the barrier mesh, maybe you get a kill or two, peek back and forth, jiggle, he could be a great anchor. But how else are you using that Viper? That's going to be the crucial category right now, and how you deny information, but also delay. When is that single snake bite going to be used by Ban to make sure they get valuable information off of it?
Absolutely, and there's just so much delay at hand. So you got to think, you know, starting things off 6-6 is there definitely is quite a bit of work for GE to do. Starting things off though, bit of a stack in towards the B site.
Okay, so mid to A toxic screen right now. That way you can always try to vie for mid control, but also push out of A. When they re-clear, they still have to spend a lot of utility. And look at that A setup. If they get contact, the Neon is meant to try to draw them into a chase, and then there's the sonic sensor to really delay. Meanwhile on the B side, just classic Jit Boys anchoring alongside Ban.
Trying to spam through the smokes right now at least, but still not quite able to find too much. A bit of damage into which Jit Boys.
But Yudotan, he's taking so much space. They suspect it. They'll push him back out. That's important. He's going to be able to give up that space now.
Yeah, relay back in. Craftnet out as well, just in case he was right around the corner, but able to hold out back far enough. Governor, though.
Yeah, big pickup from Governor there. Just making sure that he's ahead, making sure that they can disrupt some of the positions. But Kelly's, do they check for him? It's a good setup with Yudotan. It's a good crossfire. Yudotan gets the trade, keeps Kelly's alive for another kill onto the side of GE. Now suddenly a 4v2. Talon no longer having any form of an advantage. There's a fault line just to keep the Neon at bay. And Kelly's is just dancing in between these members. Once again with Yudotan, it's 2 kills to each name, 3 on the board for Yudo for the entire round.
So effective at working alongside each other, right? Being able to hold out from danger, allowing Kelly's to stay alive and continuing to wreak havoc towards the back of the site. Just deadly.
And these early kills really means a lot. I thought Governor did a good job of making sure he pushes Yudotan out. Then he gets control of boxes so that they can start the retake, so that it's not a very oppressive post plan coming out from GE. But then they just get picked off. Kelly's is protected on the site. And now we go on to the anti-eco from GE.
Once again, that wall.
Oh, that's a good hit. Darion just holding at long range as well. They expect some of these aggressive push outs, but holding just on the railing. Jit Boys is, I mean, he's basically committing, right? He's saying, I'm just going to hold here until I get a kill. Oh, they get the spot. Is it going to be a double swing? No. They want to even plant Jit Boys. They're really committing out to this fake. I mean, if he can get a kill, it would be great, but do they ever quite peek out? I was wondering if Darion maybe even tries to get ahead of it to peek below from above, but obviously with the toxic screen there, you're opening yourself up when that screen goes down.
So far, not really. Jit Boys will continue to push on through. If he does spot out anything up or towards Ben, then he's going to see that there's nobody there. That should be quite a bit of information as well for Talon.
Oh, and this commitment to B, they know they can buy time with the Bear Mesh on A. However, they now realize Jit Boys being sent all the way deep for the flank. Nobody there. Bear Mesh will be broken, and the rotate is going to be late before the spike gets planted.
30 seconds left. It takes a bit of time. And in that time, Yudotan sets himself up on top of the boxes. And a little bit of crosshair displacement as well, but back into it. Spikes has been planted for main, so that's where they're gonna hold.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to just go down to the spike. Sure, you have position. Yes, it's a 5v5, but you only have classics. You didn't invest anything extra into this. No reason to overextend. The only thing will be Jit Boys. He's already on the flank. See if he can get an exit. If not, he needs to make sure that he goes down to one of the opponents, or maybe even just jump off the stage here, because there is no further chance for Talon to try to get any sort of advantage in this round.
Want to give them any alt orbs.
And Darion wants some alt orbs.
Still holding, yeah. Okay, Crystal.
Okay, he's gonna go forward, try to just get whatever he can. And just with the Sheriff, yeah, he'll just go forward with it, but eventually just goes into Spike. Nothing really lost there of value, right? Just the Sheriff. You're not losing any investment. You're also not giving away an alt orb to the opponents.
Yeah. Apart from the round loss to Talon. So, apart from that, so far so good. And with the weapons in their hands, you know, G have a chance at maybe trying to convert the bonus now.
See what they're able to do. I like that they just choose to say, okay, you know, we're just going to give that up. And now GE up ahead. We are going to see that extra investment come out from Crystal as well. He gave up that Sheriff trying to get those extra kills on that last round, but now on their bonus, he's able to match that firepower. So that's an extra Vandal now in their hands.
There.
Bought up and pushing up through this toxic screen already. And the drone might have spotted out a little bit more as well.
It's a fast hit. Toxic screen completely ignored, and you expect to push out, but Darian not able to really clear the inside of that smoke. Good trade from Kelly, but that's the spike down. Now Ban, he needs to be careful where he chooses to position himself because he's gonna be open from a lot of different angles. He's just gonna have to fight his way out.
Holds it from the closest off angle, but ooh, it's Yudotan that he's playing against. So instantly Spike picked up and pretty soon planted onto the side. A full 3-on-3 retake.
Now Poppy reclaiming that area as well. He's creating another cross angle. Talon, do they suspect it? Because it's a 3v3. Do you imagine? Oh, they spot each other, and Primy's very quick with it.
So now it's out to Yudotan. Gets ahead of it at least a little. Takes down Primy. Goes in for yet another swing. Has the dash anyway, but Crystal comes in to support as well. He spots out the barrel. Yudotan and wants to go out for the kill, but it's Cruz able to strike back against GE. A round picked up by Talon.
Cruz always so trustworthy when Talon most needs him, because I was thinking against Yudotan and Crystal, it looked like they were pretty well trained and kind of going back and forth with the bait and switches, but they never quite were able to peek out at the same time. And Cruz just reads it perfectly, says, this is the only chance I get. I just got to win these fights one at a time, and you'll be able to bring one round back for Talon Esports. Oh, very quick on that pickup against Yudo, and then he's just ready for it. Obviously, both Silvas knowing the location of each other. However, that was their buy round, so that's where it's going to still sting a little bit for Talon. So you'll collect some of the half armors, but you're just going to hold on to the creds. It's only one round apart. You got to think for the long game.
Just trying to keep that in mind, but at the same time, defensive setups now. A little bit slightly different, just to kind of pad up the A side a little bit more.
Yeah, I like the sonic sensors here, so that if you choose to try to wrap around on bridge, try to really flank onto that back site, there's double sonic sensors, and Bam would have been ready for a quick peek out. Then you try to hold from heaven, but not seeing anything. Talon trying to get ahead of the movement. Drone going to get spotted on A main at the same time, and so both the Silva and the Chamber know of each other's location. Okay, a little ballsy from Cruz, but Governor with a nice pickup with the hero rifle.
Just being able to duke out against mid. I mean, hearing that drone from Crystal earlier before, just the oppressive toxic screen again from Ban forces them to use util to re-clear mid.
Okay, with the barrier mesh out, now on that timing, past the minute mark onto A main as well as Talon, all eyes trained onto mid. It has to be a flank no matter what, otherwise it's a wild rush in the last 20 seconds. Looks like right now it's gonna be that B side, and Governor, they line up for him. That's a double headshot, able to control that spray. And now Spike down as well. It should be the round for Talon. And GE, they're already positioning themselves away to safety, going for a save.
No other option. That's the best they can do right now. And up for Talon. The setup really works out incredibly well.
And they're able to upgrade their weapons. That's a big part of this as well, right? We realize that off of that buy round in the previous round, they're not able to continue to buy up. So they say, okay, we take the loss, and now they get a thrifty for it. That's going to pay off dividends for Talon as they tie things up 8-8. This map has been neck and neck. And, you know, we got big time over on the desk, always wanting all three maps. He wants maximum Pacific Valorant. And we might be on track to try to make his dreams come true once again here in week 2.
Very, very possible, especially with how everything has been playing out so far. Talon is definitely showing that even though the split, you know, wasn't quite the best map that they cooked up, still putting Primy on some of these other agents and being able to work alongside, you know, a lot of the utility this way definitely gives them more value.
And now it's just like the reverse of the first map. It's going to be GE using up both of their timeouts before Talon even needs to call a single one. Talon held on strong in the first half, realized what their win conditions would be going into the second half. They made it that 6-6, and once again, they even things out at 8-8. And GE will have to figure out an answer here on their attack.
can imagine it's definitely possible, though. I mean, the fact that they're coming in off of this 13-3 loss to Team Secret last week, they've already made the adjustments. They're also adapting on the fly to things. Definitely looking a lot better for this team overall. But now onto the attacking side, that's where they're starting to face some of these problems that they've never quite faced before, especially against a team like Talon, pulling out the double controller setup.
So I was about to say that it would be beneficial for them to try to go a bit more headstrong into one of the sites, right? You're just not going to be able to really win a mid fight unless you land all your shots, sure. But outside of that, in terms of utility, that Viper and the double controller on the side of Talon is too oppressive for a mid battle. So going in fast onto that B site, now I wasn't quite sure if it would be a 5-man hit, but that looks like to be the plan off of the timeout for GE.
So straight on, strong hit into the side. Yudotan with the blades finds that whole side's been vacated.
But this is what I wanted to know is earlier, if you go for a 4-man hit and try to hold them off in mid, because there's a very big likelihood that there's going to be a flank. Now they are ready for it, quickly falling all the way back. You still got that trademark as well, and the rendezvous from Darion. It's a bit of a risky situation onto Danger, but he will have one more chance.
Yeah, watching for it. Bit of a rolling thunder as well, just to buy further time too. It does connect into so many of the players from Talon. And here comes Yudotan alongside Darion. All that's left now. Jitboy's playing up around stairs, has to kind of back off, thinking about going for the save. And Yudotan still making quite a bit of noise.
Yeah, just trying to see if he can get a chase in, but otherwise he'll just pick up that free rifle as he came into the round with the Bladestorm. And this is the GE we saw last week. The moment you get a chance, the moment you get contact, we push in, we go for the fight, we take you guys out. You could argue that sometimes it looks like it's a very high-risk play, but GE made it work in week 1, and they're trying to bring that flavor back here in this round.
This works out so incredibly well.
Yeah, I like that they don't just say Rolling Thunder by time, right? It's Rolling Thunder. We surely had to have hit everybody because of the angles we're watching, and we go in for the fight. If no one's there, that's fine. Then we back off again. We've still got extra backup, and now once again, a little bit of a harder fight now onto the A side, but Darion ready to try to pick off anybody who tries to gain control of mid.
So continuing to try to hold for it, but it is that double sonic sensor setup on the A side again.
Nobody watching for a Cruz, just going to be the eyes to make sure that they don't come towards Primi. If they do, he'll notify him. Primi's ready for that shot. He's always so clean with the rifle. They know they're coming.
Trying to break it. Primi thinking about pulling out the utility.
Yeah, but he holds. Barrier mesh off the drone to make sure there's no quick follow-up.
So now that's a bit of util and a bit of a rotation being pulled over to the A site now.
Yeah, the operator being repositioned. Not quite spotted in mid just yet. Darion never peeked out. So this is the whole idea after that timeout, right? Is put pressure on one side. Do they push out of mid? Then Darion picks up the kill. But you're never really going to try to aggressively fight in mid because you just don't have the advantage. Now with a lack of information, GE, they want to go for a fake, but already Crystal taken down. Yudotan, not quite spotted. Oh, maybe it looks like he has been. Util trained. Uh-oh. He's just gonna hold on. They're not quite sure if he's still there or not, but Yudotan's just going to wait.
Then you gotta look for Ban's position closer towards the B site. It was such a good spot. He wasn't spotted or anything, but now GE thinking back to rotate.
But they heard him. Ban heard them start running. You look at the positions. Talon, they're still holding strong, and Jitboy's just making sure it's not a wraparound through mid. This is going to be an absolute crash, and they just have to sprint in for the spike. It's only 10 seconds left. The op trying to get a shot, and there's the overdrive. It takes down everybody as Primi and Governor hold on to the site. Good positioning from Ban. So there's all this pushing and pulling on the A side and mid, but quite frankly, at the end of the day, the biggest piece of information that Talon had was Ban as that drone, as the eyes and ears, all the way forward past Danger over by the B site.
Cheering for all of it. Once you're down onto the side at 10 seconds left, I mean, your only option is to truly go for the kill. Just can't quite get the spike down safely anyways. So flawless round for Talon now, tying up the score 9-9.
And now this time it's a forward position with the operator on the A side. So similar concept, but it's a much faster rotation because you trust in Darion to be able to get that pick. You're trying to make Talon to get curious. Use a drone. Peek back out. You know you want information because otherwise you haven't really been able to go for those fast rotates.
Deploying drone.
Not really seeing anything yet still though. I mean, thrown out towards the B side now.
All right, the real question will be, are they aware of Ban's position while they hunt for Jit Boys? Because it's going to be a double setup. Ban already gets one. Now it's a double on the side, Yudotan, but Jit Boy's still alive, and he's in position to start to back out safely to regroup. Backup has arrived. Jit Boys actually doesn't quite need it. He's going to take down Yudotan as well.
Somehow inside of the smoke, and now all that's left, I mean, Crystal alongside Darian. At least Crystal on the site, so maybe looking for some kind of an opportunity. Have the spike.
Just trying to see if they can maybe get out some extra util, get a free kill with the operator. Crystal, he's going to get one himself. And Darian still watching over by Heaven, but they don't know if there's been a cross. There's the annihilation, and that's going to catch him. There's the spike all the way getting drawn out. Darian, you got to make a choice, but I don't think there really is one. The spike right in the middle of enemy territory.
No, keeping themselves inside of cover as well. There's no chance whatsoever for Derek, even getting clipped in the back as he tried to cross on over into safety. Talon truly trying to find and extend their lead right now.
Yeah, first time they've reclaimed the lead since round 10 when GE tied it up 5-5. Catching a bit of a break, but it's not much. You know, 10-9, it's anybody's game. This time it's a good hold from Talon. Great double team between Jit Boys and Ban. All those smokes really working out to their advantage.
Especially for Ben as well. I mean, thanks to those smokes, able to peek wide outside of Rafters. Next round coming through now, and the adjustment is going to be a 3-stack on the B side for Talon.
Yeah, with the operator as well. Oh, and he catches Yudo before he takes flight. Shutting him down.
To it as well. And thanks to the smokes, being able to still hold the ground, especially with that up again.
It's just going to be a reset from GE. They don't really have information anywhere else, right? This was an all-in, especially given that it's not really a strong buy. You just had that stinger in hand, and then the sheriffs. So they just hope that the silence is going to bait out Talon to reset, which it does, but Talon's not missing out on much either. They still have an operator, they still have the numbers advantage, and they will just be able to regroup, still leaning heavier towards this B site.
Right here.
You got the numbers, why not? And Primi is safe enough on the A site, so straight into it. Global trying to sneak on through with the smokes. They've managed to keep themselves towards backside. The wall bang not quite connecting. So at least the spike goes down. Crystal from long range with the Sheriff as well, still able to connect it.
Oh, you don't want to give these 1v1s if you're Talon, using that Cosmic Divide just to try to get through. There comes the Hunter's Fury coming out from Crystal. Is it going to be able to? No, it's just going to buy time. Not really doing too much damage. Ban now already onto the side. That's a good catch with the grab net as well. And Crystal all alone just has to go for the shock darts. It'll get some chip damage in, but someone already pushed up. Yes, he gets a kill for his troubles, but the round will still be going over to Talon. And I mean, you know, giving those 1v1s Talon, I love the fact that they were much more careful though. Yeah, they give one over to Crystal from long range, but even before, if we look, Cruz was already pinging. We left that side open. They might be in the corner. He sends a recon as well to make sure they can group up. They have the confidence that if they're able to set up, they should be winning these fights. And then you commit the Cosmic Divide as well, isolate that long range from Crystal, clearly keeping that number advantage.
So much being found by Talon right now.
Right here.
So you're thinking about how G might be able to fight back, but so far the B hits not quite working out. And if you're thinking about A, that's where now the Viper Spit comes up.
Viper Spit on top of the Sonic Sensors. That's a rough site to get into. So the only thing you should worry about is going to be that flank, and Primi's ahead of it. They know they gave up some mid control. He's up on Heaven, waiting for that vent door to break. Sonic Sensor as well, and then a nice catch from Jit Boys. GE starting to fall apart. They're all over the place in mid, just giving up these free peeks.
There.
And there's another one for Governor. He knows the chase has to come through, because otherwise GE, they would have to wrap all the way back around spawn. And that's the only place you can really come in from. Again, just full faith in Ban's Viper's Pit.
Yeah, at this point, there's not too many options for GE, right? The Viper's Pit in his phase, and if they do double back in towards mid, you're thinking about the op. Just what are you going to do? 50 seconds left on the clock. The only option to try to kind of save.
They'll just wait. I mean, they were trying to go for that ult orb sound and then the run away with the fake, but there's no reason for Talon to peek out. Now, I don't blame GE, just because the Talon team in this roster, they have done unnecessary moves before. Like all last year, there have been some overextending, there has been some overheating, so I like the attempt at a bait, but that's the most they could have done. Like you said, especially now with this barrier mesh, they really just have to wait for the time and go for that save because your credits aren't looking good, and now it's going to be map point for Talon, one step away from taking us to the third map of Lotus.
All right, 2025 Talon. Still though, kind of affording at least the kill in towards GE. You never quite know what that might turn out to be. A couple of players close to their ultimates now.
Oh, I love
the round close to an end.
I love the patience from Talon, because if you went for extra kills here just to ruin the economy, you might have actually accidentally given over 2 big power ultimates to Poppy and Kelly S. So even keeping that in mind to make sure you're not giving any extra chances over to GE.
Just being able to keep that still. Got you. But that's right. I mean, now working against map point 9-3. I mean, how do you find, way back into this map, given the fact that your economy's not too great? It's going to be those Guardians and Light Shields. Darren in with the tour de force.
Yeah, it has to be Darien, quite frankly, right? A lot of the macro hasn't been working out for your favor, so they're going to try to hold them off on A. See if you can bait out some of that extra utility, maybe force them to think that it's a chamber on this side, but that toxic screen, again, makes peeking out of that A main so easy for Talon. You just take it step by step. And Darien, he's just going to look for these rotations. But Talon, do they even commit to it? I don't think they need to. You've already pushed out far into A main. Now a slow creep towards B as you hear the drone coming in. But you never were meant to fill this site. Look at Jitboy's position. He just wants to hold on to back site.
This is all GE has. It has to be the B site. Spike planted now at the very least. And they're going to have to try to hold it so far back in towards Nest, back in towards main. You're watching for the potential flanks and in for the floods through stairs as well. At least the stars are up. And Poppy's trying to work alongside them, but the fast lane's in his face. Darien just to watch his back. Darren unfortunately gets gunned down by Jitboys now though from stairs, and Poppy doing his best to try to anchor around the site. And off the timing of things, that's when Cruz comes out from the back. Poppy gunned down. Crystal, the only one left, and he's way too far from the site. Sends out the recon, but Jitboys is sticking the defuse, and there it is. Talon closes out the second map, 13-9. We are going to a map 3.
The patience from Talon there to wait for Cruz to fully get the flank. Governor, he jumps down and he just says, well, it's either you coming into the smoke for me when I'm only the shorty, or we're just dancing around until I get more backup. They slowly just encroach onto that site, and then the moment Cruz gets that kill onto Kelly S, suddenly everybody floods right onto the spike. It's a great retake from Talon Esports, looking a lot better on this map too. And maybe the desk was right. Maybe it was just that, first game back on the big stage jitters, and Talon has shaken them off.
So much of it. Just seeing how effective this composition can be as well, especially on the defensive half. You're seeing all of that utility come into fruition. The double sonic sensor setup on towards the A site, and Pan just being such a menace, especially throughout on his Viper's toxic screen all throughout the map.
Yeah, it's just been a great map from Talon. Everyone really doing their part. Governor also playing the bait when he needs to, but really able to go for those op shots when he needed as well. And Jitboys really coming back alive as an anchor, saying, hey, when I'm given the chance, I can do the same thing too. Poppy is a pretty good player, but Jitboys was one of the OG rookie controllers here in VCT Pacific, and he's shining once again. Talon playing their composition to perfection as well. You mentioned it, things like the toxic screen, the sonic sensors, it was all set up very, very well in favor of them, especially on that defensive side.
That said, though, a few successful rounds for G nonetheless. Kelly S alongside Yudotan have been doing quite a bit of damage, carrying that performance over from the first map. So hopefully being able to see a bit of that in the third map as well. But for now, this has been such a good second map for Talon. How does this really all shake up? We have to toss it back over to our analyst desk to tell us everything.
Everything. There's so much, though. There's so much to talk about. Talon finding the wind in their sails for map 2, bringing us to a proper full series here. This is what we want to see. We want to see a good game, and this was very interesting. Talon seemed to have figured out a lot of things. This is a lot better than we expected. Global, though, coming back a little bit there, but I don't know. I think they need a little bit more time to rework their Abyss.
Yeah, I like the changes that they tried to make. Obviously, they tried to shake things up, bring in the chamber, but I didn't really feel it have a ton of impact. I didn't see Darion really manage to pick apart Talon in a way a chamber would.
To be fair, it wasn't really his fault. Like, Talon was doing a fantastic job of neutralizing him. You'll see some highlights of that later on that we've taken from the game, but you know, the utility and the way that they push him off those angles, the amount of times that he just got droned off the line by Cruz, he really had his impact minimized. Yudotan is really the one that actually kept them in this game. I mean, it's the stars for GE that make them a consistent roster time and time again. That first half was very back and forth. I actually thought Talon probably could have got more out of their attacking side as far as I'm concerned, but fumbled some of the rounds in the mid round and the XVX. I think at the end of the day, it's GE's attack side that really let them down. Like, he had 1 or 2 really good calls off of the attack pause, which I'm assuming is coming from the coaching staff, like the Rolling Thunder ult round on B in the after plant, but after that, they really didn't seem like they could figure out how to attack into the comp that Talon brought here onto Abyss.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me was Talon's retake on B. They felt very, very comfortable giving space when they needed to and taking it back. I would like what they were doing with their Toxic Screen on Viper as well to kind of lock out that mid and A control. It gives you a lot of sequential control. I just felt like they really understood how to play defense on this map.
They also kept changing up their approach. Like, some of the rounds, the site was left completely wide open. There wasn't a single player playing on it. It was just a Toxic Orb. Some of the rounds you had someone in a Toxic Orb and just buying time, and then they had a cute little setup that they were playing.
Yeah, I think they had a lot prepared for this. And this is what Talon has been saying that they have. They said, we're really good at macro. We've got so many different things up our sleeves. And and we saw a lot of it displayed here.
I mean, this is a great start to the first gun round. You see, this is the first round that Darion gets an op out. It's exactly why they wanted to mix up the chamber to try to get him more involved in the game, as opposed to the Cypher. Drone comes out, instant stun, forces him to TP off the line. He can't even be allowed to take a shot. Then we go into this B after plant where you have the Annihilation that hits the rotating player. And although Talon didn't win this round, this is a great example of how they're able to play the macro well and push and pull the rotations and neutralize the effectiveness of the op.
Yeah, I definitely liked what they were trying to do in terms of macro this game. This was a great round where they understand that the strength of their comp is in the post plan. So they're able to kind of set up this kind of fake towards B, end it back on A and find a completely free and open site. And then you're post-planting with your Viper ult, you have Deadlock traps, you have Astra utility. Trying to retake into this is hard.
I mean, this kind of reminds me of what Nongshim does, to be honest. You're sending the Neon in, that's pulling 3 or 4 rotations to the other side of the map. You get the kill on the player that's deep A main that's holding an info line, and exactly like you said, Deadlock wall on spawn, Viper ult across the site. That's an impossible retake when you're already 15 seconds on the other side of the map in terms of rotations and the spikes ticking.
Yeah, exactly. There was an excellent use of Neon, especially when you're doing a lot of swinging from site to site. And this is, again, the specialty of Talon. And when it works, it looks so good. And we could see it happening there, especially with their macro plays. I'm curious now how Global is going to be tackling this. Going to Lotus is going to be our next map. And it's a big map. Talon, historically, we saw this happen in stage 2. They got, 0-13 by Paper X. They didn't do so well near the end against GenG. It wasn't great. They like Lotus, though. They either pick it or they let it through every single time.
Yeah, you know what this reminds me of? The real GE fans out there will remember it. Last year in 2024, obviously I was there. We played against Talon. Map 1, we stopped them. Map 2, we lost a very close map, and then we ended up losing map 3. So I feel bad for the guys in GE. I feel bad for the people at the watch party there. You don't want to relive this nightmare. So I hope GE can bounce back stronger into this map 3.
This is a map where you have no idea what's going to go on. Like, Talon, I think, lost like 13-2 in the offseason to GenG on this map. GE, I don't think we've even seen them play Lotus yet, so this is just a bloody coin flip as far as I'm concerned. You have no idea what you're going to get from either of these teams, but even if you did have some tape, you had some data of what you thought was going to happen, you've already seen both of these teams continue to change their comps map to map to map and try to get better reads on each other, try to go for a little bit of an anti-strat based on what they saw compositionally, or maybe what didn't work for them in the case of GE's Abyss.
Yeah, I think I'm expecting a chaotic map 3. I'm expecting
this will be messy.
I'm expecting some crazy picks as well. Yes. Both these teams don't mind a little bit of cooking. They don't mind, trying different things. So I think I'm excited
Here's a crazy
to see
idea.
what they go for.
I just want to pitch this one. I know this is insane, but what if you put Primi on a duelist? Like, wouldn't that be crazy?
What? We can't have that. Talon would never do that. They would never do that. Premi on a duelist.
It
Why
might
would
work
we give him so many kills and
might work well.
let him entry? But I think it's interesting though, because the way we saw Premi actually play when he first came in, I think there was a little bit of refinement that was needed, a little bit of discipline that he needed. You know, when you're coming into the tier 1 pro play, it's so different than pulling off rank. So I can almost understand why they haven't really put him on duelist yet, except in the off season. So maybe they're still working on a couple things. But this could be the map. This could be it, Pilski.
I hope so.
I think the biggest difference when you're coming in from ranked is not necessarily the gameplay, like your own ability to perform in the server. Yeah. A lot of it comes down to like how you are as a teammate, your communication, the much more intangible things that we don't necessarily see from up here. Yes. So that could definitely be one reason they moved him away from duelist, if his communication style didn't naturally fit, if he was a more quiet player, for example.
I will also say it really feels like, especially in these last 2 maps, the Talon approach is sacrificial duelist, space creation. You're seeing Governor run in on the Neon. They were playing Yoru Raze on the previous map. They really want the duelists to not necessarily be fragging out, but instead to be playing within the system. And then Primi's being put in roles where, as the Deadlock, or in the case of the Teo on the first map, he can come in after throwing the util or playing a certain position where maybe he can utilize his mechanics and then get more involved in the mid to late round. You know, you want that player with the really good fragging power involved in closing out the round in the important stages of it.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point, and one I hadn't necessarily considered. It definitely seems like they really want to open up the game for Primi, keep him alive until the most important bits of the round where he can really use his talents to close things out instead of, you know.
I mean, historically in TAC FPS, your entry player is not your star player. It's usually your weaker player that you send in, you know, they create space for the rest of the boys. But duelist is a fragging role in Valorant, so it's a bit of a contradiction in some cases.
Yeah, especially if you're playing a dive duelist role. Things change a little bit here, and it's true that in Valorant, things are just different. Things are crazy, which is why we've been seeing some crazy things, and I'm glad both of these teams are cooking. Some of them absolutely
maybe too much.
Yeah, like I don't know if that was the right recipe, but it's cool to experiment a little bit, you know, and change it up a little bit, see if it works or not. I also want to talk about some poll results. We had a poll by the fans. Who is the better coach? As in one of you two for our fantasy team.
Well, it's clearly big
here.
time, but what did the fans think?
It was indeed big time, but it wasn't by a lot. It was by 51%. So
49.
You got some time to win them over with whatever you got. But we do have map 3 on the horizon here. It's Lotus, and we got Primi on the Clove. We got Ban on the Deadlock. Oh, we got Tejo and Chamber. Okay. Break this down, guys, because they're still cooking.
This is so fun. We
have
Deadlock versus Deadlock on Lotus, which is something we don't see a lot. The Chamber, I'm like that they've gone back to it. I think Chamber can bring a lot on Lotus. I think it lets you lock these angles, and I also think it gives you this kind of contacty more style on attack where you're able to kind of explore space.
What are GE gonna do on attack? They've got a stealth drone and that's it. Triple Sentinel. What are they gonna do to take space, Vic?
I'm so excited.
Okay. All right, casters, we're going to send this to you, and I'm going to watch your brains just kind of explode with this one.
Well, thank you very much. But maybe have we considered the fact that GE, they're so big brain that they realize if we go 12-0 in the first half, we don't actually need to attack much. Like, that's a plan. I mean, the Des mentioned it. Talon's been 13-0 on this map before. Now, I also want to bring up the fact that Talon, this is the composition they played when Primi debuted in VCT Pacific last year. This is a composition where they said, all right, Primi, come in, just frag out on Clove, right? Just go out, and he comes in, he gets a 4K against Team Secret in that very first round, and then they were able to win 2-0. So going back to a bit of a classic comfort pick, comfort composition for themselves.
I just love that they still have that 13-0 spray on them on the Talon side.
They'll never live it down themselves. They'll never let anybody forget.
That's what you always kind of feel like when you're the one in the driver's seat, but right now, you know, just a little bit of space in towards B already. Prowler to clear outside of Mound.
And just taking B first and then trying to make them guess, is it B or C? Governor seeing if he can get a cheeky little hit as they peek around the barrier mesh, but Global Esports not taking any chances. They already have full robo control, and then on C site, that shear wall is still there. And this is why this Vice is becoming so popular across all the regions, across all the different maps, because if you don't ever activate that, it's so much information. But if you do activate it, I mean, there's so many different trap plays as well.
So at least just being able to lure and draw all of that out. I mean, it's already 2 walls from the side of GE that are drawn out. now the salvos as well, and it affords a lot more options for Talon as they do commit back in towards the C site. So no Shiro available, it's just the guns for KLES right now. Still able to track Governor down, Poppy into the back site, but Jit Boys able to fight back. Now into the site, and that's where the Barrier Mash comes up from Ben to block off Waterfall. The spike will go down in favor of Talon.
Yeah, Crystal's just gonna be stuck there on his own, but he will be able to survive as Talon not taking any chances. They're gonna back away from the barrier mesh. They don't want to take any unnecessary fights. Ban looking for the flank, but they realize it's not gonna be there. All three coming in from Waterfall. Is Talon ready? We've got the salvos online once again.
Ooh. Jit Boys inside of the smoke though, they don't expect that whatsoever. Darren able to trade back, but now 1-on-2. He's got the headhunter, but can he really connect all of them? Swings out, but it's gonna be the classic that undoes him. Talon picks up the pistol.
I mean, full faith in Ban there with the absolute bait and switch from Primi. Just jumps around and then says, it wasn't me. And Ban's there to pick up the kill. It's a good pistol round. What I really want to give credit to Talon is, you mentioned it, they drew out the walls, they drew out the salvo, they drew out the razor vine, all this stuff that is going to take so much time to get through, but also things like the salvo that's on a 40-second cooldown, and then they find that opening.
This is where you really start to think, you know, we saw a triple duelist way before back in the day. Now we're seeing the triple sentinel. Is this overcooking? Maybe not yet, because Darren is here and ready to play. Instant shot into Ban, but has to back off. Rendezvous already used.
Yeah, takes a bit of a hit, but not really gaining too much value outside of that. Yeah, you take away the deadlock. That's going to weaken the post plant just a bit, but not able to recover any weapons, not able to upgrade anything, not able to keep control of C-Mount either. So Talon, they'll leave Governor alone. Now he does have the Phantom. That always worries me a bit when you leave the rifle alone. You never know when a nice headshot's going to take you out. But he'll just hold these off angles, see if they get curious to push out for extra space.
Being able to keep it around at least, but right now, Talon still with the guns, able to push out a little bit more effectively. They are doing their due diligence of clearing out a lot of the potential angles at the very least.
Yeah, now there's so little information that they might just consider going into B to go for a pinch alongside Governor. It could have spelled trouble, but GE got antsy. They started moving, which gives a little bit of space, but can he get out? He's just outside of range. And Jit Boys get to double Governor there for the cover as well. Everybody getting taken down by Jit Boys.
Look at how he actually bypasses a lot of it with the Shrouded Step 2 and down in towards Darren, the last one left. He's the one who only got the kill against Ban. Gets a second, not too bad, but has to continue pushing up. And this is where, you know, you're starting to think, like, are the retakes really possible in GE's favor? They continue to peek out, but Primi in with the Outlaw just really makes it not a possibility whatsoever. 2-0 to start.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage with that Headhunter. Now Darien 3 away from the Tour de Force as well. That's going to be very important. You mentioned how good are the retakes going to be when you're having this tough of a time. But outside of that, I mean, it's going to... Oh, he gets right behind him with it as well as Governor trades for him. That's a good little maneuver there. But outside of that, once you get that Tour de Force, once you get the Operator, hopefully you're not really pigeonholing yourselves into these 5v5, 4v4 retakes.
You really do have to come up with some possible trap plays or at least the guided salvos to block a lot of it all early on towards Rumple, but still the spams work out not too bad. Governor gets away with at least one. Now tries to hang back. Prowler comes in for support.
Yeah, we have to note that Primi still hanging out by C as well. He's watching down with that Outlaw. Doesn't spot anybody pushing up. The one-way now gone. And he'll be able to start to re-clear some space. So Talon should still make some noise on A for the time being until the barrier drops, but they'll slowly pull away and try to inch towards C site.
Ben here still not spotting out too much. He's trying to sell that fake by rotating the doors over. No footsteps whatsoever. The rest of his team slowly into the B side. That Prowler, though, does give a bit of a tell away, and KLES instantly calls for a bit of reaction. Crystal is starting to think back in towards a possible B pinch, but Ben continuing to push up, gets away with another kill.
And there's the barrier mesh as well, so no one going to be able to funnel in through. But Yudotan, I love this position. He has to get ahead of it. He has to get two, but he misses on that wide swing. Not quite expecting them to just not fight him at all. Governor with a free kill himself. There are the salvos, but they should be able to get out. Lots of damage taken, so Ban now takes it upon himself to make sure that they can secure this round.
Very likely bonus now, but KLES hearing the hops. I believe Ban has spotted him out as well, so at this point, just kind of jiggling along even further.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much secured the bonus round already, but if you're able to carry forward 4 rifles with the credits they already have, Talon is looking solid. And I mean, the Des talked about it, we mentioned it, but GE, this composition definitely seems like one that's gonna need some rounds on the defensive side.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, the Vicelock duo has been so dominant, right? I think it's like on a 7 win streak on Bind alone, and it's been quite dominant and impressive across other maps as well. Very popular. And one of the reasons is, especially on the defensive side, that you can constantly bait out this information. If they trip the shear, now you put the barrier mesh on the other side, things like that. The reason it works on Bind is because there's no actual mid, so it's somewhat more one-dimensional in terms of the push and pull across the map.
But on Lotus?
Yeah, a lot of it is choke points, but on Lotus, I gotta see a bit more. Now, the Des mentioned it, Chamber, pretty good on this map. It's one of the ways to counter the old meta comp, so maybe that's the way you plug those gaps, but we're not seeing it just yet.
Not quite. Apart from the second round where Darren got a couple kills, but down into it again. I mean, we're looking at another potential GraphNet Salvo setup, just to control A once more. Oh, Salvo's a little bit further in now.
Yeah, ready to just fight on Rubble itself as a 3-man and then push forward. They're not going to find it, so it's just a barrier mesh instantly for the rotate. Now, this can be fairly written. I mean, Primi already sees it as well. This is something that Talon's been so good at. They're just waiting to see, all right, is the barrier mesh used? Where's the shear wall? They want to draw out all that delay util, and they're getting it generally before the 40-second mark, which is amazing for Talon.
Stuck and held. Stealth drone together. More information as well, but here comes Yudotan. A second kill and a third from Crystal now. All sheriffs, but it's still able to ring out thanks to the information that they're getting. Primi, though, in with the Outlaw, knowing that they don't quite have the shields. He goes in aggressively for it. A bit of a wallbang into Yudotan, but the instant trade from Crystal rings back.
That is disastrous there. What a triple setup here from GE. So GE, if this is a call not just on the eco, but something they've picked up on from Talon, it's a great adjustment because they realize, okay, they're just constantly baiting out our delay util. They're constantly trying to make us use everything before the 40-second mark before they actually make their execute. So now we go out and fight. We go and fight. We have things like the Salvo. We still have things like the GravNet. We're able to take control of at least one fight, 2 or 3 times around, depending on the cooldowns. Now they have upgraded rifles, and this is a bit of a stack here. Governor, I mean, the creds are fine. If he can make the showstopper, that'd be a win for him as well.
10 seconds
Might
left.
be for it, but yeah, it's just quicker reactions on the other side. Just when you thought Talon might have been able to find a huge lead, breaking that bonus, GE comes back and answers this way by fighting.
It's just a huge double kill from Yudotan there. Keeps him at bay with the Annihilation, and Primi, a little bit of his solo queue antics coming out there. It was a good anti-flash, but not able to land before he's able to get that Outlaw out and ready. And so now the operator in the hands of Darian. And then he'll have the tour de force as well. So he gets 2 chances to show us why they picked the chamber.
Does have a good sight line at the very least. Open by Governor! He just sprays into Yudotan!
It's a nice forward position. Obviously, we've seen that evolve over the course of 2024. Jit Boy's already through. Poppy's ready for it. That smoke. Can't just go out of it like that, but Primi instantly striking on the other side. Good adjustments on the macro rounds between the two teams. This time, Talon really brings up the speed. Oh, and Primi's just digging deep into enemy territory. This is already a save.
Had the numbers to go for it, so nonetheless just makes it work. And with the op in hand, there's just not much else that can be done. 3-1.
That works.
Talon's gonna hold.
It's just gonna be that save here from Darian. Just keeps his back covered with that trademark. And he'll just wait to see if he can get an extra kill. Now, on the side of Talon, I mean, for sure, you see if you can go out hunting. Well, maybe not hunting with the knife out, but man, just seeing if he can close the gap there. Now they have that information, and Cruz is the one that you want to try to get this kill. Get that Nightfall ready. Get that snowball rolling on the attacking side. But he can't leave the spike just yet. You just never know, so he's going to stick around. That's just going to be the hold, it looks like, all the way to the end. Once the timer gets close, Cruz will peek out. But he's not going to take extra chances. They're okay with how things look going into round 6.
So far. But right now, I mean, also just seeing some of the adjustments into how the Talon might want to deal with that early A Rebel control.
Yeah, the Rays can still get ahead of the grab net. That's something that maybe just not quite calculated. Maybe GE expecting Talon to respect that combo, because the salvos take some time too to really land behind, and they're trying to get kills with the salvo rather than trying to block them from getting behind rubble. So it hasn't quite worked out. Holding onto the util for now, Kelly S, he knows something's wrong. He knows that the From the Shadows is here. He has to find a way out. He'll escape just in time.
Yeah, backs off into its waterfall. From the Shadows as well, I mean, it's just extra annoyance for the side of GE. But this is, the full side granted over for Talon. They get to kind of hold even more space as well. I mean, look at how they're able to push further in towards spawn alongside that one-way. Stealth drone does alert to Jit Boys at least that there could be a push coming out. But look at how his team comes back in just to stall it with the paint shells. Armageddon sent through too.
Yeah, Jit Boys doesn't really have an exit there, but Primi refills the area. The decay allows him to get a triple kill off of the Nightfall. Primi holding strong in the back of sight. GE falling into pieces as Kelly S, the last one alive. He goes back out for a fight, but Primi, another 4K on Lotus for the Thai rookie.
It doesn't matter what agent he's on or what role he's playing, he's still able to frag out. Just reading the game and putting himself in the right situations to make it happen.
10-1-4 for Primi. He's just been allowed to explore the map, go out for frags, and run free. Make sure that they're able to take flight all the way towards Masters Bangkok as they play their opening match in the second round of the upper bracket here in VCT Pacific Kickoff. Still hasn't not dead yet as well, so he can take some more risks. That's been sitting in his pocket for quite some time.
This could work out effectively, knowing that possible chamber or advise on the other side. So
no.
Straight into the smokes, swapping over to the right clicks as well for Governor. Onto the classic, Baramesh instantly up, and once again, another C-side quickly taken by Talon.
Yeah, I love the switch into the classic there just to make sure that you're using it as that shotgun. And you hear the knives coming out from Crystal trying to break that barrier. So there's forces in Waterfall. This post plant, it looks solid from Talon. They're just ready to fight on the site itself, not allowing GE to try to gain space. Only thing you're concerned about is that flank, but Ban, he has his eyes set.
Not much debate on it. They're working against the Sheriffs as well, so needing to stay tucked inside of cover. Ban will at least draw a bit of information out. Actually takes the duel against Yudotan and wins it as well. Now on towards Waterfall, and that's already gone. So the only last one left has to be spun, and that's when the Boobot comes out from Governor. Does spot out a couple of Sheriffs at least, but that's when the spike's about to go off, so the rest of them being able to back off just in time. But Kelly S still taking down Governor, so not too bad. A little bit of something for GE.
Oh, the triple sentinel on the triple sites, but really not able to utilize that. So much disrespect for the util coming out from Talon, and it just seems like Talon perhaps has had a lot of experience playing against the Vicelock combos. I don't think we've seen a team yet in all these matches with Vicelock where they're able to just draw out and nullify all this util before the 40-second mark. It's honestly impressive.
Just being able to blast back in, especially covering in that way.
There's a timeout. I mean, you need it because right now the answer, it's just you're not able to find it. Flipping through the pages, and GE not able to sort it out on their own, so the coaches will be stepping in. I would love to see a little bit of adjustment on the util for that rubble fight as well. Right now, the only actual damage you're able to do is with the salvos. So if anything, I mean, maybe just going for actually denying complete rubble control, keep them stuck behind on the routes, on those steps, and then go for a triple peek, maybe go for some spam. We'll have to double check their economy, but obviously something like an Odin would help tremendously here, and they haven't really been able to buy up. They only had that one big investment with the operator, and that hasn't worked out.
Possibly the Ode, and they might have to go in for some light shields as well if they want to keep their utility up, but at the same time, I mean, maybe a bit of a double-edged sword. This is where, Talon on the attacking side, they get to really kind of stifle some of these setups that G might have, and how Frost is being proactive on his own timeouts as well.
All right, so it's still going to be that operator for the chamber. It's going to be an aggressive push out mid, but GE or Talon, do they have the read on this? Prowler spots it. You hear a Phantom, but a little bit iffy. Because the only place you should really be going out is with that operator. So barrier mesh used to even bait it out, but they still send a second Prowler. I mean, Talon had the read on this for sure.
Yeah, has been, you know, daring on this chamber so far. So of course trying to make another op work once again, but it's already been drawn out. However, it is the Vice this time with a sheer wall towards the A site. We'll see if Kalias can do anything with the setup.
Yeah, it's not really well positioned for him to try to get a kill off of it immediately. They will now set up the smoke as they see that util come out. So that smoke should let you know that someone is watching out here to try to get the kills, and they hear it. So Sheerwall already taken down before the 40-second mark as well. Now the only thing you really need to worry about is where is the deadlock? Where are those sonic sensors? But Jitboys hears it. It's a setup on the C side.
And that's more information being picked up by Talon. Kind of fully aware of what G's setups are right now. So being able to flood into the C site. Primi from the back lines takes a shot in towards Poppy, and that's a C site broken up.
I mean, this is just textbook. You save the paint shields for the sonic sensors. Shipboy calls it. It's thrown from long range right as it pops. You send Governor in. He's passed. He displaces the crosshairs. Then you're ready for the trades. I mean, Vice, Deadlock, Chamber, none of them are getting value out of their utility right now.
Yeah, despite every single roadblock being set up against them, Talon are able to bypass it. And now with the spike planted, everyone holding out from Mound, just a bit of a huge firefight. They have the ultimates to work against potential incoming retake as well, but thanks to the economy, G's gonna have to opt for a save.
And, I mean, Talon right now, yeah, they have a Denlock, but again, they don't have a hard Sentinel, but with GE's comp and the way they've been wanting to play around their own defensive util, they're not able to abuse that either, right? There's no fast push to try to crunch on them. So Talon, they've been free to literally sprint from site to site to site and chain util, or chain destroying all the util, baiting out the chamber rendezvous, things like that. The Fade, you only need to worry about Prowler for the chamber. The Raze, only the paint shells for the sonic sensors. And then the sheer wall, whoever's there, you just jump peek it way before the 40-second mark and you're good to go.
That's been the whole game plan. I mean, everything's being bypassed. So we'll see if, you know, maybe G continuing to switch up their positions does give them a bit more variety, a bit more of an advantage, but so far it has been Talon's game all throughout. Now back in towards C-Mount.
Primi just accepting that, okay, you know what?
Move.
Yeah, unless you spam, I'm just gonna stay here, not give that information. Try just to check for the chamber.
Sure.
Yeah, so because of that aggressive Razor Vine, they were suspecting that the chamber might be pushing out. Once again, that it might be a setup, but not finding that, trying to just fish out for that location.
And trying to get ahead of things as well and just continuing to, you know, press onto that rotating door. Doesn't spot anything on the other side. Kalias spots a bit of a barrel and will spray down, but Jitboys pushes back in just to find that trade. Darren receives a bit of contact in towards the A side as well, so fires off a shot, but unfortunately that Prowler forces him to rendezvous even further back again.
But it's still a wraparound. Crystal, he's ready for a cruise. He's not quite aware of that off angle. Crystal, can he get two? That's the spike stranded. Two members of Talon separated from each other.
Spike down.
Trying to isolate these 1v1s. Expects one more, but there's the paranoia he needs to survive the stun. Just trying to buy time, but it's too close range, and Primi will close the gap.
In with the shorty. So that's the spike retrieve now. 20 seconds left. The Barrier Mesh comes up just in time. So it should be a really clear C hit. And the only one here to fend it off is Poppy.
But you have not dead yet. Primi has to be the bait. Primi has to go in, try to draw that fire. It's a high-low, and it's a drop down from Jitboys. Enough time for the spike to get planted. And what happened? What happened to the Annihilation? You know, Tiny still gets the kill, but the spike has been planted.
Not dead yet, used. So Primi, now he's on the timer. At least just buying a bit more time off of the spike for Jitboys to hold his position. Primi now pushes up for the move in towards Waterfall, but doesn't spot quite anything. Jitboys has to try to step in, you know, maybe a smoke to come up, but it's planted for stairs, so it's a little bit tricky for him to play against. Working alongside Primi smokes now, but hearing the footsteps, it's Darian in close range with a hit hunter that shuts him down. GE manages to find one round after a long while.
Yeah, it wasn't clean. It wasn't the way you wanted it, but right now you'll pick whatever scraps you can get. If you're GE, you just got to try to get to 5 no matter what it takes. Keeping that operator in hand is important. This was a big kill, trying to deny them tripping that sheer wall, finally getting use out of that smoke on top of the Vice utility. But really it comes down to Crystal digging deep, recognizing that Talon's just been pushing and pulling across the entire map.
Now watch that impact found, truly. Crystal being able to find those 2 kills and putting up that salvo to buy a little bit more time. So despite Talon getting the spike down, round not quite there. Darren now being able to buy out the op. A bit of a higher setup just to throw things off in terms of positions, but still being able to thwart it by Talon with their utility.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt. You wanted to pick out that raise before Governor was able to land and get space, but he's not going to land the shot perfectly. They got a little bit of chip damage while he landed, but that's going to be it. A good scan. But that really only acts to keep them tied up in A main. You've already given up that space, and now you have to reset if you want to react, again, with your sonic sensors, with your shear wall over on B and C.
That's really what they've got with this composition right now. So holding a lot of this, the passive ground outside of pillars. Well, they don't quite have the utility to come back in and re-clear. The drone's already been used. So Crystal just staying stuck inside. Maybe work alongside some of Poppy's smokes. But then you're back in towards, again, that defensive utility with a shear wall, sonic sensors.
I wonder if they just go for an all-in, flood over the wall. You do have the pain shells, you do have the annihilation as well. They're clearing close. There's the annihilation, and they actually catch the Vice. He's just going to get drawn out. Poppy, can you break it? It's too many targets. They use that against him. Poppy outs himself from behind the pillar. Yudotan now on the site. The sheer wall comes up and lines him up for Yudo. He's good for 3, defending the site on his own. Working around the barrier mesh, finds the 4th. He's not able to land the shot, but so much time bought for Global Esports.
Spike planted.
Crystal, he wants this fight so bad, and he gets it. 2v1. Both coming from opposite angles around the site. Governor skirts around the salvo. There's only so many positions he can be, and he gets spotted, and it's a clean shot with the headhunter.
Such a huge round, thanks to Yudotan's efforts, but down to the end as well, just being able to come in with that pinch, and even with the salvo to flush him out of position. Tiny sliver, and Darian connects the shot.
Oh, what a hold from GE. It looks dicey. I mean, the annihilation was so good. Poppy just couldn't quite make up his mind. Do I go for this or not? It's stuck on the steps. Maybe it's a chance. But Yudotan, they buy just enough time for Yudotan to arrive. And the sheer wall still activates because the Vice hadn't died just yet. And Talon gets caught, lined up for the shots from Yudotan.
So off to the next round now. We're starting to see where maybe some of the scans can really push and pull Talon across the map for G to set things up. It's a bit of individual performances from players like Yudotan, but hopefully being able to keep that forward. Darian now onto the door with the op. Doesn't spot too much out. It's Governor with a showstopper to create a little bit more space for Talon.
And just trying to make sure that they don't get caught in a trap play. Doesn't hold too much value. You're going to hold close. Governor continues to push them away. This time constantly creating space towards A, so anytime that A to B rotate could happen. But look at G's position. They've changed things up. They're trying to group up a bit more to try to fight back. This is the new GE way, and Crystal will instantly get the re-clear.
Just continuing to hold down the baby door. Still though, Talon looks for an opportunity, some kind of an option into the A site, but Yudotan snipes down the first, Darian for the next. And as they continue to try to find a bit more, everything's being blocked off now. Crystal still holding the same position.
Primi trying to find these 1v1s, but they're not going to give it to him. 5 members left alive for Global Esports. Finally, some breathing room where they can just hold angles. GE waking up and remembering, hey, in 2025, didn't we tell ourselves we're just going to take the fights? We're just going to go for the re-clears. Crystal, ready for it. Spots 1. He's ready for the second. That's a 3K for Crystal as he brings the 4th round win for GE.
Talk about the spray down to the last round of the first half, and it still is GE finding the adjustments all throughout. You had that drone, you had the guns, and they're able to make all of it work.
Yeah, I think this adjustment, it might be a bit too late. We'll have to wait and see. But to say that, hey, one side we just kind of leave empty, right? We get the information. If they get in, they get in. Let's not worry about it too much. I mean, I can only imagine, being one of these team owners, team managers, watching your team play. when you know it might be doable. Oh, they're trying to bring it back. Okay, the attacking operator this time from Ban. Because now they recognize there's that counter aggression, and he sees it, but Darion's good with the crouch peek. Shuts him down. Once again, some breathing room gained for GE.
Finding a bit of that duel. No rendezvous available now, so he's just holding it, maybe looking for the baby roar to escape. And that just could give Talon a bit more space to creep further up. No one's holding up from stairs either.
Sonic sensor broken on C. Draws out another smoke coming out from Poppy himself. But off of that, GE, the idea has now been the same as that previous round. Just ditch one of the sites. If they're on C, if they don't go for the fast hit, let's just ditch it. Maybe reset. Darion gets another pick. This should let you know that there was still a lot of presence towards that A site. So no further movement needed. You still have a Sonic sensor to delay on B site as well.
And Crystal continuing to jiggle too. He's got all the utility and the Armageddon, so just kind of setting up for it as soon as he hears a bit of a tell, and there it is.
Boy.
Armageddon sent out. It's all lined up for him. Still though, Governor tries to get underneath him and will be able to strike against Crystal. Gets the second shot. No! Kellius denies that opportunity. Primi now going on the offensive in with the shorties despite his gun being taken away. Tries to pull it up just ahead of time to hold, but 15 seconds left is all that he's got. Takes down Yudotan, but Poppy up to the other sidelines. GE will be able to strike back to end the first half with a 7-5 scoreline.
Honestly, given how things started, I didn't imagine we'd be able to get to a 5-7 scoreline. I would argue with the composition, sure, Talon still looking solid, but GE looks rejuvenated. They've rediscovered what their flavor was, what their characteristics were coming into this year. We praise them so much for that hyper-aggression the moment you get contact, the instant re-clears, the instant pushes in, and they were able to remember that just in time to stabilize and stem the bleeding in the first half.
It's just so darn impressive with how they were able to find it that quick, despite the, a bit of a swing back and forth. But now this is where you really start to think, right? Though they might have found those adjustments, how does this composition work for the attack?
I mean, well, I hate to say it, but you still got to keep a lot of eyes on Darion, right? As that chamber, you're the one who can take those aggressive angles. You're the ones who can take that aggressive fight, try to open things up. Yes, you have things like the salvo and the combo with the grav nets to try to fight off rubble, to try to get that early space, but at the end of the day, somebody needs to force Talon to use this util early to take these risky fights, and that's got to be the chamber.
That's a lot of pressure on the Singaporean shoulders.
See if he can live up to it. Started gaining his footing a little bit with that operator towards the end of that first half. But can he keep up the heat all the way to the end? What a momentous win it would be for Global Esports if they were able to make this upset happen against Talon.
Truly. Buys up on the Headhunter as well, so maybe looking for some of those opportunities now. It's definitely not going to be easy though. I mean, thinking about a lot of these sight lines, and Talon, a bit of attention brought over to the B site.
Yeah, it's just a full B execute ready, but here's the C's play. The C's need right off the pistol round. Okay, I like it, Talon. We'll see if it pays off. Getting a hard read, saying, where else are they going to go? The rubble fight's not good for them. We don't see them in C mound. And now the Prowler just to check it. Will get cleared away by Crystal from far distance.
Holds, and yeah, nothing there. G playing safe enough. Comes back in just to try to do what they did on Split from before, right? A couple of taps in, maybe someone peeks out, maybe they find a shot through the Baron Mash that way, but Talon smokes it off to play safe.
All right, clearing out tree with the drone as well. No tags just yet. There's the Sonic Sensor. There's the GravNet Band. He wants to go in for the kill. He gets one. He's trying to play it safe, but he knows he's surrounded. Needs to try to get two. Oh, just barely not able to land the headshots.
Still, yeah, just a bit of damage done nonetheless. Trying to hold it. That will be the spike for GE now, trying to play out from stairs with the Boombot. Governor will be able to get ahead. That's Darion down. The rest of them all playing from the back of tree. Surely with the Prowler and everything else being sent through, Talon sees that there's no one on site.
That's a good flash to try to reposition here for GE. Whoa. They're trying to hold on to tree. Poppy gets taken down, but now both of them in the smoke. They have to separate on the site. Primi goes in. Brave spearheading the site. He catches the site of the last member, and Crystal will get taken down. It's a full wraparound retake here from Talon as they pick up yet another pistol round here on Lotus.
Has the assist for the pick-me-up for the speed boost as well, so just goes in for the swings through the smoke nonetheless, and the whole team able to collect in through onto it. You know, gotta credit Poppy just trying to get ahead of that paranoia a little bit as well, but unfortunately it's just not quite enough to fend off so many players from Talon being able to read the whole situation in kind.
Yeah, and I think a big one was that boombot play from Governor, right? Swings out as soon as it gets the tag, and he's able to take out the chamber, which would have been a lot of danger for that retake. So opening things up for his team. Talon double outlaw.
Wow.
I don't mind it, though.
You know they don't have mobility, right?
Yeah, they don't have mobility. They're not able to really force you off of those positions either, other than the magnetic salvos. So now you're just going to try to snowball this 2 rounds in a row.
Oh, and there it is.
Now that's one. There's the Peachos as well, and the push out, and Talon says, no way you're not getting into any of these sites. Spike dropped, only Darian and his headhunter.
Cruz with the crouch spray as well. I mean, what is Darian gonna do now? He's maybe thinking about Cruz pushing out from the back lines, but that is gonna be it. That is all that they can write. Governor, everyone flooding through Mound that way. What else can you truly do?
17, 6, and 5 for Premi. Again, it's just really gives us a little bit of a throwback to his debut match. Able to just run free, pick up the frags, and be that menace on the map as that Clove really seems to suit him like a glove here. And Talon now trying to get ahead once again, 9 to 5, 4 rounds ahead, getting both pistols on this map, just as they did on Split, the map they took in the very first map.
See how it can work out. Starting things off with a bit of a wallbang opportunity.
Okay, the Haunt recognizes that somebody's here. Governor takes a bit of a risky fight. I think just because of that first whiff, he got the tag onto Jaren. He wanted to stick to it, but not able to fully get it, but they are able to push him away from Rubble. And so now, GE, they have to work a lot harder to regain control of that. They have to use util combos to really reclaim side of A. And so look at the rotations. Talon now sending Jit Boys all the way back over to B and C.
And Global is just tapping on those doors, you know, trying to bring some of the attention back over onto the other sides as well. Just Cruz to hold outside of Rubble for now. Oh, great angle, though. Does tag Crystal down to low HP.
Yeah, he still wants to stick around, trying to work away from that stealth drone. Peeks right after it. He gets 2 with the Ghost as well.
Huge value found.
Just insane value off of the Outlaw into the Ghost. Now Barrier Mesh trying to block off any further rotation. The spike should get planted, but Poppy, oh, we needed to stay alive for extra value. Now it's a 3v2 in favor of Talon.
Tried to catch him off in the rotations, but without the numbers, it just doesn't quite work out too well. Position not quite favoring him either, so down to it. Primi with the angle takes down Crystal. It's all up to Yudotan. Might be able to at least get one, but still into the sights. Can this Phantom really do all the work that is necessary? Continues to hold out from stairs, but now he's smoked off. If he goes back to heaven, that's a little bit too clear. So dodges the flash and tries to re-clear through the smoke, but does he know that Jit Boys is on the other side? He anticipates it, but the spike is being stuck. Ben, he gets the round for Talon.
Oh, the plant positioning just inside the box, and he's not quite able to get the spray. He doesn't have enough bullets to do so. That hurts. Honestly, I like the way Yudotan thinks so. He takes the high-risk, high-reward play to just peek out of the smoke instead of dropping down all the way around heaven. That seems too obvious. I just have to win the 1v2. And he goes for it. But at the end of the day, it's not great positioning. And honestly, even if they won it, it would have been off of heroics, right? At the end, it's still Talon really able to keep the number advantage throughout the entire round.
So much all throughout for sure. So Outlaw still being kept, but there is that Odin now in play on the A site. G tries to go for the quick B hit instead, but unfortunately Talon's all prepared for it. Jit Boys and Primi, they're able to hold down the exits.
Yeah, I get that this was an eco, but I imagine it's a timeout in the next round, just because now that you've heard the Odin as well, what are your answers? I think you don't have many chances. It's going to be 11-5 after this round, and you're going to have to make sure that you do not let Talon get to that match point. You have to regroup and consider, okay, what did we prep when there's an Odin coming out? What did we prep in the future when an Operator comes out? You have to think ahead many, many rounds in a row now.
Yeah, but when you're down against this many rounds, it's just tougher. And without the numbers now, G slowly trying to creep forward through. Darian maybe trying to sneak into the A site.
Darian draws a little bit of fire, trying to create an opening on the B side, and it's going to work for the time being. Primi showing his back, but G just not aware of that timing just yet. But with this much time pass, I think Talon starts to just hold, right? There's no reason to start to go all the way towards A. Ban finds them as well. Oh, he takes the fight, actually drops down to Darian. That is going to be what creates that opening.
Still down to the one-on-ones. Primi will be able to strike back. And there's that pickup now, tries to go a little bit more aggressive alongside Jit Boys. The flash will be sent through. Primi is good for the head-to-head. And down to Jit Boys, taking that duel against Poppy as well, flushed out of position thanks to the flash. Talon still being able to keep it through 11-5.
Primi and Jit Boys, the duo coming through strong, winning those 1v1s each on their own. And Primi taking out Darian was so big there, because otherwise you have the numbers disadvantage and the position's not great either. But now, GE, no duelist. How in the world do you break through things like the Odin?
I mean, you see some glimpses of what Darian can bring to the team, bring to the table, right? But still, in terms of the macro, it's just not quite there on these agents. Looking for the sight lines and everything, but the Odin just being oppressive with that suppressive fire.
The Tejo not quite showing us the value just yet in this combination. And as a result, the Vicelock, I mean, they've never really been in a position. Obviously on defense, it was getting ruined, but you know, the post plant's not quite coming through yet in the second half. And like you said, it has to come down to Darian. We mentioned that at the beginning of the map, but how do you set him up? Is Rubble really the best position to try to set him up early? I'm not so sure. Maybe fighting for that mountain control and then going and re-clearing once you get another chance with things like the salvo. Maybe using the stealth drone to re-clear Rubble and then reposition Darian all the way back there. A little bit of push-pull, CHC rotates, a little bit more macro movement to try to throw Talon off, but Talon, the moment they find an opening, they've been tightening the gaps, right? We saw Cruz there holding right by Root with that Outlaw. I mean, we don't see the Fade holding that close every day, so we'll have to see if G's ready for that type of adaptation.
Talon, though, off the timeouts as well, also getting proactive on it.
You want to play? Let's play.
And it's just going to be the full Rubble commitment and then Poppy on the lurk, but here comes the pinch and there's the hot. Oh, Poppy wins one. He knows he's in trouble. He needs to get multiple. There's the shear to keep him alive. Oh, that buys him so much time and space. Cruz, he gets taken down as well. And GE trying to turn things around here in round 17.
Spike planted.
Being able to shoot them down, Poppy. Sheer wall as well. Now continuing to hold the back lines, knowing that that's where they are coming from. And at the same time, you do have Darian on that tour de force marking down the baby door as well. So last one left, Ban, pretty much gonna have to save at this point.
Yeah, just going to hang back. All 5 members left alive. And now you have those ultimates online as well for Global Esports. One more chance to try to continue things. And we'll peek out. Okay, he wants to destroy the economy as much as he can. Doesn't matter if they finish off one extra ultimate. They've got the wombo combos. And it's only going to be good for 1. GE now climbing up to 6. Still 5 more rounds to go if they want to tie things up.
Okay, but I will also bring my own.
This all starts off with a bit of a morale boost right now. Being able to flood in through the A site, hearing those footsteps towards the back, and Poppy just having that huge potential to anchor and hold down his ground.
Yeah, and this is another part of the Vicelock shining through, right? The shear wall will always activate. It cannot be destroyed, so it works as that sensor for your flanks. It actually keeps Poppy safe from the pinch. It's a good read from GE of the potential pushes out from Talon.
They'll continue to play that same position. Meanwhile, the rest of the team tries to push on up. Darren this time with a full operator.
Now with this, if they can try to push and pull around A, and then if they want to go for a rotate, they could even still go for a B and C pinch as well if they take control of B main. But right now, Poppy already gives up that position. Looks like it's going to be an A hit. Uh-oh, Darian and Kelly's kind of stuck there. That's a good paint shells right in the corner. Darian, he needs to open things up, but they're just not giving him an opportunity. Nightfall at the ready if they hear the entry start to happen.
Still Garden was ripped through as well. Unfortunately, it just keeps players from Talon on the A side closer to it anyway. Bit of a trip for info. Does spot out Jit Boys. So the Annihilation.
Oh, it tags him as well all the way through the Shrouded Set, but it's behind the wall, so they are able to save him. Counter Annihilation just to push them back. It's a good hit. Ban gets one kill. Darien for the trade, but it's an absolute mess as we see Crystal being drawn all the way to his death. Poppy left alone. 1v2. Can he shine? The clutch master. He hasn't had many opportunities today.
30 seconds left.
But this may be the most important one. Spike in range, but only 20 seconds. And look at Jit Boys' position. Already trying to throw him off.
So much to consider, but if there's any time to make it happen, 1-on-2 is the time. 15 seconds, and he's going for the quick sprint into the C site. From the shadows from Jit Boys, though, in towards Mound.
Gotta go for that safe plant. But Jit Boys should give the information of exactly where this is. Cruz is ready for the spray. Poppy gets it! Jit Boys down to 36 HP. Poppy finally ahead in this clutch. 1v1. Going round and round. Jit Boys tries to smoke it off. Keep him guessing. Keep him locked in around the spike. Jit Boys, he makes the wrong assumption that it's CT and Poppy! The clutch master once again! 7 rounds now. Only 4 apart. A complete momentum shift.
Down to the 1-on-2, and he's still able to make it happen. Peeks out as soon as the spike was planted. That's just Poppy.
I mean, that's when you know you've made the right pickup in the offseason. Like, this guy has been bringing them so many impact rounds. Week 1, now week 2. This one round may have been everything. GE now ready for their own trap play here. It's going to be Yuta holding close, but there's the far range from Poppy once again. His shots have been good. I love that they trust in that. He's on fire right now here on this Lotus. Now trying to see if there's any sort of push out. Is there a Prowler, maybe even a showstopper all in from Talon to try to get to match point? But okay, nobody bites the bait. Talon says, no, we just got to wait. Right? We're not taking any of those extra chances.
A gift.
So close to it. Down when things are this tense.
Bring them down.
And in close and safe, and now the Prowler being used to retrieve information.
Now only one gun fired, but it's still going to be enough for Cruz to just say, I got to bail out if we want any chance. It's got to be with the team. He's just going to hold on the smoke so they don't try to get extra reach off of this execute. Goes for a little bit of spam. But Poppy's already got the flank under control.
Being able to watch that at the very least. Now with things being planted out closer towards main, they're able to hang back. Where Talon will be forced to make a move to break through. Just given the guns.
And just lining up together, waiting for the spike to go off. Ban will be trying to position himself for a bit of an exit frag. Maybe a cheeky little kill. Does have that Bucky in hand. Eventually we'll have to go through that baby door to go down to the spike.
That's kind of what they have to do, so just being able to hang back for now.
Now, Darien just choosing to go down to the spike. He just wants 1 or 2 extra kills to try to get that turret of force, but nobody will peek him in time. Just the Outlaw lost. Still lots of credits on the side of Global Esports. I like that. Min-maxing as much as you can, because that is exactly what you need in this situation. Looking at the ultimates, Cosmic Divide online for Poppy. That's another execute that you can do, work around that ultimate. But slowly, Talon starting to bank up their ult points as well.
Being closer to it as well. I mean, possibly being able to push it over the edge to match point now.
Showstopper still online. That's got to be the big one for Talon if they want to try to secure match point. Combo used on A. Rubble erased in favor of Talon.
And G kind of swaps on over onto the other side's scan, but not quite finding anything too much. Just Darren marking the angle in with the op while the rest of the team tries to kind of poke and prod through to the C site.
Here comes the Prowler. Oh, it's a nice wide swing as well. Governor baits him in, knows it's going to be the re-challenge. That's a big kill. So much of the map now given over to Talon. They have so much control. You still have Jit Boys holding on to Rubble. B main completely under their control until the reclear comes in from Poppy. It's all up to Poppy once again, but for now the main force looking at C site.
A little bit unfortunate, right? No rendezvous, so now backed into it through the smokes, and Premi's able to take the first shot.
Poppy's got to win this fight. He needs to open an extra option, but he can't. And look at Cruz. He knows he just doesn't have to give up that kill. But meanwhile, Crystal tries to get one, but Kelly not able to get the trade. There's a showstopper to push them away. Lands right at Crystal's feet. And Poppy, yeah, you had one clutch, but will they even give you the opportunity? 30 seconds left. He gets one. Spikes down. He has a chance. There's a not dead yet. They just want to draw time, and Jit Boys will not miss that chance. 12 points on the board, one round away from ending this best of 3.
Having those numbers, putting up that not dead yet as well, just so tough for Poppy to make it happen. Down to it at the end. I mean, look at this little combo to hold down outside a pillar, just to give them so much more space taking down their end.
Yeah, and I love that talent, like Cruz just not giving that fight. Yeah, things like that, where you just understand, okay, the win condition is just don't fight Poppy. Don't give him a chance to open up the map even more. Don't allow GE to start to regain control around the map. Darian takes a lot of hits this time, trying to weave in between.
Find you.
All right, you heard the Vandal take it out, but you gotta imagine just the way that GE's been playing. There's that operator. Governor is ready for it. What a setup from Talon. And that may be the bells ringing against GE. The final draw, the op dropped. Rubble given over once again. Trapped in B main. Here come the paint shells. Here comes the paranoia. The absolute chariot of Talon pushes through.
As the dust settles as well, the last two players, I mean, running out of options, but still trying to keep themselves in the game. Knowing that there is that potential op that's kind of rotating over across the map. A bit of that deadlock utility on the C side as well.
I mean, yeah, what do you do to break this? Yes, you have the Cosmic Divide. It looks like they might want to use that, but there's no reason for Talon to budge. There it is. Premi gets ahead of it as well. There's the refresh on the smoke. Okay, not fast enough. Kellius gets it. The flash is ready. He antis it, but he turns just too fast. Gives him the full flash.
So now maybe a bit of an opportunity to get the spike down at the very least alongside the Cosmic Divide, but Governor gets ahead of it. Pushes alongside the wall and gets the quick flick shot into Poppy. All down to Kellius. Comes in with a shorty, but Governor, point blank range, still makes it happen. Talon closes out the map.
There were a lot of questions from a lot of fans in maps 1 and 2. Why is Premi not on Duelist? Why? Governor looked so good on that Sova. What was going on there? But now in this map, they prove we know what we're doing. Governor closes things out. Premi leads the board. And Talon Esports will continue on forward in the upper bracket.
Just such an incredible evolution of Talon as a team. Sure, you swap around some roles, but ultimately every player has kind of leveled up the control that Governor is showing right now. Just working alongside his team, making those reads happen, firing off and landing those op shots.
Really, really good play, and just recognizing the win conditions, recognizing how GE adjusted in that second half. And that's where this team being together since the end of Stage 2 on Talon Esports, it shines. That experience comes through for them. And GE, they put up a great fight. But this one, Talon, everything on the line as they try to take one step closer towards Masters Bangkok, trying to play in front of that home crowd. Quack, you and I were both there when Ascension happened in Bangkok. We saw what it meant for the fans there, and they would like nothing more than to represent their home region at a Masters tournament.
Oh yeah, especially when Scary was back on that stage. Now imagine if it was Talon. But that said, we do have the winner's interview, so let's throw it to the stage.
Hello guys, it's Bella with the post-match interview and GG Talon. Where is my governor? Governor, hello. Yes. Hello, governor. 탈론 거원호 선수 인터뷰 만나겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. Hello. If I could stand right there. Yes. 와, 오늘 어비스에서 다시 돌아오면서 탈론이 달라진 글로벌 e스포츠를 상대로 승리를 했습니다. 좀 예상했던 대로 경기가 풀려갔는지 좀 예상 못했던 부분 때문에 놀란 경기가 있었는지 좀 물어보고 싶어요. Wow, that was you guys faced the new global esports, and did you guys expect the day to go like this? Were there any surprising moments that you had today?
Well, it was a new team, so obviously completely different roster from last year. So, I mean, we came into it confident, obviously, but I think the important thing was we didn't underestimate them. So going in, like, there was still a lot of prep because it's just a completely new team. But no, I mean, I think they played map one, kind of caught us off guard a bit, but you know, we focused up and just did how we did in scrims, and then it went well.
이제 전에 만났던 지이긴 하지만 선수들이 다 바뀌었기 때문에 새로운 마음가짐을 가지고 오늘 경기를 풀어갔고요. 사실 첫 번째 맵 스플릿에서는 예상했던 것보다 너무 이제 상대가 잘해줘가지고 당황하긴 했지만 연습했던 대로 탈론의 방식대로 경기를 풀어갔다고 이야기를 했습니다. 이제 저희가 또 어비스에서 프리미 선수 태호를 보고 많은 분들이 놀라셨는데 어쩌다가 프리미 선수가 태호를 맡게 됐는지 그 뒷이야기를 좀 물어보고 싶어요. A lot of people were caught off guard with Primi on Taeho. So what kind of conversations led to that conclusion? Can you talk us about that?
I think one day he just said, "I want to play Taeho, bro."
It was him?
Yeah.
And
he
you guys
wanted to
were
play
like,
Taeho. Yeah.
and he was like, and you guys were like, okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, it worked out role-wise because, I mean, I know we got kind of owned down split, but role-wise, it just made more sense for him to go on Taeho so that me and Joseph could go, or me and Ben could go the double duelist. So it was a mixture of like, it just worked, but you know, he kind of wanted to do it as well.
일단 프리미 선수가 나 태호 하고 싶어라고 팀에게 먼저 이야기를 했다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이게 아마도 프리미 선수가 포지션을 태호로 이렇게 변경하게 되면서 거버너 선수랑 벤 선수가 투타격으로 이렇게 조합을 잘 이끌어 나갈 수 있는 그 조합도 괜찮을 것 같다고 생각을 했다고 하네요. 그리고 일단 저희는 퍼시픽에서 탈론의 좀비 컴포지션만 놀라운 건 줄 알았는데 오늘 3 감시자를 보고 엄청 놀랐어요. 그 상대 3 감시자 조합을 봤을 때 좀 어떤 반응이었는지 그리고 그 상대로 좀 경기 풀어나간 그 심경도 물어보고 싶습니다. I thought that the Talon zombie comp was what was the most surprising in Pacific, but you know, their composition, 3 sentinels, triple sen on that. What was your thought when you guys saw that, and how was it playing against that?
It was a lot of obviously stall. They had a lot of utility on defense, so I think we said right away just play slow and you know bait the util out. We don't know what to expect. It's a new comp as well, so just playing slow just went in favor for like, you know, both of those things. A lot of stall, and it's just we didn't know what the hell was going on, but you know it worked in our favor.
Yeah, Definitely, that was very clear. 이제 아무래도 또 이제 상대가 센티넬 감시자의 그런 스킬들을 많이 소진시키기 위해서 탈론 쪽에서는 좀 천천히 경기를 풀어나가는 방식을 이렇게 선택했고 그렇게 해보니까 경기가 우리의 우위에 좀 이렇게 잘 풀어나가진 것 같게 된 거라고 이야기를 했습니다. 다음은 또 퍼시픽의 슈퍼팀이라고 불리는 T1을 만나게 되는데 좀 각오를 먼저 들어보고 싶어요. Next up is T1, the Pacific powerhouse. What are your expectations on the next match?
I mean,
Lot
we're a
of
good
pressure?
team, but you know, obviously it's still to win, and you know, just do our best.
Well, this is technically your first match at Kickoff, so this is your first match at Kickoff, right? So
Me?
yeah.
No, I
well,
played
this year, Talon, this
Oh,
is the
this
first
year.
guy.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Alright. T1 뭐 당연히 긴장되긴 하는데 또 막상 해봐야 알지 않겠냐라고 이야기를 했습니다. 텔론의 거버너 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. That was Talon's governor for the interview, and we'll see you guys in a bit. Bye.
Thanks, Bella. And correct, this is the very first step towards Masters Bangkok for the Thai team of Talon. And they made a complete reverse situation here, considering how the first map went when they put Primi on that clove. Things changed a lot on this map and their performance here. And it's hard to say, is it because they were playing against 3 Sentinels, which is a bit, you know, a little curious for this match, or was Talon just getting things together anyway?
Well, yeah, GE, they just didn't get enough out of their defense, to be honest. Darion was doing his best. In fact, I feel like the coaching staff of GE needs to go to Darion and be like, it's third map every map, because on the third map, every time this guy steps up, it was the same thing in the last series. He was doing his best on attack to create openers, to look for picks outside of A, because there was nothing else that their comp could really do on the attacking side, and Talon had such a hot start on their attack against this triple Senti. Didn't really seem to bother them, and you could see from Governor in the interview, it felt like they were just feeling their way out, and it worked out very well in their favor.
Yeah, well, Talon were attacking, they had their answers, they baited out all these traps, the Global were trying to spring on them, and it never really found much power. Then as soon as we swapped to that half, Talon have such a tough time on attack with no duelists to try and burst your way through the chokes. They had to rely really heavily on finding openings, and a lot of that comes down to Darion on the chamber. This is one of those things, like, look, I've burnt a few comps in the past. I have overcooked in the past. I'm sure that this will have been successful for them in scrims. I'm sure they'll have had more ideas, but it didn't really come into play for them today.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, honestly, at the end of the first half of Lotus, you could see what they were trying to do, especially that combi with Taeho and Vice for the post-plant situation, but I mean, it wasn't quite enough. And honestly, Talon like to be a little tricky, you know? They like to say Primi's gonna be on a duelist, or where they just do crazy stuff in their scrims. They don't show stuff in their off-season, and, well, this is the result.
Yeah, I'm just glad to see Primi on a proactive agent like the Clove. He was just taking aim duels. He was playing the way that you'd want him to on attack, even, you know, taking that first entry and just pushing into C-Link and cutting off the rotations. That's how you want to see Primi play, and I just want to see him continue to play agents where he can be proactive and he can get involved in the early to mid round. I can understand from, especially like I said, a fundamentalist kind of look at how you like to play TAC FPS. My star player has to be alive in the mid to late round if I'm going to win the round. I just don't think it's the right formula for Talon as far as I'm concerned. And I know that they said in the interview that Governor said he wanted him and Ban to be on the double duelist, but I just feel like not putting Primi on a proactive agent, on an aggressive agent, it just doesn't make much sense to me. Look how much better he played in terms of fragging and impact on the third map compared to the other two.
Yeah, I think this Clove is the perfect fit for him, to be honest, where he doesn't have to dive so hard for those entries, but he's still able to take risks because he can still smoke while he's dead. I think this is the perfect role for him, and I'm glad it really came into fruition for him today.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm glad we finally got to see it. I'm pretty sure the fans are really happy too. Now we have Udotan. We need to give a shout out to him today.
Yeah, Udotan was fantastic, and he's been a bona fide star since he came into this GE roster. I really think that, you know, there's a reason why so many people are backing GE, and it's because of their fantastic pickups. You know, the core three of this roster has been fantastic to watch, between Crystal, as well as Udotan, as well as Puppy, although he did, you know, have some up and down maps in this series. Udotan in particular has been a rock-solid pillar of consistency, and just the fact that he was even meant to be playing Sentinel and they've thrown him on the duelist and he's delivering this much impact. I mean, either you're going to continue to build around this guy as GE for the next few seasons, or you're going to be able to flip him at such a margin after he's had this performance in Tier 1.
Yeah, he's definitely a real bright point of this roster, and it's nice that you're able to frag so hard even when the game gets tough, like it does in Lotus here. I think he's one to watch for GE, especially as they head down to this lower bracket and they need some magic to get that run going.
Yeah, that's right. This is a double elimination, so this is not the last we're going to see of Global Esports. Thank goodness, because I am really liking this new Global Esports and what they can show us in Pacific. Now we have to talk about Primi again. Primi, again, kind of like a slow start for him in this match, but I'm glad, you know, he's just delivered for the fan base here, giving us what we want, just Primi doing Primi things.
The thing that really impressed me about Talon, I will say, before we talk about Primi, is just it was impossible for Darion to get an AWP shot off this entire series. Yeah. Their utility, even on this map with the double controller blocking his sight lines, and then you immediately get a follow-up in terms of a Prowler or something like that. Darion had a really, really rough time finding much impact on defense, but yes, absolutely, Primi was fantastic on the Clove. This is a duelist icon, by the way, guys. Yeah, he did not play a duelist this entire series, and they listed him as a duelist, so even,
to be fair,
as you said, hiding from the analyst desk and from the talent who will be playing the duelist for Talon.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I still got him in my team, so I'm happy.
It worked out for you. I mean, to be fair, all of offseason he was on Jet, so This was a surprise for us.
They hit it very well.
And you got really lucky, but you know what? You deserve a win here.
But I do think, just really fast, I think, yeah, this triple Sentinel comp, it's so hard on attack we saw there. How do you get out of those the B choke and the C choke? I'm curious to see if they swap this up for next time they play Lotus or if they really roll with it.
Oh, that's a fantastic question, how they're going to switch it up, including for Abyss as well. Like, how are they going to rework Abyss? Now, our match MVP, it was pretty unanimous here that it had to be Jit Boys. While Primi did show up in that last map, Jit Boys has been consistent throughout all three.
Yeah, I mean, he is a little bit underrated on a Talon roster where he does get outshone by Primi, who just shines brighter than pretty much anyone else in the league when he's absolutely playing his best. So I think Jit Boys has been great to watch for a long time. He's so good at finding those lurk timings. He's so stable at defense, playing positionally around different terrain, taking duels at the right times and being able to multi-frag and playing off his teammates' util. He's just great to watch on the Omen and some of these controller roles, and even in the past as well, throw him on a Sentinel, and his great positioning and just great aim and ability to win those duels is just so fantastic for Talon.
Yeah, he's so brilliantly sharp as well. It feels like he has this ability to always win his fights, always win his duels. He always gets 2 when they come to his site. I mean, you can't ask for anything more from a player like Jit Boys.
I also like how we are seeing their calls a little bit snappier too, well, after the first map. I know there was a language barrier with crews needing to actually translate English, Thai, English back and forth, and it seems they've found a system that's been working for them. So congratulations to Talon again. We'll see Global Esports again on Monday. You'll be facing off against DFM. Now we need to talk about your teams. We have the preferred coach by just like 2 or 3%. Not by a lot, not by a lot. But let's see who ended up being the.
I think they threw it up before, and I think Big Time's leading, but he's had 3 players play, and I'm still waiting for 3 of my players.
Oh, are you
to
leading?
play.
Okay.
So
I'm really not
he's
sure.
winning
But
right
yeah, to be
now,
fair,
but I don't know who's going to win overall.
Yeah,
Oh,
to
there
be
we
fair,
go.
you've got like.
I'm waiting for
more
Texture,
than next match.
Yeoman, Monya, yeah. There we go, it's back up.
Oh, here we go.
So what were your thoughts, Vic?
You said by a little. That's not a little.
He's got a 3rd player in there. I haven't even got my points for my 3rd player, Vic.
Okay.
Come on.
All right. Well, you guys can revote who your favorite
Why are you
coach
bullying
is.
me?
Someone's got to do
Is it because I'm new?
Yeah, it's because you're the new guy here. We've been hanging for the last 2 years.
Right.
But we
okay.
do have our
That's
next
fair.
matchup where we will find out if your fantasy team is going to end up winning, because we do have GenG versus RRQ. We're going to go on a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to see this old matchup again.
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Jenny.
Oh, baby.
Ooh, there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect? It even has my name on the side.
마우스 누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me. It's by me.
It's by me.
It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's fly.
It's day 4 of the VCT Pacific 2025 Kickoff. Stay tuned for some epic games.
I've been dreaming, but now it's coming true. At the top of the world, enjoy the view. Up and jump and dance, and you feel it too. Favorite jamming machine, press make it new. That's it. Too much fun. There's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch it on the run. Yeah, so much fun.
VCT Pacific. The future of Valorant starts here.
Higher flying fantasy, make it real. Tripping on that cartoon banana peel. Swooping up just to grab it, turn the wheel. Flipping out, gotta have it, it's a deal. Too much fun. There's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We've just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch it on the run. So much fun. We've just begun. So much fun. Banging on the drum, put me in the front. Yeah, so much fun. Feeling so ready. Feeling so ready.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Kickoff. We just finished the first match of today, and we're going to go to the second one. Now, this is a matchup we're very familiar with, but we've seen an evolution of both these teams. We saw an incredible performance by GenG throughout 2024, winning Pacific's very first trophy in Shanghai. But there have been some roster changes, little things. I don't even know if it's the roster change they actually wanted, but things are the way they are. We got Foxy9 now wearing the GenG jersey. How are you guys feeling about this new GenG?
I'm still very optimistic. Like, I feel like it's a little, some people are blowing this a little out of proportion. Let's be real, this is still a core 3, Duelist and IGL, whole coaching staff, best rookie debut year that you've seen out of Caron last year. You might even say Yeoman's a bit of an upgrade in terms of firepower. I know the big question is obviously Foxy9 coming in for Meteor. Meteor's irreplaceable, but he does have some role flexibility as well. I mean, for me, GenG are still outstanding favorites to win this whole thing.
I'd see
the core of the team's still there.
Yeah, I understand that, but I also feel like other people are catching up. I don't know if their changes are necessarily pushing them forward in the same way other teams' off-season moves are. I think we can't know until we see this team play, and I think it'll be very apparent if this is the GenG of last year where they'll fire on all cylinders, or if it might feel a little bit flatter.
Now, speaking of another team that we've seen improvements from every single year,
Yeah.
is RRQ. Now, yeah, they don't have a trophy in their hands, and they've been stopped all the time, every single year, every single season. And I like the improvements we have there. We love Coach Ewok, and they have the addition of Indonesian player Kushi on their team.
The time is now. I keep saying that whenever I talk about RRQ, but the way they built their roster, this is the very peak of it. This is the year where it really has to all come together, and there's no bigger hurdle for RRQ than GenG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a team that stomped them, that has stopped them rather, and at times stomped them at every hurdle. Although RRQ is not really the kind of team to get pushed around too much, especially in their opening game. They were fantastic. I really felt like they could have even 2-0'd there. That Abyss game, I felt like they kind of threw that one away, and they recomposed themselves and bounced back so beautifully on the next 2 maps. Jemkin is the highest rated player in the tournament with that performance of plus 30 across the series. We have to mention Warbirds coming in as well. That is a really good brains trust of coaches on this team. They've kept the majority of the core and a lot of solid players together, and Kushi has been handpicked by Ewok. He's scouted him. He's been the missing link that they needed in that initiator role. Although he still doesn't have a lot of experience, he's already played great series against PRX in the off-season. You know, it's not like this guy is really choking against some top-tier opposition. However, now is another test for him against the likes of GenG, you know, some of the better Pacific players of last year.
Yeah, I think he's really slotted into their team really seamlessly here. And of course, we got Texture and Manyan, and as you guys both know, They used to be on Global Esports, which I'm going to touch upon in a little bit. But this is their 7th matchup. And every single time, on the really crucial moments, it's been GenG that's been holding people like Monyet back, people on RRQ back. They're kind of like an in real life barrier mesh. Like they can see all the action beyond that, but they're just blocked by GenG every single time. And I know this friendship goes way back. And can you clarify? Everyone's always like, why did Global Esports let go of Texture on Monyet?
Yeah, I mean,
we got big time here. Tell us.
I would have loved to have kept them. I really would. That was kind of our initial plan. But it's esports. It's a business at the end of the day, and you can never begrudge an org when they need to make moves that are better suited for them financially, or when they have different objectives in mind. But things are not always as simple as.
But you wanted to keep them.
I would have loved to have kept both of them. I think they're both amazing players.
I think I heard these exact words out of Big Time's mouth. He said something like, "I made Texture and Monyet the players that they are, and I can't believe that they couldn't stay on my team." Okay. He said those exact words.
I think my words were, "It was all me, 100% me."
If it's
when
all
they
you,
won the championship, Big Time was cheering. He was holding his own trophy.
But I want to ask, if it was all you, why did you put Texture on Sentinel?
Oh, this is a big
Tell
one.
us.
Yes,
explain yourself.
I get asked this all the time. A big reason for it was his level of English was not as good back in 2023. He wasn't really able to communicate in the way we needed the duelist to communicate, because your duelist is your front man. He's the one who needs to be relaying what they see, because they see more than anybody.
You know what? Just go anchor a site. You can't even speak English.
Also, he was very good when we moved across the Sentinel. We tried him on Sentinel. I clicked immediately, and he was great. Obviously, he looks great on duelist and in GenG. I'm happy to see him doing well there, but it's a Korean team. I think he's much better suited to that. I'm really glad it's worked out for him in the end.
It has, and you know what? I'm just giving you crap right now, but I can fully understand why that ended up happening. It's very, very important for the duelists to make those calls, especially in a very fast-paced game and a crazy game like Valorant.
Yeah.
And we got our map draft coming in here. Ooh, we got a Fracture. I love watching Indonesians play on Fracture. It might be, Boom's fault with that, but I think this is a very dynamic map. Always a lot of fun here.
Oh, for sure.
And Lotus, okay. This is the first time we're going to see, GenG play at all this tournament, so.
Well, RRQ, I think Fracture is an interesting one. It's not really a map that either one of these teams have played too much, if I remember correctly. So that's kind of like an out of left field pick that they're trying to shake things up a little bit. Lotus is an interesting one. I think RRQ played OT versus Talon, if I remember correctly, and then lost a game in the off-season on Lotus, whereas GenG stomped Talon like 13-2 in the off-season. So if you're going to use Talon as a measuring stick for performance on Lotus, that might not be a close game, but I don't know if you draw those conclusions. Haven's an interesting one. Like, it's been a pretty safe one for RRQ, and they even stomped DFM just the other day, whereas GenG, they played a lot of close games. I think they haven't had a game that's been less than 24 rounds on Haven in the off-season, and they've even played some NA teams and things like that. They've been playing these off-season international tournaments, so they've really tested it against a wide range of teams. So both teams should feel pretty confident on that third map decider.
Yeah, I really hope it gets to go to Haven, because GenG play the Viper comp, of course, which is a very interesting little mix-up. I'd like to see how
I don't think anyone else is really playing that,
What are your predictions then? Let's throw up our predictions for this. Some might argue I'm an RRQ yellow, but maybe it's gold for GenG.
This is crazy to me.
Who knows?
This is crazy.
It's still 50-50. Today it's a 50-50 split.
4 people are going against the core 3 of GenG and the coaching staff.
You just like stepping on the little guy.
Is
Have
that
some
crazy?
crazy in your life,
That's
man.
crazy.
Believe in something.
I know the RRQ management is watching me say this right now, and they're like, "You didn't believe." But like, come on, man. Like, seriously, we're all going. Like, half of you are going against GenG.
What's your case for RRQ?
So I do think they're the underdog in this game, but I think they have good momentum. I think this is kind of a little bit of a revenge match for them. They have all these storylines going for them. I think their roster has improved. I think the GenG roster has dipped a little bit.
Okay.
They played each other close last year, so I'm excited.
I'm super excited, and I know Ewok does not want to lose against GenG, so let's see if he can make it happen. We're going to go to the stage and welcome our 2 teams, RRQ and GenG.
Pacific 2025.
The pride of Indonesia, RRQ, is facing off against the Masters winning team, GenG. GenG is a team who have completely transformed since 2023 here. In this very stadium, it was a very different team, and they're returning back this year, 2 years later, with that Masters trophy. Now, RRQ, on the other side, have shown improvements every single season, but qualifying still eludes them, thanks to these opponents. Now, both teams adjusted their roster just a touch, but the core still remains. The question is the result going to be different this year?
That's the question. For me, this is the biggest test for RRQ that they're going to have to face. This has been the team that shut them down time and time again. If they manage to overcome GenG today, that's when we start to get on the hype train, right? That's when we really start to get that copium flowing. But, you know, if they get defeated today, do they end up just being that middle-of-the-pack team that we kept seeing them be? I think this is by far this is a massive game for them, a massive game for them mentally as well, to kind of overcome this roadblock.
Yeah, RRQ have been stagnant. They've been stuck in the middle of the pack. It's always been almost for RRQ. It's going to be so frustrating to go up against GenG time and time again. And GenG are really the trendsetters here in Pacific. And we'll see with their new additions whether they continue to pave the way for excellence out of Asia internationally.
Ooh, new accessories on the coaches too. We got Solo and Ewok here. Yeah, I like the scarf. Jacket always looks super swag on RRQ. I think they're going to be showing new stuff very soon in the coming weeks for their merch. Map drafts coming through here. These teams are very familiar with each other. And you guys know we're going to be starting off with a good old fracture. I think we're going to start this match with a bang here.
Yeah, it's a big question mark for both teams. Again, we've seen recently, it feels like the meta is falling into a similar kind of core agent comp of what it used to be with the Brim, with the Breach, with the Sentinel in the mix. However, you know, we used to have things like Sky being mixed in, or even Fade, at times KO. Now it feels like Teo is really filling the void of that initiator role, and a lot of teams are really liking him on Fracture. So we'll see what these teams do choose to go towards, because especially Kushi, he's someone that I'm looking at, and Yeoman as well. These initiators are the new additions. They're probably going to be the ones that will have to pick up something like a Teo, and I feel like both of those players, I associate them more so with Sova and things like that.
Yeah, I'm definitely very curious. As you say, we've definitely seen this become a bit more of an established meta, so I'm curious if these two teams will lean into that, if they've kind of noticed that developing in scrims, or if they have their own flavor on this map.
Wow, these huddles are longer than usual.
Yeah, that's normally in the huddle, you're just trying to not mess anything up. You're just trying to keep everybody calm and just make it very relaxed. What you say in the huddle, 9 times out of 10, they don't say the team name. You say all kinds of random stuff.
Oh, you guys do that too? That's what, it's so funny. It looks like, you know, this is the time to like get them all together. I think people have like different, I don't know what you guys did. Some teams have like random chants. So let's say what's for dinner, for example, to shout like spaghetti.
Well, I think it's you can't win the game in the huddle, but you can get in your players' heads and mess it up. So I just think you want to take it easy, don't add too much pressure, just remind them of what they can do well. That was a big screen.
They definitely did, whatever they shouted looked intense.
It was passionate.
But GenG too, look at them. This is serious. Solo is actually having a deep discussion with them now.
I love Coach Ewok. I love Warbirds, but you can't argue against one of the most successful, if not maybe the best Asian TAC FPS player of all time heading up the coaching staff of your team. That is just not something you can ever measure up to.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tall order, but this could be the year. This could be it. We're getting our agents in.
Sova on Yeoman and Sova as well on RRQ. Is this a mirror?
No, Neon.
Not quite.
Neon
for Raze, and that's the only difference between these two teams. But the core four of the agents, you know, the only difference being the fast lane is going to be a little bit more chaotic with the movement on Monyet. Texture favoring the Raze, so the paint shell's really going to be helping a little bit to break some of the KJ util here and there and break some of those setups around stairs, but not really Cypher trips or anything like that.
Yeah, I think both Xfero and Foxy9 are very happy that the other team didn't pick Teo. They get a nice little ease into the game without getting their ultimate destroyed every single time.
I just think Texture on Raze facing off against Monyet on Neon is going to be so much fun. They give each other crap all the time, and I think it's hilarious to watch. Anyway, we're going to go into this match because we're super excited for it. We're going to go into our casters. RRQ's unofficial biggest fanboy, Chobra and Quack.
Thank you very much, Desk. I think we can all agree on one thing. When these two teams face off, it's an absolute banger. Like, we like to talk about only bangers on Split, only bangers on other maps, but it's only bangers when these two teams face off. I mean, you saw the record. GenG 5-1 in this record against RRQ, but 4 of those matches were not 2-0s. They're all 2-1s, whichever way they go.
Yeah, and there is that, at least there is that one. There is that one for RRQ.
But I will always put a disclaimer on that one because that was the one match that didn't matter, right? Because the results were already determined for the Stage 1 playoffs. And I know the RRQ team felt the same way, where it was like, wow, we finally got it together, but it was when it didn't matter. So maybe it's a pressure thing, maybe it's some other things you need to consider. But as the Desk, hammered home, it's GenG always blocking RRQ's path. Can RRQ finally break that wall in 2025?
Yeah. If that win didn't matter, this one does matter, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's definitely still going to be that question of, can RRQ really break it through? They looked pretty darn good against the FM last week, so I'm hoping some of that performances can carry over. But looking at the composition, I mean, you got Monyet back on the Neon, right?
Yeah, so I wonder if there was, because as I just mentioned, neither of them really played this during the offseason, and some of their players we've never seen playing in officials on Fracture as well. So there's a lot of question marks, but one thing that I felt that RRQ, or whichever team was going to face against GenG in their very first match, was going to do was target Foxy9. Try to take him to maps where we can really make him uncomfortable, because that was always going to be the big question mark for GenG. Can you get Foxy9 into your system, or do you have to rework your system now to really accommodate this new player? Because in 2024, everybody knows it was such a Meteor show, right? It wasn't just about Meteor, but they utilized him to the max. So now you have to adjust those things a little bit.
Yeah, especially on a map like Fracture. I mean, Foxy9 definitely does have a little bit of slack to pick up, so it's not going to be the easiest thing, and that's where you can kind of work your game plan around. But I'm also kind of looking at how, some of the role swaps have come through. Jemkin on the controller, I mean, that's not something you see every day. I'm wondering how that kind of fits in to RQ's game plan here.
Yeah, well, the Neon coming in for Monyet, we do know that he's a great Neon as well. So, 2 old GE players now trying to prove which one was actually the better duelist now in their new teams. Monyet versus Texture. That's another thing I wanted to touch upon was, I wonder if RQ absolutely just assumed that Texture wouldn't be playing the Neon, especially after the nerfs. It's not something that GenG was really a big fan of last year. They picked it up during the offseason, but Neon nerfs come through, so we believe Neon is still better on Fracture. We should be able to overcome them. We'll see what the game plan is, as GenG will actually be starting on the attack.
Yeah, so far a little bit split all throughout, but also, I mean, this is a map where you definitely want to have a lot of that early A main pressure again. I mean, especially with some of the smokes that you can throw off, and there it instantly is, to allow Monyet to kind of creep in further through.
Right off the bat, we're seeing those cross-map recons come in. That Silva becoming more and more popular ever since EG popularized it 2 years ago. It's a good hit onto Yeoman, trying to go for a chase, but instantly the pinch. RRQ knows they have to push out. They need to isolate these fights, and Monyet's going to slide out. He doesn't see that, but he's able to do an absolute 180. That's 2 kills to 1 in favor of RRQ.
Just a swing back, right? But Texture does find that trade, and also already into the site, so everything's already smoked off, and now you're getting the spike planted in for a main. You're going to have to hold further back, but your players are down a little bit low. Texture has to hit the good first shot. He does, but Monyet instantly trades. Now Munchkin, Karen needing to kind of fall back. I mean, where are you going to go? The site's not quite safe, and on the other side, Jemkin is marking out from defender spawn as well. So hearing the footsteps inside of A main, Munchkin's trying to hold, trying to play around it. The smoke comes up in time, and that's when Xpero peeks out. Jemkin from the back. It's the incendiary as well onto the spike, working against them a little bit, but still nonetheless, RRQ picks up the kills.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, Karon just trying to buy time, trying to make sure the double coming in from A main, not able to get onto the site, nor the spike, but alas, he gets picked off through the smoke as it comes down. Munchkin and Karon didn't really have many options, right? They didn't really have any other info about the other parts of the site or the defender spawn. So Munchkin holding that close angle, I don't think he can really fault him. It's the only thing he had going. He just wasn't able to get that one-shot kill with the right click. Texture with a clean shot, but I love that Cushy also goes out. He already only has 5 HP. He says, I'll be the scout. Then you get the trade, and RRQ, the fast push out with Monyet as the battle cries come out, is successful in the pistol. We're seeing Sheriff spot up from GenG and some half armors as well. See if that maybe bites them even going in to their bye round next round.
So far, though, at least, I mean, maybe a bit of damage. GenG has been known to make those things happen before, but right now, just kind of splitting themselves across again, right? More respect towards that A main pressure, but this time, you're looking at RRQ kind of having those defenses set up towards B.
Okay, yeah, so you recognize it's the judge. I love that they're trying to get this information because they go for the ult orb as well. They recognize it's a judge up in heaven. either you go in with util or you just don't go there at all. Just keep him tied up there. That's one person you don't have to worry about. And GenG, they do want to group up. So what's the answer towards this Killjoy? You can't nullify any of the util, but it looks like it's going to be a trap play to force him into uncomfortable positions. Lineups at the ready. You've got both the Silva and the Breach over by Arcade as well.
Trying to set it up at least, but RRQ will respond in kind. Smokes just to delay a little bit further as well.
Jemkin has to play this so well. xFaro just going to be able to hold onto Heaven alone. He goes for the spray. He gets two. He's ready for the third. Trying to bounce back and forth. Eventually gets taken down by Foxy9.
Just to kind of flood on through, right? Nanostorm's on the site as well, so just to make things a little bit more difficult. But onto the judge now, xFaro onside, able to fight back. Munchkin gunned down, and RRQ makes it relatively safe enough. Estrella does pick up the Spectre.
Yeah, so all weapons carried over for RRQ. Not too much damage done. GenG, 3 members with half armor, so they will be starting a little bit weak on their buy round. I love that Jemkin tries to be heads up, but eventually he still gets traded down. But it's a good wraparound from RRQ as well.
Yeah, still able to kind of swing back into the site just for that retake against GenG, who were able to deal with the judge a little bit. But that's it, down into the next round. That judge does carry on over. This time it's in the hands of Monyet.
Yeah, and I was wondering if maybe we see an outlaw, but that's not going to be the case here, as RRQ choosing to just go for these fights, given the nature of Fracture. So we see that Vandal being bought up to match the firepower. That's 3 rifles, a Vandal, and 2 Bulldogs against, of course, all 5 Vandals and Phantoms for GenG. GenG, I mean, they recognize it's a bonus round. We don't know what kind of crazy they'll do with the Neon. Let's just hold, and then we can go for our set play, because hopefully they should be split in their default setups.
Pretty much still doing that, but with time passed, right, you're not seeing anything from the Neon on anyone else. So this is where you're starting to wonder, what are you going to do truly? Thinking about where this Neon possibly could be, or maybe even the judge again.
It's an interesting setup from RRQ because you're actually just giving up all 4 lanes. You're literally only hoping to stop them on the site and get those kills. And if it doesn't work out, I mean, it could be disastrous, but if it does work out, chaos ensues, and you at least do a ton of damage, right? Maybe you're just dropping 3, 4 weapons. The spike maybe doesn't really get planted. They just have to finish off the fights, things like that. So we'll see how it pans out. Already only 30 seconds. That's the Molly. Lots of time bought. Still another smoke as well.
A little bit of a gap through the Molly, so still Texture being able to slip on through, but the fault line does connect. Estrella able to take down Texture. Then the judge gets spotted. Monyet goes in on the offensive. Able to trade that for a bit of a rifle as well, but onto the side, Jemkin will fall. Monyet runs out of ammo, sends the relay as he spots out another player. The spike gets planted down just in time, and Monyet picks up yet another Vandal for that collapse onto Munchkin. RRQ, being able to chip down all that time, will be able to pick up the bonus round.
A really well intricately set up, basically, site trap play. RRQ says you come to A, we got the Nanostorms to alarm bot, and we got 2 people high-low setup. You come to B, we've got a fault line that's able to cover the diagonal across the site. We're holding close with a Spectre and a Molly, and then we have a judge up in heaven. So no matter where you come from, no matter what the set execute is, it's just going to be we pick up the first entry, and then we take you out one by upgrading our weapons. And Monyet, a great decision to slide out there, and it works out for the bonus.
Just so incredible. And now it's everything being upgraded up. GenG, a little bit desperate. It's down to the Sheriffs and the Guardian on the side of Texture. Still looking for some kind of an opening into the sites.
Now these are the rounds you have to watch out for GenG. Pilsky mentioned on the desk, it's still the same core 3 members. They're all so good with those one-tap weapons. And you can see RRQ giving that respect. The high-low doubled up, making sure you don't get both taken out instantly. We'll see if it pays off, as we do see Foxy9 creeping up over Dish, trying to gain some attention.
Still being able to hold effectively, right? But kind of walks into the setup, so nonetheless gets eliminated.
Oh, yeah, and that allows Monyet to go for the foul. Oh, a nice pick, and this is what we were talking about. You gotta watch out. You gotta respect him.
Just because it's Texture. Such a quick reaction. But now RRQ with the information, still able to kind of hide back and hold as well. Cushy kind of lines up the sight lines and gets at least one. Estrella coming back into support as well, and that's the Sky Smoke just to block off GenG while xFaro moves into place.
Opening the door, just forcing RRQ to now have to look at multiple angles. They will, in fact, go into Sands, but already Crosshairs trained, and Yo-Man, he gets spotted. Estrella, he's going to jiggle back and forth. You still have the high-low. Yeah, Estrella doesn't have to greed for this. You can trust in Jemkin, and they spot him right away. Estrella actually getting both, now only 1 away from his Rolling Thunder.
That's tremendous value being found as well. So it all kind of pays out. And now economy's starting to hurt a little bit more for GenG, just buying up all of those light shields.
I mean, just knowing that it's just a Killjoy peeking up first, it's an eco. The immediate rotation was good. Yeah, I mean, texture, he's still got it. He's still the same texture, so you gotta give that respect. But it's a very, very quick fill into the site from the rest of RRQ to be able to block that off. Munchkin does have his Rolling Thunder, though. He was only 2 away in that last round. Fills it up, and now we'll see if they use it right away for a set play. B main already cleared.
Yeah, pushed out alongside the relay bolt, so a little bit expensive, but still is a lot of information. Beating out that Rolling Thunder now, but inside of the site, Estrella kind of goes for the track, not quite connecting onto it. Jemkin will fall alongside him.
Oh, not being able to snipe him out. Meanwhile, Munchkin, he's ahead of him. Magnet doesn't expect him to still be watching the flank from out far. Still 2 members alive, but it's looking like it's going to be a tough position as GenG has 4. Texture only down to 18 HP, but he pushes out. He's a scout, but Xfero gets both Texture and Foxy9. Suddenly, a retake, seemingly possible. Yeoman takes damage from the shock dart. He peeks ahead. Ooh, he's trying to displace the crosshairs. Charon, good for that trade. Xfero needs to take the 1v1s. Where does he take him? He gets close, but it's just too frantic. And Charon, as patient as always, will be able to get their first win for GenG.
Yeah, just kind of panicking and sprinting straight into the side, teammate falling off to the sidelines, and at that point, you know, you're just kind of running against time straight into it with Phantom.
Xfero does get some nice kills here, but as you mentioned, the time, the space, all the positioning starts to get dicey, and we see a little bit of that panic mode come in. Meanwhile, Charon, just as sturdy as he always has been ever since he debuted just last year. Now the Rolling Thunder available for Estrella, but we do have some power ultimates 1 point away from GenG, so they should be working those orbs. It's going to be that arcade orb right away.
Deploying drone. Being able to...
Ooh, a fast take.
Set up for more value. Boombot will get spotted out, so Xfero kind of anticipating some kind of push out now coming through. Additional support from Cushy, but the flashes come out. It just throws it off just a bit, but still being able to drag that crosshair across. Yeoman will be able to strike back against Magnet, though. Now trying to get a bit of timing into her spawn, but no, Estrella strikes back.
And Foxy9, he was just waiting for information. He was waiting for the lineups, but none of it. The calls don't come through. It's just silence on the other side. And now all alone, 1v3. In all honesty, this could be where he shines. He loves to do it. He's talked about it even in some of those GenG vlogs that, you know, they come fight me. I love that. But with the positions they have, and you have to go hunt for these. Yeah, there's the fault line, and it's just well set up. Jemkin able to clean things up, now 1 point away from his own orbital strike.
So in the round, just trying to go for a quick paced hit. Arcade orb and straight into the B side, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work out. So just RRQ being able to respond quick enough despite the flashes and everything. Cushy just finding that value alongside his teammate on the site.
And Cushy has been so impactful for this team ever since he joined, even in those off-season tournaments right away. A lot of people agreed. If I didn't know about Cushy before, I believe in him now. We'll see if he can keep it up for this entire match. A true test against reigning Masters winners as well from last year. But so far, he's holding his own, and GenG will call that timeout.
I mean, they are close to their ultimates.
I mean, this is a big chance, and you kind of need it, right? 5-1 already, RRQ. They've already got that minimum, right? It is Fracture, so you could go both ways, but they've got that minimum to try to flip things back and forth. And so right now, it's on GenG to try to bring things back, try to at least tie it up, get those 5 rounds to even things out for the second half. The just mentioned, of course, the coaching staff, Solo and HSK, already so successful, and then as players as well. But then they had that addition as Perry. So Perry now joining his old teammate and his old captain in Solo, back when they were on Neutron, back when they performed at Masters Reykjavik, now coming in as a coach after his tenure at D+ Kia in the Challenger scene. See if we can notice any of that impact. People were wondering, does Perry maybe do some one-on-one coaching with some of the rookies? You know, where does this come from? But so far, it's RRQ really forcing GenG's hand.
Yeah, bringing their own assistant coach in the form of Warbirds as well. But right now, still just controlling that A main, right? Early information outside of it. And as soon as they get a little bit more in towards B, they're sending that utility through.
Okay, the multi-bash just to try to get some scratch damage onto GenG. It is another Sheriff and Guardian round, another one you have to respect. Sphero just keeping his distance. He's positioned to be ready to bail out as well. Finds him, gets the shot onto Texture. That's a big one, just a little bit ahead. And there's the Rolling Thunder to pinch through Cushy. He's good for 2 right away. The recon just to be safe, and there's the push out. Cushy for 3. Still maintaining that Hunter's Fury. No need for it just yet.
Just had the perfect setup once again. I mean, you start things off early on. Monyet pushes out into Haymane, calls it clear, and everyone is kind of already anticipating some of these potential ultimates or whatever that GenG might have. And you can see Xfero's holding it, instantly swaps on over to the shorty as soon as he gets contacted by the fault line. The Rolling Thunder to top everything off to allow Cushy to push up to collect on those kills.
So now back to the rifles, only half armors, but you have the lockdown, you have the orbital strike, you have the Hunter's Fury. There's a lot of counters on the other side, but GenG, they gotta push and pull a bit more because like you said, this A-main, it's been a thorn. It's just so much free information. Door opened. It is a crossfire set up from RRQ. And you have that fault line support ready by Estrella as well, up by the rafters.
Comes down to a little bit of contact. Sky Smoke comes out. Monyet spots all of them out. That's the fault line being sent through. Is he gonna push? No, actually falls back because the push comes out from drop instead. Cushy, though, with the Hunter's Fury, will connect into 2 players from GenG.
He catches both after the fault line. So, in fact, it's Monyet being the bait, and then they're able to just back out into sand, still holding that line of scrimmage.
Just holding it up even further off, even though the spikes planted. Pressure is on for GenG. Thanks to the new updates. Yeah, they're going to have to try to spray through the smokes, but even with the overdrive, Monyet just kind of keeping them at bay, adding that pressure even further on for Xfero to come up with the flank from behind, the double kill through. It's RRQ who are looking so unstoppable right now.
What a setup from RRQ. The whole time you've always just set Monyet alone. Maybe you set him up after the first 20 seconds, 30 seconds. This time, Jemkin watches with him. You've got so many ultimates, and after the fault line goes through, you tag one, and then you're able to chase through. You tag the second as well. He instantly recognizes it and finishes off the double kill. That was huge because it allows everyone to just say, all right, let's back out in sands. You know, Spike already planned, it doesn't matter, give him a main, because now we've got the flank coming in from Xfero as well. Very, very patient and calculated from RRQ.
And now they're still cycling on through with those ultimates. Orbital Strike and Lockdown on the next, but GenG has some ultimates of their own, just the gun's not quite there. Monyet in with the relay bolt, pushing out into it, taking the fight against GenG, and now it's just Foxy9 holding out. The pinch comes through with Cushy on the back.
I mean, the tempo change as well. RRQ playing with full confidence. I'll be very honest, I don't think we've ever seen RRQ just adjust so well round to round ever in any of their matches. But right now, you can tell by their movement, by their reads round to round. It's against an eco, and you still say, let's go. We haven't pushed out that far yet. It's already round 9. We're up 7-1. Let's go for a fast push because they won't have strong weaponry. They get one kill, and then they back off. They have the pinch, and they say, spike dropped. We don't need to overextend.
And now they're just kind of marking every single entrance that GenG is looking for, hoping for, down through the dirt. And it's being spotted as well.
Yeah, Estrella catches sight, so they know one sewers. You don't really have to worry about anything other than ropes at this point. Turret set up to watch the flank from Dish. 40 seconds. This could turn into an all-out brawl, though. I am a little bit worried as RRQ has put all their eggs in one basket, but Jemkin gets one. Estrella for the trade, and surely this should be the round over as Monyet wraps it up, building towards another overdrive.
Just having that advantage. I mean, this is a fully confident RRQ down to the last 2 players, you know, spotting them out by tunnel. Once they got that bit of contact, they continue to swing. I mean, look at how Monyet was just selflessly kind of swinging out alongside with that play. So the whole team's just being able to flow in this form, and GenG, even off of the timeout, not quite able to find the answer.
Yeah, with the weaker weapons as well. I mean, you have the stun and you have the neon. Those one-shots maybe not going to be as effective. Monyet just having a time of his life right now, but it's Cushy with 11 kills and only 2 deaths leading the board.
Still sitting comfortably for now. GenG, this time just a little bit more hidden movements into it, but spotted by the drone.
Yeah, but look at the switch up, right? Killjoy no longer here in GenG. They're still scouting for any of that setup. Still sending some of that util. There's the paint shells. Monyet, he wants to get ahead of it, and he knows exactly what Raze thinks. He'll take him out, but it is a trade. It opens up heaven, and then the site as well onto the B site.
Cushy, though, still around the corner, trying to stay alive, waiting for his team to kind of get back in. So he uses that smoke. While they clear out that turret from the back, Foxy9 looking to hold, able to get that first flick against Jemkin. Fault Light comes through, but he evades just in kind. Next Pharaoh will be able to fight back. 3-on-3 as Cushy now pushes out, takes out Karen, and the relay just to spot things out, but Yeoman kind of avoids for now, pushes straight himself into tunnel, and Cushy knows where to look. Munchkin, the last one left, onto the site, evades the Rolling Thunder, holds the ground with a fault line being sent out. He took down Cushy already, just needs to do a little bit more, and down to the last one left, it's just Estrella who swings out, still takes the duel against Munchkin, has enough time for the defuse. RRQ are still making it happen.
I mean, we were all thinking the same thing. Munchkin doesn't lose these. He even got the double fault line there at the end as well, and it looked like it was all lining up once again for one of the clutch masters on GenG. But no, it's Estrella, the other IGL that fights back. Monyet understanding his mission just to make them weaker as they come into the site. It was all about the flank. RRQ going for a different setup, then wraps around. It did look dicey, but Cushy, I mean, we got to get this round to him. He just takes out so many members and pushes them all out, just limiting only Munchkin on the site.
So much value, the new addition to RRQ, and there he is. I mean, 13 kills now. Xpharaoh onto 12 too. Now the setup's kind of swapped up a little bit more. Less pressure out towards A. Well, that Sky Smoke is out outside of B.
And now the Killjoy setup, still not scouted just yet. That Nano Swarm on the drop, it could spell trouble. That's the core of GenG. Once again, another pinch. You still have Estrella standing by. You still have the Orbital Strike as well. Where do they go? It's down into Sands. I love the pinch. They know Sand has been very important. Jemkin does get the trade, but eventually GenG will push through. They will dominate that area.
In with a showstopper as well, but now looking through it, it's the yellow line, and Monyet will be able to take down Yeoman.
Well, special delivery through the ropes right now, and Monyet, I mean, it's pretty much just up to him. They've got so many ultimates as well. You got to go fast. Got to get those 1v1. Spots one. Goes out for a Cushy. Already gets another kill. The lockdown just to buy time. You got to try to eliminate Karen. Monyet's just going to go in with the Shardy before he expects it. Cushy gonna drone to see if Foxy9 has widened the angle. Meanwhile, Monyet, he's already through. This is not looking great. Foxy9, he's not in a good position to stop this defuse. Half already done. And he's not gonna be able to get the kill. Monyet running through the lockdown, eliminates the orbital strike possibility. What a hero play.
Last round before the switch.
Just how do you do something like that? No slide available, but still thinks of sprinting through with the shorty out.
I mean, this is pure heroics. And then the drone as well to make sure Foxy9s are not already holding the angle.
Sigma boy.
Okay. Wow, I mean, and he's just chilling. We gotta see more Neon from RRQ after this. I mean, Monyet unleashed right now.
Has the overdrive online. Thinking about a potential push out in towards B as well right now. Last round of the first half, and things are looking this comfortable, this confident for RRQ.
It's another pinch onto B as well. It's a high-low setup on Arcade, and then the immediate push out with the Neon from the other side on Dish.
They've got the KJ utility to mark the outside of B main as well, so just to go in for that high-low, and it works out perfectly. Jemkin, what is that double kill? The utility to flush him out, but Xpharaoh is there to trade back in kind. Dodges the Hunter's Fury, and the push-out comes through to mark the spike. Lockdown being deployed.
And then holding close with the shorty, they have to push you. He knows, okay, Foxy9, he is gonna be able to break it, but lots of time bought, and as you mentioned, Spike already stranded. And you know where these members are. Yeoman hasn't had much impact. We haven't had a reason to shout his name. Can he prove it? Only 30 seconds left.
Just a bit of util, but is it gonna be enough? Foxy's so darn low. Look at Monyet marking his ankle, but ooh, a big swing. Foxy takes him down, but unfortunately that's not gonna be enough. Yeoman down outside of tunnel still, and Cushy will pick up the final kill. The last round of the first half going to RRQ.
Wow. I don't know if we've ever really seen this. I mean, even though RRQ did win that one best of 3, I don't know if it's ever felt like RRQ was entirely on top. It always felt like a grind and a struggle. Obviously, the map's not done yet, but the prep coming in from RRQ. the way they understand Fracture, the confidence that we are going to understand this map better than GenG. What a good map pick so far in the first half.
Yeah, a map that GenG hasn't really shown much of or even played much of in the previous year, which was, you know, arguably one of their stronger years. And it's just really showing how much RRQ really has in store for this entire thing. Estrella with the breach setups, the fault line setups, Cushy with his performance so far. But now down to it all. I mean, Monyet's starting to pick up on it as well with some crazy antics.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just the confidence, the movement, the fact that you have a Neon who can move like that. Oh, look who it is.
Oh!
All right. Calling some of his friends little piggies. Our own little Korean Busio. No, but I mean, we'll see. It's the T1 members trying to scout out some of the opposition on the other side of the bracket right now. And Meteor watching his old team, seeing if they can recreate some of the same magic. Now, coming into Kickoff, Munchkin did say on his own little Q&A session, AMA session, that, you know, it's always tough against RRQ, but we always win. We're going to be able to win again. You know, just exuding that confidence, saying that we were going to be, you know, prepared and ready to go. But so far, maybe they just didn't see the Fracture. Maybe they just weren't quite sure what kind of power Cushy brought to this team. 15-4 with 4 assists.
So far, could this be a different story for the first time in a while? Starting things out now, GenG on the defense. They're slowly pushing outside.
Destroyed.
Oh, he's waiting for them to check for ropes. Goes out, doesn't get the kill, but now you have to start moving. Xfero is trapped. Fault line gonna keep them at bay. It's a nice trade. Monyet still able to push through with the frenzy. He's trying to draw the crossers away, just barely skirts out. Xfero eventually falls, and that does open things up for a retake.
Straight up for B main, but yes, bit of an opportunity for GenG outside of Arcade, but needing to work alongside, yes, the spikes, and with that wraparound through. Yeoman with the recon.
And we'll see if Monyet gets sight. Where does Estrella go? Does he push through? It's a relay boat to try to buy time. He's stuck now, but Cushy already good for 1 kill. They're buying time for Estrella. It's all for Estrella. They have no idea. He comes in from behind. He misses so many shots, and he absolutely blunders that wraparound.
Now it's down to Cushy. He's got the recon. Shock dart sent through already, and the spike continuing to tick away. Unfortunately, though, the recon doesn't find anything, so has to push through the smoke. And Karen's just sticking it all the way through. Yeoman gets the shot at the end of it, and GenG gets to stay alive.
The lack of confidence. When you have something like the Frenzy, when you have something like the Singer, you just gotta spray him down. You gotta move and spray him down. Trying to just go for that headshot. Unfortunate for Estrella. The full setup from his teammates. That one hurts because this could have been a quick wrap-up to the very first map.
Still, though, having that many rounds, you gotta imagine they have to just shrug it off. But it could be a bit of an opportunity for GenG now. Look at the buy-ups. Everyone on an upgrade.
And like you said, lots of rounds. RRQ not going to go for any type of force. They're just going to wait with the classics, build up for one big round, try to get to that map point. It is a stack, and now just wrapping around sewers on the B side for Xfero, but look at this. It's not just A main, it's the entire spawn taken over by GenG. The turret setup is going to let you know that he's waiting for someone to push out of B main. He has no idea how close people are. They're just going to have an angle.
So if Xfero receives contact, I mean, if you're RRQ, you just surely send it into the side. That's exactly what they're doing right now, but do they have it enough time, though? Foxy9 still kind of lurking up around the sides, up around Canteen. And that said, as soon as they sneak on through, the paint shells, everything, Munchkin able to fire back. Down to Jemkin inside of the smoke, and Foxy9 spots him out.
RRQ would have loved to do some more damage, and it looked like that's what they wanted, just holding by the spawn, seeing where else other members are. They just weren't quite sure how many people exactly were wrapping around, so they had to just get whatever picks they can. It's only going to be one, not the damage they would have hoped for. Meanwhile, GenG starting to see that they still have that window of opportunity. This team, this core, they never gave up last year, and they could be a scary force if RRQ is not able to close things out, you know, anytime soon.
Possibly. But here it is, a chance for RRQ to slap it down to 12. Full buy round.
Deploying drone.
Big drone spots out the Neon. So you gotta assume there might be some setup there. Even with the relay boat, the Neon usually going to rely on some sort of setup to occupy that space, so it draws a lot of attention towards A main. Meanwhile, Xfero's still waiting with the same setup, trying to bait them into checking ropes over by Arcade. It's going to be that B hit. Everybody committed to this. They expect that they've bought enough time on A main, and they would be correct for now. But GenG, when do they get a sniff of this? Well, that's going to be the signal.
And as soon as that shock dart goes off, Monyet now trying to sneak on into the site, but against Karen, Jemkin actually takes the duel. Now off to Foxy9, and he's maybe looking for the timing, but knows that the site is too hot, so holds for that save instead and waits for his teammates to get on through for spawn. Xfero hears the footsteps though, and now has an opportunity to hold the angle, takes down Texture, and that might have just thwarted the entire retake. The fault line though for Munchkin will work out so far.
Yeah, but there's another one holding another angle. Monyet, okay, Yoman's gonna wrap around. It's a good double peek. Another drone. You need a couple more kills ever since those ping nerfs. And now time already ticking down. There's the molly. It looks impossible for GenG. Looks like they'll have to give it up. Fault line at the ready here. And yeah, that's going to be no time for GenG on the defuse. Yoman draws him in, but that's time gone, and Jemkin will just go for the kill, get that extra orb.
Match point.
Nice little kill as everything lined up, but yes, I mean, still is that round for RRQ, and Cushy with his performance so far now has the Hunter's Fury next.
And I mean, this time the stun definitely wasn't cosmetic. Munchkin very calm on that one. I love the assist from Yoman as well. But alas, it's just too much. I mean, this has always been the case with Fracture, right? You have that Bram on the other side. The molly comes through. It's so much time bought, even with the ping nerfs through the smoke. And now a different look. Back to pinching onto A. Four-man stack onto Dish. Fault line at the ready. Texture, he gets spotted, but instantly traded. No fault line needed.
So they get to save that up and continue barrel on through to the site.
Oh, bit of a miss there. But Cushy, his job just to try to draw some of that aggro. Allow the main force to get in. It's a good wraparound. Monyet can't get that kill. Sand still in control for GenG. They push through. It's a double team onto A main. And now numbers advantage for GenG.
Starting to feel a little bit claustrophobic for RRQ as they're stuck into it.
Oh no!
Pushes out of the smoke. They found Foxy9, and this is a quick transition over onto the B site.
They're going to get Orbital Strike as well. No Molly, but it's going to be a good post-plant, and Estrella's still waiting. Does Munchkin get a read onto this? He has an inkling, so he's going to wrap around. Meanwhile, Yoman already sprinted forward. He gets the kill. Nor Orbital Strike ready. Estrella, no ult. He does have that fault line. He does have the Aftershock, but if he fault lines, this location will be given. He wants to swing out and isolate. Oh, he catches off Munchkin. Must have heard him on the cross. There's the Aftershock to push him away. And Yoman wins it, keeping GenG in the game for our very first map.
Reading the Aftershock, still stuck inside of the animation to swap back to the weapon. That's when Yoman swings out for the kill. I mean, good effort from Estrella, but still, Yoman now really starting to show why he was added to this GenG roster.
Slowly waking up, but how many more chances do they have? See Texture trying to get back in the zone. Things not quite going his way on GenG. Meanwhile, RRQ, still 8 more chances. They won't rush for anything. They have a couple, I mean, they could build up all their ults, right? Obviously, GenG will get their ults as well, but go for something special prepared. For now, it's going to be a fast push out from GenG. On to B main, constantly erasing one part of the map. Xfero just holding by, might get a timing on the re-clear.
Now looking for it at least, while the rest of the team pulls the aggro back into them, out towards the top of halls.
The position's not great for GenG. You're allowing them to close the gap a bit, but Texture still holding just below the stairs to make sure he has that distance advantage. Monyet gets one, but he instantly gets picked off. That's the spike stranded. And Xfero just on the other side of the map. See if he can get a pick or two. Oh, Foxy9's ready for it. He hasn't really been able to group with his team much this map, but the kills have been racking up on the scoreboard for the new Sentinel of GenG.
That's still is RRQ slowly starting to cycle back up through Ultimates Online for the next round.
Yeah, but the real question is can they make sure that they get ahead of GenG or past GenG's ultimate turn? Because GenG, I mean, they're no strangers to long games. they might just be able to constantly get the read. Munchkin's very good at that. And match ult for ult. Gonna be that cross recon. But this time onto Sands, immediately taking control. Smoke, Monyet, he gets through it. He spots one, the judge out. But it's just too much chaos. They're able to just branch out, but Foxy9 already gets rid of the Neon. Meanwhile, Jemkin through, but Karon never quite cleaned up. Now he's stuck, but Spike stranded. And it's just absolute chaos as it continues. There's the showstopper. Cushy trades again, 2v3. They're circling around. GenG trapped on their own site, trying to protect the site. They have no idea. X-Pharaoh's lurk. It's coming from the other side, and he turns around, gets one kill. 1v2. X-Pharaoh, good for one. He's ready, but Karon swings out in time for the headshot.
Just having the numbers again. I mean, full-on chaos and pandemonium, but it still is GenG being able to react calmly, collectively enough to thwart the efforts of RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, this really could have gone either way, but I think the big thing was Karon just holding true, trusting for Foxy9 to get a bit more information, to get that first kill, and then he's able to swing out and slow things down, and that's the spike dropped. And now they know, X-Pharaoh, 2 rounds in a row, 1 eco, 1 buy round, flanking from the other side of the map. That's something that GenG will be looking out for.
X-Pharaoh with his lurks. Constant presence all throughout the map, but at the same time, at least in that round, RRQ was able to flesh out or draw out a lot of those ultimates from the side of GenG as well. So now at a score of 6-12, the timeout being called to try to look for an opportunity to close.
Now, RRQ has tried all the different lanes of attack. The only main one that we haven't seen is perhaps, you know, a 4 or 5-man snack onto B main, but that's always tricky, especially with a lot of the default Killjoy setups. See if that is the last choice, because if it is, I have to imagine that GenG will have a decent read on it. With the lockdown available, that looks like it's what it's going to be. RRQ just hasn't really taken that choice yet. It's a 5-man stack. Do they go for the lockdown first, or will it be used against the retake?
Is the question right now. Starting things off with a little bit of pacing. RRQ already branching out.
Oh, the wraparound under sewers. GenG's ahead of it. Texture, he's ahead of it. He swings wide, but he gets taken out.
Uh-oh.
It's a 5v4. Alarmbot at the ready. RRQ holding to see if there's any other information.
Not going for the lockdown just yet.
Now, Karon does have the orbital strike. That bought them time to get that ult orb. So this lockdown will be eliminated instantly, and RRQ getting a sniff of that.
Well, X-Pharaoh continues to hold if someone does peek out. He's 1 kill away from the Rolling Thunder. GenG still keeping themselves defensive, continuing to hold. I mean, Karon's positioning outside of Arcade as well.
If they're going to go to A side, I wonder if RRQ uses the orbital strike to clear the site, because you have 0 information. You're trying to draw a lot of attention onto B. Monyet just going to be the bait. He gets 1 kill. He's still alive. Chaos ensues once more. He gets a double kill. All eyes on the B side. Foxy9 panicking on the A side. What does he do? What's the call? We still do not know where the spike is. But no more movement on B. Foxy9, he's ready for it. He needs to get multiple. He's stunned up. Can he do it? He tries to anti-flash. He only gets 1. Lockdown now opening up the site. Orbital strike will break it, but the spike still going to plant safely in the corner.
Hops on over onto Heaven to try to look and clear. Slowly isolating the angles, but the Rolling Thunder at the right angle, and Monyet swings out just as it's about to collide. RRQ will close out the first map.
13-6, given an 11-1 half, I mean, GenG put up a hell of a fight, but it was just a little bit too late as RRQ, they call the timeout. They go to that 1 lane they haven't attacked yet in the second half, and they'll close things out, trying to lead 1-0 in this best of 3.
So good so far. I mean, yes, GenG still being able to fight, right? But RRQ have been looking so darn incredible, especially in that first half. I mean, talk about an 11-1. Their setups with everything that they've got. And on top of it all, I mean, it wasn't just Monyet being that crazy. It was also Cushy being able to collect on a lot of those kills.
I mean, it was Cushy for most of that first half. Monyet, again, the movement. We're seeing how the new Neon's being used. I respect it, but Cushy really having impact kills and just a lot of kills as well. throughout this entire map. Once again, I mean, I don't know how many times you have to say this, but proving exactly why he was picked up just time and time again. That was a neat little trick, though, from Monyet. A good clutch up against Foxy9. But the real question now is was it just a matter of GenG warming up? GenG trying to get that read against RRQ, because now we have to get prepared for GenG's pick on Lotus, and we know how comfortable they were on Lotus all throughout 2024.
And this is where RRQ really needs to hunker down and show us what they are truly made of. I mean, that Lotus that GenG has been so indomitable on.
Well, that's going to be it for map 1. It went a little bit longer than perhaps expected, but RRQ able to celebrate a first map victory. We'll send it over to the analyst desk to break down the action before we return with the map 2, Lotus.
RRQ is definitely vibing right now. GenG managed to get a couple more rounds in the bag, so they're not entering into map 2 with their tail between their legs. But RRQ looks like they have fixed a lot of things. They've got the core roster there, and they look solid. As Chobra and Quack were saying, the addition of Cushy, he's just slotted so seamlessly into this team right now. He's just that last missing piece to make them move forward.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. This is what I've been waiting for.
Yeah.
Look at this RRQ finally popping. Let's go. Okay, I can't get too ahead of myself. They don't win anything yet, but that's a great opening map. I mean, GenG started a little slow, like we saw with Talon earlier, but I think you should bow your head in shame and apologize.
No, not yet, not yet. Honestly, like RRQ, we'll give them credit where credit's due. Okay, they've had one rocky map that they should have won, but 3 maps in a, like 3 of the 4 maps they played, they have come so hot out of the gates and absolutely been stomping their opponents, both TFM and even now GenG. That's a really legit win. What I will say about GenG though, even in the off season, occasionally they'd lose some pretty one-sided maps. I remember the Soup League final where they lost some, you know, pretty one-sided stomps. So a little slow to start at times. Fracture is not a map that they play too much just yet. RRQ clearly had the right read. They got the veto figured out and everyone was performing, whereas there was really no one that was stepping up at all from GenG. That was a very, very slow start. So they're going to need to wake themselves up very, very quickly. They're going to need a big, big talking to from the coaching staff, because Lotus should be good for them, honestly. Like looking at the map stats, looking at the fact that they absolutely stomp Talon, because they have that stomp potential you see that in the off season as well.
That's the hopium in you. In Pilski, hoping.
I mean, look, what I will say, Cushy absolutely so for diffing Yeoman that game. Like, the man is the truth. He has had very few bad games so far between the off-season as well as the main league here. This man is really slotting in well. He's fragging very hard on that info initiator role, and both of these teams opting to go for the Sova here. This is Jemkin's 3rd map of Brimstone in his career. He has very rarely played that, so you're seeing RRQ very comfortable with this core of swapping over which agents they're putting certain players on. You've even seen Jemkin thrown on the Sentinel a little bit, and Monyet has that duelist potential as well, but there were so many cool recons from both teams, taking arcade control, the tree takes, and things like that. That is the difference of, we were kind of predicting the Teo being quite a popular pick at the moment, but the Sova is not really the main initiator you think of when you think of Fracture, yet both of these teams, as their info initiator players, have a lot of comfort on the Sova. Both picked the Sova and both had some cool stuff to show. Unfortunately, Cushy a little bit better. You know, he's fragging people and winning with the Sova ult here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what the Sova brings. I think the ult is very powerful, and you have a lot of long-range support tools, which is really nice. But as you mentioned, even before the veto, both of these initiator players are very comfortable on this Sova, and I think this is a map where we can see it work. It's become slowly more and more popular. I do think Teo has been taking over, but it's nice to see teams go back to this, especially when it suits them the most, I think. You don't have to shoehorn something in if it's not right for your team.
Yeah, I mean, Monyet and Texture, you know, we saw a little bit of banter from them in the pre-stage as well with the walkouts. They were definitely quite happy to be taking duels with each other, and I'm sure Monyet's quite happy to be on the duelist up against Texture, especially when very little is going wrong for his team there.
Exactly. Monyet's still doing Monyet things though, sliding into death, and of course only Texture can, you know, nail down sliding neons there. But it's a lot of fun to watch, and I'm expecting to see the same exact duelist matchup going into Lotus. Okay. As we know that RRQ likes play, they switched Monyet onto the Neon, who's originally on the Omen, and they found a lot of success with that. GenG, on the other hand, Texture's always been on the Raze, and we were talking about last year's performance. They kept the same comp. They had the Fade Initiator in there, and it's provided a lot of success, but this was with a different squad, without Meteor there, missing 2 of the same players from last year. Is this going to be the same result? Is RRQ finally going to close this out? Are we going to get our first 2-0 of Kickoff? What's really also interesting, GenG did get knocked down to lowers last year during Kickoff, and they kind of needed that run, and that's when they really evolved and went to Super Saiyan mode. So maybe this could be the case for GenG. All I know is that RRQ does not want to lose to GenG again.
Yeah, as the caster said earlier as well, Lotus has been a very good map for GenG historically. Yeah. There's a reason why they will have picked it coming into this. I think they should be able to reset. Like we saw Talon start slow in map 1 earlier. I do think that there's that little element of coming in cold.
GE as well versus Secret, same story.
I think it's very much, it is a very real phenomenon. So turning that round to map 2, we've seen teams be able to do it, but can GenG bring that here? I think this is a real comfort pick for them. So I'm excited to see if they've changed their composition or not. And I guess we have to go from there because they can't get upset like they did in that first half. RRQ just steamrolled them, and the last thing you can do if you're down that first map is lose momentum.
And even as an RRQ supporter, you have to say at times they have a tough time closing out games, closing out series. That's a very nice start to the series, but the job's not done yet.
That's very true. And one thing GenG is very good at is not losing their heads when they lose a map. We've seen them come back and pick it back up, especially, and it's with, vibes merchants like Texture on your team, keeping things steady. They still have Karen. I believe in them to be able to recuperate themselves. Their mental is not so weak, and this is why they're so successful last year.
Yeah, and like we said, this map pick is huge for them. It's going to be their ultimate comfort zone that they can, feel their way out. We saw them be so comfortable with that meta comp that a lot of teams really copied and evolved into their own style. So I agree with you. I want to see if they bring that same meta comp and approach. As for the side of the boys on RRQ, this is a map that hasn't really gone the way they would have wanted in the off-season. I think Talon is a team that if you use them as a measuring stick, like I said in the pre-show a little bit, and the fact that RRQ is playing Talon close on that map, then you can kind of question what their strength is going to be on the map. At the same time, though, it really feels like the coaching staff of RRQ and all of the players with all of the history in this matchup, they have very clearly got themselves pumped up. Like in the huddle, I could hear the yell from them down on the stage down there, and they were clearly very fired up to try to win this matchup. You can tell they really want this dub.
Yeah, I mean, you know what they say, it's not always about the expertise, it's really about who's hungrier for it. And RRQ wants it so bad. They wanted it so bad last year. They wanted it so bad the year before, as well during LCQ. But this is it. They're obviously, I wouldn't be surprised if Ewok spent all of offseason just making sure they could beat GenG. Like that was his whole plan the entire time.
On the flip side of things, like contrasting that, is last year going to be the year that GenG looks back on as their best year ever, or are they actually going to be able to step up to that standard again?
Yeah.
I think staying consistent in Valorant is very difficult as well, as the patches change, as different agents come and go.
As they throw like tidal waves and missiles into the game and whatever else the next thing is,
it's incredibly
getting closer and closer to a MOBA at this point,
Yeah.
Oh, don't say that. That's awful. No, this is still a nice tech FPS that we deeply enjoy. Teho and his missiles are kind of fun. Interesting, we didn't see it on Fracture from either one of these teams, but I would have guessed RRQ would have pulled out the hit Teo, but like you guys said, he leaned to what they're good at, and those two particular players, solid as Sova.
I do want to see the Neon come out again. Monyet looked very, very natural on that Neon.
Yeah, he looked great.
I expect it, yeah.
Honestly, it's an agent that's so well suited to him. He loves just like running around. He just has so much fun when he plays. Like the double slap, like it's built for him.
Yeah,
it's
the
built
movement,
for him.
the movement agents, even the Omen and stuff like that, like the shrouded step TP plays and things that he does. Any agent with movement with Monyet is like beautiful to watch.
I remember being sat there. You'd watch him play. He would play ranked. We'd see him in scrims, and he'd get some cheesy kill with a shotgun or an Odin, and he has the funniest laugh you've ever heard. It's very, very hyper. Like that.
It's infectious.
Yeah, it'll live in my head forever. It was a beautiful moment watching him have fun and play the game.
Yeah, in fact, Neon Zeus Monyet means monkey, and it's just his playstyle is very playful, and he definitely likes to poke at the other team and give them as much trouble as possible. I would, like you guys said, love to see him back on the Neon. Oh, okay, RRQ has swapped it up.
Yeah, so they were playing, I think, Breach Sova before on this map, now onto the double controller with the Vice as the solo set. Sentinel. They've got Cushy on the Fade. I haven't really seen him play too much but Sova yet. And for GenG, that's the stock standard. I mean, that's the comp you back yourself with to win this whole tournament, probably, whoever you're playing Lotus against.
Yeah, these comps are obviously very, very close. The biggest swap is that Vice for the Killjoy out of the default comp. I think Vice is in a very great spot, so I'm excited to see how RRQ use it.
These two teams just played a mirror against each other, and we saw how that went, so we'll see.
Well, I hope you're ready to kiss Jemkin again on today's broadcast, because he's on the race. We're going to go to our casters room map to Lotus. Chopra and Quack, please take it away.
Thank you very much. Map 2, RQ leading 1-0, but this composition, this map, this is where GenG was always turning things around in 2024. Pretty much the whole time in Pacific, but even quite a few times internationally as well.
Yeah, so strong. I mean, same comp rep, but slightly different players, and this is why we're all waiting for it. I mean, truly, Jemkin back on that race against Texture.
See what Jemkin can do, taking things a little bit on the second line there on that first map, as at Brimstone. Now he has to be that spearhead for RRQ. Monette back on to that Omen. He can still be a little bit of a trickster, but it's going to be a straight-on fight, and Jemkin and Cushy both win the 2v2 over by A main. And that's going to be the Razorvines pop just to buy time over by B.
Just being able to hold the angle, but yeah, there it is. Slows it down a little bit. Texture can't quite break through, so continues to try to land a couple of pot shots, but nothing found truly. While the rest of the team, well, I should say that the last two players try to re-clear Rubble again.
And I love that RQ is just waiting on B, because if they're going to rotate onto A, we just fall back, we go for the retake. But did they leave anyone else? Is there any movement on B? Now Texture just trying to buy time. He's tasked with the impossible of buying attention, but also ideally getting 1 or 2 frags. And eventually, they'll push them off of A site as well, now trying to regroup.
Oh. Then Flash comes out as well. Oh boy, Texture trying to hide back behind pillars alongside Yeoman.
Oh, they back off? Yeah, they notice that it's more than Texture. They say, okay, well, they've regrouped. That's fine. We can regroup as well. Making sure to keep that numbers advantage. A very new and refreshing look from RRQ.
Refreshing. I mean, it's what they've got, so trying to work alongside that advantage, right? Jemkin not really extending too far out, while the rest of the team, the trio, truly staying up by Baby Door. Spike will go down on the site at the very least, though, but this is where you want to see that retake happen. Jemkin does have the paint shells, so he's kind of saving that for the right opportune moment.
Yeah, Estrella is quite far out, though, and now trying to bring up the rear, trying to clean up Rubble, but the rest of the team already has it cleared up, so he should try to just sprint up and try to gain information that way. Meanwhile, the entire team of GenG on the site. It's a double, and it's a nice jump peek. Cushy with the trade, but Charon still holding strong on the site. 2 members left of GenG, 3 on the other side, but Jemkin and Xfero, they've already taken damage. Jemkin, can he win this duel? Charon's ready for it. Jemkin, there's the paint shells. It's going to force Charon to move, and Xfero will clean up the site.
That was lovely. The paint shells, the way that he threw it, but at the same time, truly, the way that RRQ came in with that first initial point of contact on that retake. Jumping over like that. Yo, GenG were kind of stunned up by it.
Yeah, you know, some things just never leave you, right? You join Paper X once and then WQ Gaming, the jump peaks out. I mean, it just doesn't ever leave, but this was a huge 2v2. The fact that you take down the Killjoy, even in the pistol, it just forces GenG to have to move as a group. And then RRQ being patient, not overextending. I mean, yeah, look at what you can get with that.
Wow. So they get to buy up 2 Guardians and 1 Bulldog, 1 Spectre. Monette on the Ghost. Still is GenG on those shares, though. Quite deadly.
Yeah, and the idea is still going to be the same. You swapped out the Vice for the Killjoy, but it's really the Sentinel plus Viper delaying so much on C-site, right? But now you have an extra Flash. That suits RQ a bit more, a team that likes to fight. Curious to see if GenG, just like Talon, will be able to draw out that sheer wall nice and early to make sure they get those rotations. Uh-oh, spotted by both of those. Good hit onto Cushy. He actually gets the kill, but Jemkin with the cleanup.
Still, though, not too bad with that kill. At the very least, a bit more information for Jemkin, so trying to work around his teammate now, just up around Baby Door, thinking about a potential B push. I don't know if they're using the Yakrosh just yet, but no intel so far. More thinking about the A site. Jemkin comes back in to reinvestigate. Ooh, spots him.
Yeah, you saw him calling right away on that cam briefly, just making the call that there are members on Rubble. So now the weight shifting over, holding that blue room. You're not going to overinvest. Jemkin's still going to be alone on the site. We'll see if he can hold on to that rifle, because a rifle given over could spell danger for RRQ. Xfero's going to be there for the trade. Jemkin gets one. Xfero immediately peeks out. It's a good double team, and bouncing back and forth, Jemkin gets a 3K.
So good, you know, just being able to work around the map that way, reading GenG's movements, and if it's back into 8, we do have the positions and the crossfire set up for it, so Jemkin being able to hold from the side, Xfero from the stairs, just being able to gun and spray all of them down.
Now, of course, that was your anti-eco, so meant to win it, not losing out on too much. Cushy, the only one going down there, and Jemkin just holding strong on there, even despite being paranoid. But now we'll see GenG with the buy.
One guy upstairs.
Still though, this is a chance, possibly, for RRQ to fight back and convert that bonus. And GenG will head back in towards Mound. This time, the buy setup not quite there. Arc Rose might have been broken.
Yeah, looks like Xfero still holding on to it. Not used just yet, because no trap play used over by Mound. It's just the sheer wall. If they try to trip it, you can try to get a cheeky kill, but for now, all right, popping the Razor Vines as a measure to make sure that you can catch whoever is actually over the wall. That is a lot of utility already spent just from the jump peak, but now they have the Arc Rose there on the C site. So really, it comes down to Magnet. How much time can he buy on Rubble? How much information can he get? And more importantly, can he get out alive?
Yeah, you got to think about the possible TP, but there's only one of it now, so it's going to go straight into Baby Door. There it is. Into the smokes, trying to stay alive with the off angle, but he's been spotted out by the Haunt. Paint shells will get sent through as well, but he manages to tuck himself neatly away. However, that does mean that the site is pretty much open. Cushy tries to go into the smoke, but unfortunately spotted out by Texture. Look at how proactive he is.
Huge kill, making sure that there isn't anyone still lurking around for a fast flood onto the A site. Meanwhile, over by the C side, they did hear Foxy9 rotating late, so RRQ now knows that it should be everyone over by the A side. What's the retake going to be with only 4 members? No fade, no info. You just have to trust that the setup is good. There's the flash on to drop. Now going by on both sides, trying to catch out Texture, but he's tucking away. Yeoman has him covered. Everybody covering a different angle, covering all bases from RRQ. It's a double swing on a drop, and they both get sprayed down, lining up for Yeoman. Bit of an unfortunate timing there. The spacing not as good as it could have been. Magnet still going for a third, but there's gonna be no kills. Flawless for GenG.
So clean, so flawless, and just a beautiful way of how they're kind of working across the map, you know, baiting out that utility from RRQ at the same time, right? Back into C, you deal with that wall, which is something that they are gonna need to do a lot more often. But at the same time, you know, just kind of spotting out Magnet and going so quickly into the site. Texture getting that first kill against Cushy really put quite a bit of hurt against RRQ's numbers.
Now the Odin comes out for Xfero. So the Vice gonna start to set up here by the A side. Toxic Screen still able to delay Razor Vines as well. Boombot spots him. You know the Odin's there, but are you aware that it's gonna be a 2-man stack? There's the sheer wall trying to make sure that it's not a full flood. Estrella gets spotted!
Aww.
Not quite sure that his elbow was showing. There's the showstopper. They know the Odin's still in here. GenG, well aware that there's at least one more member. Texture, he's weak. If he swings out, this could spell trouble.
Ooh.
But the gun swap the timing! Gets some damage onto Xfero. Now he's trapped, drawing out util. Avoiding the C's, there's smoke, but it's just too many members. Meanwhile, Jemkin does come in from behind. They're able to clean up at least one hit. But look at the position of Munchkin, hiding in that smoke by stairs, just keeping everyone at bay. Cushy now trapped in drop. Jemkin has to help him. Jemkin has to go through. There's a good paranoia. Gets the kill out of the smoke. There's the paint shells. He's getting caught from both sides. The showstopper shut down by Charon. Cushy, how is he still alive? Magnet finally finds an opening, and he will save his team from another round loss. Now RRQ leading 3-1.
So chaotic and a lot of things happening, but at the same time, RRQ being able to actually work off of a lot of it. You know, it might be that kill that comes through, or just unfortunate for Xfero, who's like trying to swap on over to weapons inside a tree. But as Jemkin pulls out the showstopper, right, it pulls so much of the attention away into him, who is just one guy. And that allows for Magnet, alongside Cushy, to kind of find those split angles to work their way back into the site. So RRQ, not too bad. You know, they get faced with adversity, but it's not too bad for them. They're still able to adjust.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering that you spotted Cushy on the drop, but you just didn't have Yuta left to draw him out because you used it all trying to get Xfero over by Tree. Now the sheer wall coming up late. They realize pressure coming to the C side. You'll use it, set it up to go for that delay. Texture just trying to scout things out. Strea not quite in position to get that early kill. Sheerwall still active. Haven't quite cleaned it up. The smoke right outside of it, so they're not even able to just get a cheeky little jump peek.
Sheerwall still online as well. As you go back onto the other side of the map, you got Monyet up on top.
Now Cushy gonna clear that. It's an instant swing. I love the bait and switch, Cushy! I mean, when you have an initiator like that, you can go for these risky plays.
So sharp with how he's able to swing out to get that shot. And then this is now GenG without the numbers. You know, maybe Foxy9 sneaks through, but no! Jemkin's on the other side and he's ready to receive. As you head on over into C, the off angle's being held. You got Xfero in for additional support.
You gotta save.
Yeah, you gotta save. There's no option.
And one thing that Texture would have noted right there before the smoke bloomed is that the sheer wall a bit away from that gate, so that when the smokes come up, you can't just safely jump peek it. You actually have to go in. So if they're holding from the box, they could still get that kill. If they're holding from the pillar, they could still get that kill. That's something that GenG will now have to consider when they decide when do we take that sheer wall out to make sure that we're able to get through that C site.
Yeah, so slight adjustments, and that's kind of the impact of it all. You know, GenG can't quite find their way against that sheer wall, right? And at the same time now, you're thinking back into it. How do you come back into re-clear A when you got this player here?
I mean, Cushy is... he's ridiculous, quite frankly.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. That's the word to really describe it all.
I really think he's in the running for the most impactful pickup in the offseason. I mean, just because he's really transformed what RRQ is able to do, because they're able to work around him as kind of this carry, but here's a fast hit onto Rubble. Texture not able to get on top. He has to push back. Texture still spraying through, picks up the kill against Jemkin. The rest of the members of RRQ, they've already committed, but now they have to back away. Toxic Screen buys him time. Monyet safely tucking away in Tree. Not damage taken on anybody else. Meanwhile, Charon quite low with only 11 HP.
Yeah, so maybe a way for RRQ to kind of strike back against GenG if Charon is down low. But that said, you know, wanting to kind of set up towards Rubble, not quite being able to do that does hurt RRQ quite a bit. So now they're kind of having to keep themselves anchored down into the A site. You know, watch the exits of Baby Door, especially where Xfero is. But this does leave C a little bit open, so you're kind of banking on that sheer wall to do quite a bit as well. But right now, GenG still biding their time.
Yeah, they'll just hold. Now, I imagine that Foxy9 will have to trip this sheer at some point for it to work, but Yeoman getting spotted in Rubble. That's unfortunate because you wanted to hide all information before the sheer wall is tripped. It's tripped now, but there's no movement from RRQ. They already saw that the fade was here on the A side, and they're still holding by. Xfero still gets one kill, and there's the cross Strea. He doesn't get both. Thankfully for GenG, Spike is still alive.
Okay, so Karen's able to kind of deliver that over onto C, while the rest of the team, though, working as a duo, trying to get a hit to cut off those rotations. You still have a 3-on-3, so this is possible. The Prowler goes into clear. Cushy is ready! Look at him! Able to gun down Munchkin, and Foxy9 has to back off. The Arc Roast to throw off his crosshair placement as well. Look at that peek! So quick, so smooth, so clean! It's down to Karen. He's 11 HP, but still maybe able to make it happen. Cushy with the spray to end Karen's game.
What a great performance by both of these players. Charon, the Rookie of the Year last year, but Cushy gunning for that spot already in 2025. What are these shots coming out from the new initiator for RRQ?
So incredible. Anticipation on top of it all, just to think that, hey, the spike got planned a little bit early. I got to use my Prowler to check and clear spawn.
Yeah, and then still going immediately because you know you tagged one with the Prowler, so it's still a 1v1. Foxy9 not able to have the confidence to just really swing out. You hear the confidence in his voice as well. And that's a timeout because it wasn't just the shots as well. It was the fact that off of that haunt, Yeoman gets spotted and RQ knows we don't have to worry about that sheer wall being tripped just yet. Let's focus on the members we know about. Let's take them out. And if we don't see them in Rubble, then they're going for a cross. Strea tries to get ahead of it and is able to pick them off, buying a lot of time for the rotates.
Yeah, it's just so smart with how everything's playing out for RQ right now. But at the same time, just cushy. That's truly been such a big factor for this current matchup, despite Karen's best efforts. We're spraying through that smoke in the last moment before it blooms.
Well, so only 10 seconds left now, 10 seconds left now for GenG. Looks like Solo, a lot to share with them. And I gotta imagine a big part of that has to do with the Vice setup, right? I mean, we talked about it in that first match as well, but the shear wall is unbreakable. That means you have to trip it at some point, otherwise it's free information. Otherwise it's so easy to shift your weight. You could go for a, you know, like a cheeky 5-man jump over, trigger it all at the same time, but we've seen that, you know, be a little bit of a mistake sometimes. Okay, it's just a fast hit onto Rubble again. They still want to focus on that A side, but it's Jemkin staying still alive right under that one-way, and then once again the trade from Cushy. The timings, the comms, it's also good for RQ, and now once again Foxy9 all alone, wondering where his older brothers have gone.
Nowhere. They disappeared. It's a magic trick from RRQ, and they got Avada Kedavra.
I mean, unfortunately.
The spike's down, and I mean, he might be able to kind of pick it up. No. The angles do not work against him. High-low setup as well, so he peeks out, and that's just the headshot. I mean, this is like a potential swing round pickup timeout from GenG, but RQ gets ahead of it. You saw that paranoia through, and Jemkin, you know, instead of, usually it would be like the Shrouded Step, but Jemkin blast packs in ahead of it, alongside the Haunt as well.
Yeah, the timing and then just the trade ready too. So as long as Jemkin stayed alive, the fight was always going to be RRQ's. And unfortunately,
oh no!
HSK not liking what he saw. Now, something that we noticed in that last round was also the Vice setup was different on C side. It was a lot further behind. And now this time, Vice coming back over to that A side with the Odin. Trying to keep them at bay. Texture gets hit by the Haunt again. No one's clearing that Haunt. Good pick. And this is what Foxy9 likes. Come to me, fight me, because I can 1v3.
1v3 he does, continuing to tap onto the door as well, you know, just being able to push on in towards the B site. Estrella trying to keep them on their toes, but yeah, without the numbers, it's not too likely.
Yeah, given the creds, you imagine maybe some damage trying to be done, but with the Odin, perhaps it's Pharaoh, just going to hide out, see if there's any overextensions. Meanwhile, on the side of GenG, you can't really afford anything lost here. So they're all holding close angles on site, ready to trade off of each other.
So ready. High-low on the boxes, Foxy9 right below. Even with the Odin, I mean, what are you gonna do? Really drag your crosshair all over? Not gonna happen. Foxy9 looking for that ace. He's already gotten the 4th.
See if he can get it. He only has 450 credits, so he's getting antsy.
Go.
Probably asking for permission. Munchkin, can I go? Can I go get this ace?
Somebody help bait for him.
He's been given the free reign. Oh! Can he go? Shut down. Unfortunate, but Foxy9 proving when he shines, where he shines. He's talked about it time and time again. If they would just fight me, I would love to fight. But when he has to start creating space and work the macro with the team, that's something he's still trying to pick up. Yes. But man, yeah, when it's just like in ranked, it's 1v2, 1v3, he's ready as always.
Such a strong player in that regard. But somewhere on that stage, you know, Texture's mind, he's chuckling away.
Oh yeah.
It happened to you too.
That would have been great if Texture actually just went out and stole it from him. He's like, not anymore. Well, 2 rounds now for GenG. Still too early to celebrate on this attack on Lotus. Now, I will say, GenG, they've always done very good on the defense on Lotus, so I don't think they'll be too worried if they can even get up to 6, maybe even 5. But we'll see if they can even get there first.
Needing any advantage possible, truly. All right, not quite able to hide from that boombot in the thin little column, but still back into it. GenG now retrieves a little bit of information, but not too much on the A side. It's still a lot of space being afforded to GenG.
Yeah, you have that Seal Garden if you want to use it for the retake, but Lockdown also available for Foxy9. Now, something I think RRQ recognized from that boombot was the fact that it wasn't shot by anybody else, but it activates late towards pillars. So they're just assuming that it's a lurk, whether it's Foxy9 or not, and keeping their eyes trained on a bit of reach positioning from GenG on the A side.
Yeah, it's that reach positioning, though, very key, right? The Prowler just coming in to clear out the top of Heaven. And GenG is kind of dwindling down that time, you know, playing a lot around these positions. The lockdown gets deployed alongside the Steel Garden as well, but this is where now the contact starts to happen. A bit of kills, a bit of trades already through, and Jemkin trying to sneak on into the site to take that fight in towards the back of Tree, but it's so far back safe enough that these two players from RRQ will get detained. Cushy, though, comes in for that support, takes down Yeoman, but inside a baby door, a bit of a spam, and Karen will find his contact. On towards Monyet, oh, and a quick swing on the conversion into the double kill, pushes even further on into the last minute Viper's Pit, and Munchkin will not survive.
Unfortunate, because what happens is that Monyet gets detained, so he actually can't trade immediately, and I believe that fakes out GenG to thinking there was only one at baby door. He sees the barrel, and he goes for it, but behind that was Monyet detained, unable to do anything, and they just don't expect the second swing out. I mean, it all works. He's laughing because he knows it shouldn't have worked that way, but it does. Sometimes fate is funny, and it favors Monyet today.
Is fate truly setting this up for RRQ right now? We shall see as the next round plays out. Paint Shell's already through, Haunt as well. Jemkin kind of thwarted by that Haunt. Now in for it, it's Karen with the double kill. Estrella quickly strikes back outside a tree, but now thinks about Karen, who might just be around the site. Viper's Pit goes up, and Estrella tries to stay in.
All right, he just wants to keep one side open, but with Xfero getting caught. I love that Karen gets ahead of it too, right? They see the pit and you're like, okay, you're trying to buy time. Doesn't look like it should be two of you on the site then. And he's looking for that second one. Estrella now all alone. Credits, of course, flowing for RRQ. But Yeoman, one away from the Nightfall. He's gonna want this kill if he has a chance.
Viper's Pit was pretty good ult as well, but now, you know, just kind of walking through, maybe trying to find something or work around the exits and save.
I mean, I think if you don't find anyone soon, even though your creds are fine, they can still buy up as well. So I don't know if there's really any point in potentially giving away this Nightfall. Yeoman's closing in. Yeah, and Estrella starts to back away. The call has been made to go for that save. Not give away another power ultimate. Because right now, RRQ at 7, given how things started, they would like more in this first half.
For sure. So still, pretty darn good round for GenG, being able to fight for that Rebel control now.
And I love what Karen does here. And the entirety of GenG, they know that there's always trades ready for that Rebel fight. So they wait for the initial trade, and he just said it right there. See, I told you I'd get the timing, and he's able to jump behind and get the further trade on Cushy, just proving that it was always going to be much more a fight of positions rather than simple reactions.
Hence why now they're looking to kind of repeat those same successes as RRQ tries something a little bit different. Okay, still is Jemkin alongside Monyet. Gonna work around the Viper walls. Delayed Paranoia though against the Showstopper, and Monyet shuts down Texture. Jemkin's Showstopper will get flooded through, but it doesn't quite connect enough. So Munchkin alongside Foxy9 will be able to swing out off of the explosion. And all that's left is Monyet alongside Xfero.
Yeah, a bit of a mishap with that Showstopper going too deep, but because of all that chaos, they just completely lost track of Foxy9, who was able to creep right behind Rubble. Now, down to a 3v4, still doable in terms of numbers, but GenG, they'll wait, and then they have their pickings. They could still go for a late push onto that C site. They could still group onto A. They wonder, whenever you give them a chance, RRQ, they've always overextended and overheated. They'll wait for that chance, and they start to move at the 40-second mark.
Slowly moving. You do have Estrella right around the door, though, so if he does hear something and times it just right, might be able to clip someone on the way back.
This should be a sheer wall and then Razorvine activated, and Estrella might open the door for a spray down, because at 20 seconds, they all have to try to jump over. They're actually just going to use the Razorvine, so they can't actually speed through it. It's going to buy so much time.
Estrella?
Only one gets through.
And not the spike.
The spike's not through.
Throw it over, throw it over. There it is.
Tossed over, should get planted. Monyet trying to spray down, doesn't find the hit. Estrella will draw out a lot of attention, finds one target, he gets taken down, and that is the retake opportunity denied by GenG.
Oh, it came dicey, but GenG just brings it across the finishing line just in time. had the setup for the back of that play as well.
Yeah, great timing with the Razor Vine, but now Cred's starting to get a bit iffy as we get prepped for that last round. So Xfero, I mean, you can buy for each other, but the chances just aren't there. Yeoman still doesn't have that Nightfall, so you just say, you know what, we won't greed for this. Xfero will back out all the way to the other corner of the map. Going up to 4 rounds for GenG. If they can make it 5-7, I think if you're a GenG fan, you have full faith on their defensive setups on this map.
Pretty much. Oh, Yeoman.
Yeoman wants it. He wants that Nightfall.
Okay, we're good.
Wanted that ult, but he won't get it. Obviously, you have your pick of ult orbs from that attacking side.
Still, though, as you go into the last round of the first half, I mean, right now, just thinking about that same A setup, because GenG has been able to break that apart from RRQ. You know, Cushy dies really early on because of that.
I was wondering if there would be a hard push out of C from RRQ, given that their trading and their positions has been read so hard on Rubble. But this time they go even harder in. It's a 4-man push out, trying to push them into C site where they have double Razor Vines and the Arc Rose ready to go. Paint Shells should clear out all of it. Sure, well tripped. Texture all alone. He gets shut down. That's a bit of a full send on the fake. And now everyone trapped. Paranoia comes out. He's been caught. Munchkin spike dropped behind Rubble. Monyet holding strong.
Goes up for another peek, though. Oh, and he's working against 2 players on either side, so unfortunately he falls. And that's a spike retrieve. Look at Karen, already deep into A. Does Estrella expect it?
He has to just hold, because they know that From the Shadows was used. You have to wait. There's the Nightfall. Estrella will just stand outside of it. Now the one-way draw, but that buys time for Xfero to group up safely. Now a 2-1 split between the RRQ members. Meanwhile, GenG, it's going to be a hold on drop and one safely from Tree.
All right, buy some of that attention away, allow for Estrella to get a little bit closer in and find some possible sight lines, but look at how Karen's just continuing to try to hold that off. Paranoia sent through Prowler from Tree as well. Now their own Prowler spots out at least 1 player, so trying to sneak on through to get that pinch. Unfortunately, Estrella's already gunned down. Foxy9 ready to receive. The Fox in a henhouse strikes again.
Again, these are the fights that Foxy9 loves. Full faith in his teammates. I'm looking over, we have Dwenmo, who is a streamer under the GenG banner. Of course, recently just playing on Team IM as well before they had to disband, but he's cheering right now. He's so happy to see Foxy9 really find his stride in this new team. Coming over from DRX. And even then, perhaps not really being given the chance that a lot of people hope to see. And now he says, all right, bring the fight to me. Set me up, I'll be able to collect.
So beautiful with how he does it as well. I mean, like, tiny little movements. First of all, perfect crosshair placement, and then slicing the pie ever so slightly outwards as opponents kind of swing into him, thinking that he's holding passively with that strict angle. So just being able to end that first half 7-5, not too bad for GenG. You can definitely bet that their defense will pick things up as well, especially with the entire double controller setup that they have. RQ though, I mean, how do you work against that? You've been playing against it for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, we started to see teams at internationals, namely by the name of Sentinels, break down GenG's defensive setups, right? And especially when it's the Killjoy, and now you've seen all the different combinations alongside the Poison Cloud and the Toxic Screen. So you still have a raise. You're still able to delete all of this. You don't have to take as many risks as if it was a sheer wall with that Vice. So RQ should have some ideas, but the real question is what's the timing there? And also, do you want to invest the paint shells? Because you don't want to do it every time, because then you can't fight Rubble. So it's going to be a very careful choice of macro, and right now it's going to be Rubble for the Pistolist. GenG, they're going to go for a classic push out of Mount.
Okay, that would give them a lot of information too, but we'll see how RQ responds quickly enough or not. Foxy9 is already prepared for that A hit.
Yeah, I mean, RQ, not wise to it just yet.
Oh, that's interesting.
They don't have anyone watching.
Foxy9 door tapped and instantly went back into A, so just does buy a bit more time for RQ, thinking that there could be a player up around the other sides.
Lots of time bought. It's also double sheriffs for Karen and Foxy9. Paranoia at the ready, but they decide, okay, we're already through. Okay. We're not going to have to use it. So Paranoia still saved up in that post plant. Good patience from RQ, but look at GenG, still 3 members flanking around. I mean, you might expect 1 or 2, but Estrella, does he expect this many?
It's all up to him. Oh, he doesn't
He
see
hasn't
him by
been
the
checked.
jump.
He hasn't been checked. They still suspect it. It's too late. He catches sight of 2, crossing over. 1 now tapping the door.
Going out through Xfero. There's the paranoia as well. But oh, just a little bit too far exposed out towards the stairs area. And that's where GenG strikes. Karen Texture able to get one for their own. Jemkin kind of fighting back a little bit, but just not quite enough off with the Poison Cloud as well. GenG picks up the round and now looking to equalize the score.
Yeah, that should bring them up to 7 in theory. It's a good wraparound and just noticed a bit too late. And then the util, really well placed by GenG. RRQ always on the back foot with some of their answers. Clean shots, Paranoias pushing them away, back and forth, and Cushy not able to, I mean, the angles just weren't really perfectly placed for RRQ here when they had a little bit of time to hold on. Oh, that's what I was hearing. I was wondering who was cheering, but what is going on? Karon.
Let's go.
You know, he's no longer the youngest on the team. He starts to roar, really show his true colors here on GenG. Roaring like a tiger indeed.
Heck yeah, that just got me fired up.
See if that energy continues here in the anti-eco. 5-man buy. 4 rifles, 1 Spectre. Karon not able to land the shot just yet, but he'll play it safe. He has support from Blue Room.
Still relatively reserved, so being able to control a lot of it as well. On the other side with Munchkin, that's going to be the Spectre to take down at least 1 player with a lucky spam.
Yeah, seemed like an overly aggressive jump peek. Obviously, still can be used against things like the Killjoy, try to spot whoever. And I like that you do it at least on the eco, right? Try to get information on what the setup is. That's fine, but obviously not completely necessary just yet, given that it's not a Vice. Either way, he gets taken down. GenG, no reason to shift. Texture will, in fact, push towards Rebel, and this should be a pretty safe hold with the default.
And down to the minute mark, just spotting a lot of this out now. Still, though, RRQ kind of able to bypass a little bit of it with the blast pack, but then the toxic screen comes up, so if they do walk through it, a little bit lower as well, while Yeoman holds off with the side. Okay, not quite connecting just yet, but Karen able to find that slight sliver. On towards Cushy, Texture swings out now, and that's the triple kill to end the round in a flawless fashion for GenG.
Texture's only 1 away from the showstopper. That's the real big deal right now for GenG. Yes, it's a flawless, that matters a lot. You're able to carry over all your weapons, that's huge. But 1 away from the showstopper, that could be what really helps you turn the bonus around for yourselves.
Such a big power ultimate, for sure. So that's definitely one thing to keep your eyes on the books for the next round. Happy Texture's a happy GenG.
Now let's see if he's able to collect that last point. They are going to push towards Smoke and then the C's as well. It's perfect. Manya lands right on top of it. And that is the showstopper. That's the kill on the controller. Showstopper online. GenG already looking so happy. You've got that defensive setup once again on the C site.
Look at Texture's positioning as well. I mean, such a good spot to be in if he starts to hear more footsteps. Prowler to check tree, and no one's really found, so this calls to Karen to get ready for a potential turnaround. And in for Texture as well, the Boombot just to check.
Paranoia as well. This is a setup.
Okay.
The moment they hear any sort of util, or maybe even this door being broken, does the showstopper come out? It's perfect! Only gets 1 kill, but Karen collects the other, and it's just an absolute trap play. RRQ nowhere to go on their bye round. And I gotta imagine a timeout coming out here, because we've seen this time and time again. You don't hit that C site early enough from GenG, you don't force them to switch up that defensive default, and then they just start to run away in the second half.
It's just full on wreckage from GenG with Texture performing like this.
30 seconds left.
So you definitely need some kind of a timeout to find some solution, but at least for now, with a bit of a slight save, Estrella will be able to find Texture down.
Yeah, you have to save these rifles, because now you're going to be straggling behind. 7 to 8, 1 round, but of course the econ not in your favor.
10 seconds
so
left.
You got to imagine, we got to accept the 7-9 2-round differential. How do we climb back from there? Australia, they're coming for him.
Okay.
Nice little hide.
Just out from the reaches of that hunt, but still, still thinking about it. Definitely need to find a solution to that early pressure that's always being repeatedly thrown in, or to find a way to deal with that C setup that GenG has.
Yo, We just haven't even explored it. Texture getting caught off guard a little bit on that kill from Estrella, but there's that timeout. And listen, fighting for Rubble, always a highlight of Lotus, sure, but you have to be able to push and pull. You have to tell GenG that you are going to work the entire map, because otherwise they'll just wait, they'll counter you at Rubble, and then they'll keep you trapped. There's just no pressure on the other side of the map.
So you need to assert yourself somehow. But with that early paint shells and possible movement play in towards Rubble, it's certainly not the easiest thing.
So I can imagine two things, but I feel that this next round, you still try to go for a variation on the Rubble fight. See if GenG still goes for the Seize combo with the paint shells and see what you can work out, because either way, it's going to be a haphazard fight. It depends if they're forcing up or not, but you do have 2 rifles, so that's another decision they'll have to make. But maybe the next round you start to work out that C site, because going right away for some hard pressure onto C would be disastrous after a timeout. So indeed, it is going to be just a rematch over by the A side, and they're buying up.
All light shields.
You got to get ahead. The blast packs have to put Jemkin ahead of Rubble, but look at the pings. They're already pinging for it.
Okay, oh, it's the Arc Rose and the TP, but GenG actually holds on to their utility for now.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Monyet far forward as well. So both sides kind of having the read on each other, right? They recognize, okay, you're not going to do the full util dump. We aren't either.
And hold on to it for now. Trading Prowlers. Nothing spotted too far off. Well, Xpharaoh slowly starts to begin his creep up on the lurk.
Yeah, this could be a pinch onto B, but GenG trying to get ahead of it, and Texture goes out, gets Jemkin, and Monyet right into the crosshairs of Texture. It's going to be a 3K. Does he go for the classic 4K? He's on for it. I mean, no reason to move from C site. They'll just delay.
We would joke about it, right, with his kill streaks and whatnot, but I mean, this is a big advantage for GenG. Paint shells refresh and everything. You know, it's another round that just as soon as it starts off, it's 2 players only left on RQ again.
Yeah, you have to save again, right, because you forced up.
Ay.
Otherwise, the economy really starts to crumble. And Texture, yeah, he smells it. It's in the making.
He's got the nades.
We all know how this ends. We all know exactly how this ends. Oh, yo, man, don't spoil us just yet. Let Texture have the suspense.
We can't skip to the last page of the book.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll give him a chance. All right, Texture, he's right nearby.
10 seconds
Can
left.
he get
Throw
the
it.
ever-elusive
Let's
ace?
go. Come on, Texture.
Texture gets 4. Can he get it? Xpharaoh doesn't. He denies it. Some things never change.
Oh, Texture, you will continue to live down that curse.
I mean, this was all set up for him, too.
Low HP. You got wall banged at the last second. I mean, like, low HP. God.
I mean, Texture, this is your destiny, man. Listen, I suggest that he now just tries to go for world's most 4Ks. How in the world? Why always does this happen? Oh, man. Well, you feel for him. So, yeah, now there's the pressure onto that C site, something they haven't done yet. But GenG, I mean, listen, you got a world-class IHL. You're not going to fall for this. You know that the timeout, okay, they go for a variation on Rubble. You're still waiting. The late setup, once they hear that noise, coming out onto that C site.
And Texture is 2 points away from his ult, so that's another thing. But right now, great IGL. Just continuing to hold on the other side.
Look at the setup for Foxy9 as well. Munchkin kind of drawing their attention all the way to the back of elbow. But it was Foxy9 holding close. Now, the firepower not quite there for RRQ. A nice attempt at a swing out from Estrella, but he won't quite find the kill for a gun upgrade.
Prowler check pillars as well, so enough information for GenG to kind of back up and reinforce both extremities of the map.
But the important thing here is that RRQ is trying to use the entire map. They are trying to force GenG to lack information. The bigger problem being that you just haven't tripped any of Killjoy's util. So there's really no reason to switch up the positions. You can still stack A, you still have the turret on B, just to check for information.
That's really risky. So at least trying to buy a bit of presence back into A, but then the quick rotation into B, so maybe finding an open site through this, but they still lose a couple players in the process. A bit of a trade one-on-one. Texture.
Sure, he finds one. And he gets the second. He does. Sight empty so far. He's going to push them out. He jumps right into the hands of Jemkin. That's a rifle. Oh, it's a little far out. Drops behind him. DPU's already going through. All the way back. Gets one kill. Opens things up for Estrella. There's the gun upgrade. 1v1. Foxy9 versus Jemkin. But time on Jemkin's side. Health on Foxy9's. He baits him in. Jemkin jiggles back and forth once more. And Foxy9 holds his ground. He will not lose a duel today.
So ready to receive and hold. Time and time again, he just makes it happen. Cannot lose it whenever he's holding the angle. This time around was a bit of elevation that saved his life, but still being able to be so cool and calm and taking that burst down against Jemkin.
You have to imagine how he even started as a duelist. I mean, he's just fit for a Sentinel. Let them come to me, I win those duels no matter what. I mean, less pressure. He looks so much calmer when he's in these duels when they have to re-peek him.
Oh, look at him.
That's just saying, yeah, you just have to win for us. Yeah, there you go. Bring us around.
Well, 10-7 is looking a lot better, but it is a buy-up now for RRQ. Texture does have the showstopper at hand as well, and look at him right outside of C.
Yeah, that showstopper again. It's another trap play. No Killjoy setup this time. The moment they hear Util, it's going to be Munchkin, Snakebite spraying through the smoke. Showstopper comes out.
Karen and Yeoman right around the door as well.
Oh, the full trap play. Jemkin gets one, but the Showstopper pushes everybody back. RRQ frantically trying to rotate to the other side. GenG, they're closing in. Texture's on the hunt. Monyet brought down very low. Kushi already has control of Rubble, but now the Nano Swarms. The Killjoy setup. Why is it on A site? RRQ, they can't look for the answers. They have to push through.
They have to. I mean, it's a good mid-round call trying to make it happen, but working against Foxy9, who is holding again. The second kill now out, and on towards the top is Munchkin as well, but Foxy9 manages to do it all by himself. Not the last one, though, Xfero. Able to strike back, goes for the desperate plant to maybe get onto the steel garden, but not quite enough as GenG already have the site surrounded.
Well, if last year's GenG with Meteor was all about pushing out for the right timings by Meteor, this time it's all about letting them come to Foxy9 because they are just not able to break through this guy when he's waiting on the site.
None whatsoever. Everything set up outside of C. Perfect util with the reads and the showstopper and the kills from Texture as well, just to funnel them in towards Foxy9.
I mean, waiting up the paranoia, just understanding that he has space at the back of sight. Confidence coming back up as well, starting to look a bit more relaxed. There's that second time out from RRQ, not wanting to let it get to map point. The nightmares of the past starting to loom over them. They've been here so many times before.
Without a doubt, especially on this side. Not quite able to really find an answer or solution against GenG's defenses, but still a little bit of credit. I mean, being able to bring this score across so far, not too bad on the attacking side. I mean, on the defensive side for RRQ. So they can not feel too bad right now.
You know, we got some Foxy9 fans. That's his full Korean name.
Oh,
Jae-sung Jung, or Jung Jae-sung in Korean. So a lot of the, because especially in their comms, they're all calling first names. A lot of the fans just call Foxy9 by his name, Jae-sung-ii. That's what they'll call him affectionately. And right now, he's starting to deliver. 15-11. Texture, meanwhile, 19-12. Lockdown available for Foxy9. RRQ, they've got a couple outs as well. Nightfall and Steel Garden, but haven't really found an opportunity to use them just yet. Half armors across the board.
Well, now's as good a time as any.
All right, just creeping forward. It's going to be an all-in. Just break the Killjoy util, push him back, and take that space. There are the Nano Swarms, so Jemkin going to be all alone, but Monyet follows through with the Shrouded Step. Jemkin spots him. The trade's not quite there, a double peek. But after all these previous runs, I don't know if you keep pushing him. Foxy9 still holding strong in the back of sight.
Yeah, respecting him. He's got that lockdown as well, but now peeks out. A couple of kills already going through in favor of GenG, and there is that lockdown. Despite the Steel Garden used by Xfero, no opportunity found. Texture will take the advantage out, and now getting a little bit more space for his team.
Spike has been retrieved, but they're stuck on the site. They notice that Estrella's there. Sparrow trying to hold close. He can't get the first kill. Estrella all alone against the world. And Munchkin will wrap things up, bringing GenG to map point.
Match point.
There it is. Ultimate spent, but still to no avail, not quite. A couple more on the side of RRQ, but 12-7.
I mean, this was just good backing up as well, waiting for that lockdown, and then Texture coming in for the save since he wasn't as affected by the Steel Garden. And this round is important for GenG because even future teams watching it will notice that it wasn't the Poison Orb setup that was delaying them. It was just Foxy9 trying to delay, and then you had the C's ready from Yeoman. So they've got some variations on how to stop the spike from getting planted immediately, and they trust in Foxy9 to re-peek for that kill.
Bring them down.
Just being able to find that minute little timing. But off to the next round, once again, another attempt at the C hit. Straight in, it's going to be Jemkin towards the back of the site. Prowler to check and clear, nothing's found, so maybe another round where they do get that spike, but how do they hold and deal with it? That's the question. The Viper's Pit does come up, so maybe, just maybe, the solution for RQ.
Well, they gotta hold on to this pit, but I would love to see a couple more members maybe towards the back of site, because right now, if they barrel through and you start to lose a Viper, it's a little dangerous. They're trying to make sure other people get first contact. Munchkin closing in with the shorty. He's trying to chase through. They know one person is close. There's the Prowler. They're still hiding away Estrella. He gets one. Goes for the reposition right outside. Monette caught out. Estrella safe outside of the pit. Can he refresh it? He gets another kill. Gets back into the pit. They continue to keep it up. And now it's just Munchkin left. And that's going to be Cushy cleaning things up. Now up to 8, but still 4 more rounds to push through.
Yeah, 4 rounds, 4 chances for GenG to get across that finishing line, but still for RRQ, I mean, not too bad of a round. I mean, Viper's Pit up to keep that spike in play, and truly, you know, even though they didn't have anyone towards the back of site, it was just Cushy to continue to jiggle, hold, and check if there is anyone pushing out of spawn. Because there wasn't anyone truly coming out for that area, everyone just kind of hunkered down to protect Estrella, come in with those sprays and spams, and it kind of just connected into some of the GenG players as they try to make their way through. So, next round coming up now, and we're back into A. This has been the problem.
Yeah, a successful hit onto C and now trying to push onto A, but RRQ, they have to realize they have to go fast because they've given up on all information. You just have the sheer wall to get information on a flank. It's an all-in. Can you battle through? You know Yeoman's here. What's the double peek here? There's the C's, but he's way beyond it. He only gets one. Cushy for the trade. Paranoia will keep them at bay. Texture waiting on site. Finds Monette. It's a duel, and Monette wins out over Texture. Spike will get planted.
Wonder if there's a little arc rose there, but it does help out nonetheless, and because of that, the spike in their favor. We have the smoke on towards heaven as well, just trying to look and suss out for Karen. River running a little bit dry for GenG. They will still be able to fight for now, so continuing to kind of keep that pressure on. 2 players from the back looking to push up, but Estrella spots them out. Tries to tuck behind for a bit of an off angle now. Snakebite will flush him out. The door peek as well, though, for Foxy9. Takes down Xpharaoh. That's a little bit more space. Estrella takes down Munchkin. So looking a little bit better for RRQ now, but Karen doubles back. Foxy9 sticks onto the spike, and Monette has the swing. Goes in for the spray transfer, but not quite connecting, and Foxy9! What a clutch with another 3K on the site! The new pickup of GenG. So many people doubted him. So many people said, how? How could you lose out on Meteor? But he says, I have my spot. I've earned my seat here at the table of GenG. So unbelievable with how he's able to create these moments again and again. Whether he's holding down a site or retaking at times even, Foxy9 does it all.
Tops the board in this map. 20 kills alongside Texture, combined 40 for the team. And Foxy9, I mean, we've been waiting for a performance like this from this guy. We knew he was mechanically capable, but could he make it happen in a team setting? And GenG, they figured it out. They set Foxy9 up for it. They're constantly pushing people into Foxy9, pushing them into his setups where he is comfy, waiting for those duels.
For RQ, trying to really crawl and claw their way back up, but not quite able to find too much. I mean, they did a little bit better on their defensive half, but down to it all. just not quite able to deal with that A rubble. And at the same time, I mean, trying to finally being able to break on through. They had some successful rounds on towards C, on towards A, but down to it all again when you're playing against a team that's looking this online, looking a little bit more confident now on their, home mat pretty much. It's tough.
Wow, and now going over to Haven. We wonder what's the map or what's the Asian pick's going to be, but also very comfy map for both of these teams. Truly going to bring out the best in both, I would hope, but that's going to be it for the highlights. We're going to toss it over to their desk before we move on to map number 3.
As if GenG was just gonna roll over and die. There is no way our first Masters winning team was gonna do that against RRQ. And there was a moment though, for about half a game where we thought, oh my God, we're gonna see our first 2-0 by RRQ against GenG no less, but GenG figured it all out on the second half. You guys let's talk about that first half though. I mean, RRQ,
yeah, solid. They got ahead. They got a lot of momentum. I thought like they had really great ideas with Device, especially getting ahead on your defense side on Lotus. It's not super normal. We would typically favor attack on this, but especially when we swapped onto that second half, GenG's defense was just absolutely insane as well. Like you can't talk about one without the other. This is a map GenG absolutely love, and we can see why. Even when they're behind on that first half, they managed to bring it back, flip the script, and of course take us to map 3.
I mean, it's a difference of a centi, but really you're playing a mirror matchup against one of the best cores playing this map with this comp. There was no real doubt in my mind that they were going to be able to turn things around when they got it rolling. And Foxy9 being the MVP there is kind of the cherry on top. He had so many defining moments in that game. Won 2 or 3 clutches. He did some great site anchoring as well on defense, which is where GenG got the majority of their work done. So fantastic performance from him. And for RRQ, a great hot start, but that's where you're starting to go back into that same storyline of like, man, they played so good today, but couldn't quite get the dub. I mean, there's still another map in it, and it's a safe map for both teams, so it's far from done just yet, but that is going to be huge for GenG to turn this series around.
Absolutely. Well, Foxy9 now, you guys were, it's undeniable, especially in that second half, how many rounds, especially on A, that he just basically clutched it, cleared it out, anchored it so well. And as the boys were saying on the casting desk earlier, a lot of people were, question marking him. Even when he was on DRX, there are a lot of question marks like, is he good? Oh my God. And then we see him on the Sentinel, and honestly, I know he's a good duelist, but every time I see him on the Killjoy, there are these kind of moments we see from him.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I think a defining part of this game, though, was definitely the A fight, and I felt like GenG, they did a great job, particularly on the defense. Here's an A fight that they won where you see RRQ through everything at A and just the great reactive utility. That's always what I look at when you have a mirror comp between two teams, is how well do they play the comp, how well do they use the util. At the same time, though, early on in this game, even RRQ was winning some of these fights. They absolutely slapped GenG on this round when they played the A control fight, and you could see them really vibing early on in this game.
Yeah, this A fight is the most important macro part of this map because it opens up that fast rotation route for you on both halves. But I don't think there's a team in the world better than dominate A like GenG do. I feel like they have so many great ideas, so many mix-ups. That last one on the bonus round where he's able to get the showstopper out to really just cement it, really keeps them rolling. This is what they do. They do it so well.
A C's nade as well. I mean, 2 new pickups, but the same coaching stuff. The playbook is still there, Vic. It's not like they're going to forget how to play Lotus all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's right. All they do is like, look, we have all the answers. Learn this. We're going to drill this until you get it. And it looks like they did. And I think before we talk about Haven, because we definitely have to talk about Haven, how are you guys feeling about your teams?
I mean, I was feeling like I was a bit worried about the Senti pick. You got Xfero. He started out really hot out of the gate. I kind of wish I picked Foxy9 now. Like, this thing is, right, we were talking about that point previously where, people are question marking him. I think on the Senti role, he's always had really, really good mechanics. It's just about putting him in the right position. So if he's positionally sound and he works on his, game sense and just being in the right position at the right time, which this coaching staff can teach him how to do that. I mean, they've watched Meteor do it for a year. These guys have a lot of experience. If they can get him to perform on that Sentinel role and just put him in the right position, I've heard so many very experienced TAC FPS players and captains even before Valorant came out say, I like to put my sharpest player in the anchor position as a turret. If you can use Foxy9 as a turret, then that could be a recipe for success for sure.
And that's exactly what they ended up doing. Now, Haven is going to be the last map, I believe. Now, they have played Haven last year. At the end of Stage 2, it was playoffs. GenG, this is the playoffs game where RRQ didn't win against GenG on Haven. We've seen both of these teams showcase their Haven a bit in the offseason, but again, it's so hard. You guys have been talking about this at the desk last week as well, like how much do you weigh in with the offseason sort of results? I'm actually looking more on the Haven last year because, again, the core of the rosters, both of these rosters were already there. So how much are they going to be fine-tuning for this?
I think for me, like, I do put some stock in the off-season results for this matchup just because both of them have played such close games on Haven or looked like quite promising on Haven. The interesting thing for me about this matchup as well is that the agent comps are somewhat similar in the core of it, but just, you know, the Sentinel, you do have the Sentinel difference, obviously. The Cypher and the Killjoy, that is a defining part of it, but just the difference of a Breach versus a Viper in that comp, even if everything else was the same, changes the comp and how it plays completely. It's completely transformative. It's two completely different styles, even if it's only one agent different.
Yeah, the Viper is so key to how GenG played this map. They've been running it for a very, very long time and had a lot of success with it. So I'm really curious to see if they keep with it, because it's very much in their style. It's very much in their wheelhouse.
I don't think I've seen anyone else play that.
Not
since
to the same level, I would
since
say.
like Loud and some of those guys were playing like Sky Viper, and then it was popular in NA, and you had some of the other NA teams running it as well. But in current era, Valorant, who else is running Viper on this map?
But I think this is a big testament to how GenG like to kind of structure their ideas for composition. We saw in the last map, they know what works for them and they stuck with it. So I'm expecting to see this very similar comp come out. Maybe not the Neon, I'm not sure. I think they might revert away from that a little bit now. But the core ideas will be exactly the same if they're running that Viper. So that's what I hope they go with. And I think RRQ will be expecting this. So I want to see what answers they have for this Viper. I think, especially if that's what gets played, that will be the key to this matchup.
One other key to this matchup, and we were discussing this earlier, that GenG is not easily thwarted. Their mental isn't easily broken. But when I get really worried for the opponents of GenG is when you see Texture doing the war cry. When he starts screaming and laughing and like beating his chest or rubbing his belly, you know, things are going to be a little bit different. And not only that, we saw Karen do a war cry. We're talking about... Yeah, it was insane. He did it before Texture, and I think that helped kind of remind the team what they were made of. And we were talking about this in the green room. Karen isn't the rookie anymore. He is now a very established, extremely experienced player now after 2024.
Inside of the server, it's so important for the core of the team to lead the way in terms of the vibes, in terms of the energy, especially for the newer players that might not have as much experience. And you could even hear it in the comms when Foxy9 was clutching. The other boys were G'ing him up. They were like, I have no idea what they were saying. You know, my Korean level is still 0, despite being here for like a week. I did no study, but I could tell from the tone of it they were really G'ing him up.
Good job, Foxy9.
Yeah.
That's what they were saying.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the translation. Appreciate that.
You have to have fun in the server. You know, these are big, important matches, right? They matter a lot to these people, but if you only think about the pressure that it puts on you, it's easy to get weighed down on it. At the end of the day, you're still playing a video game. It's fun, you know? That's why we're all here. So being able to scream, have those fun, like the moments where Texture gets the 4K and he's mad about it, it's like, it's such nice little moments that will just keep the spirit going, keep the vibes up, like you say. And especially when you're trying to mount that comeback, it's massive.
Well, we're going to go on a very short break, and when we come back, we are going to see the results of the GenG RRQ matchup. So don't go away.
Let's fly.
It's day 4 of the VCT Pacific 2025 Kickoff. Stay tuned for some epic games.
I've been dreaming, but now it's coming true. At the top of the world, enjoy the view. Been jumping, dancing, you feel it too. Favorite jamming machine, brass taking out. That's it. Too much fun. There's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun.
Pacific. The future of Valorant starts here.
Higher flying fantasy, make it real. Tripping on that cartoon banana peel. Swooping up just to grab it, turn the wheel. Flipping out, gotta have it, it's a deal. Too much fun, there's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We've just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run. So much fun. We've just begun. So much fun. Banging on the drum, put me in the front. Yeah, so much fun. Feeling so ready. Feeling so ready. So ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Too much fun. There's no such thing. Too much fun. There's no such thing. Too much fun. There's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We've just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run. So much fun. We've just begun. So much fun. Banging on the drum, put me in the front. Yeah, so much fun. Welcome back to VCT Pacific Kickoff. We are on the very last map of today. If you guys missed all the action that's been happening so far, it's GenG RRQ, where we thought there was a moment where RRQ would have a 2-0, but as you guys know, GenG will absolutely not roll over on a 2-0 in their debut match back in Pacific after their amazing run last year. Now, they had a really good momentum going into this last map of Haven. We're just discussing it just now, and how much power it gives them when Texture is feeling great. He got a 4K with an ace denied again.
Yep.
I mean, what is GenG without denying him his ace, especially when they're playing against Monyet. They lost the last time they faced off against each other in VCT Pacific. It was an elimination match for playoffs, so I think this is actually one of the revenge maps for RRQ to win against GenG. It is crazy in here right now. There's like, it's like a party in here. I don't know if it's feeding into our mic.
Yeah, the vibes are immaculate.
Watching.
You know?
Yeah, it's like pretty groovy.
We're trying to keep things serious, you know, build up like a, you know, a storyline of, you know, two teams being, you know, having this bitter rivalry and all that kind of stuff, and the vibes are just not matching right now. But I can always get down, you know, big time. I've seen you on the dance floor. You've got some moves, so maybe not on broadcast, but
we
want
him to keep his job.
Yeah.
Or maybe not get promoted over. I don't know. I haven't seen him dance. Is it like?
It's amazing. It's unbelievable.
Oh, it's incredible.
Amazing.
He was a theater kid, so yeah.
I think it's so easy for this Korean audience to be throwing a bit of a party now. They've just had this map 2 win. I mean, everybody's feeling good down there now. They're all excited for that.
And now it's up to RRQ to shut them up again, to have another hot start, but actually follow through this time. They've had some very good games of Haven lately. The DFM match was fantastic to watch. Pushy's going to be back on the Sova as well. Every game he's on the Sova, man is just bopping everyone in the head, you know, the crispiest aim you've ever seen, darts on point. So I think that in combination with some of the off-season games you've seen from the boys on RRQ, even pushing Paper X and being very consistent in terms of beating DFM, they should be quite confident on Haven as a decider, and GenG as well. I think every GenG game so far has been 24 minimum rounds, and as you can see from the compositions here, both teams are going to back themselves. RRQ's going back to the Killjoy though instead of the Cypher, and Texture's going to stick with the Neon.
Yeah, I think that we spoke about this a little bit before this game, but the Viper on Munchkin really is the key.
Yes.
For GenG's composition.
I mean, the Breach versus the Viper is just completely different comps, even if the other 4 agents are pretty much the same bar duelist.
So with them starting on defense, expect this Viper in the middle of the map, rotating fast and trying to stop those initial hits. That's the most important thing.
Well, the background music is so matching the vibes right now. It's getting a lot more intense for the last and final match of today. RRQ versus GenG. We're going to go back to our casters, Chobra and Quack, to take it away on Haven.
Map number 3. It seems to always come down to this between these two teams, and it usually always goes one way in favor of GenG. Will history repeat itself for the 6th time today as GenG continues to stomp down against RRQ, or will this be a new beginning for the Indonesian squad?
New beginnings. I mean, definitely a lot of hope going for RRQ right now, but at least in this Korean stadium, a lot more support for the GenG side, but starting things off already. Quick contact, and Jemkin, alongside his teammates, will be able to take down Texture and back up into A long.
Yeah, no damage taken either, but Yeoman just holding a bit of an angle, waiting for a far peek out, but it looks like it's just going to be a setup and an immediate jiggle. Is he ready for more? There's util in hand. There's the flash coming out. The flash point. Toxic screen just to keep them at bay. Yeoman decided to drop back out. He does a lot of damage with that shock dart against Jemkin, trying to utilize the decay that might have been left over. But Jemkin will survive with 56 HP.
Yeah, surely you can't quite just continue to stay in that spot. Backing off now. And RRQ continuing to try to hold, especially from short. Might give them a little bit more value, finding Foxy9. That's the only person that they spotted, so maybe kind of working around that toxic screen now gives Munchkin a bit of an opportunity, but since he's the only one, getting gunned down by Monyet.
Yeah, and that's the Viper down, so the toxic screen not working out in your favor. You know he's weak, so the turret working out for Xfero. Estrella, also another cleanup against Yeoman. It's just going to be Charon all alone. Now comes the hunt. Okay, he still gets one, but Cushy with yet another kill. The Desk talked about it. Cushy has been looking the sharpest for the squad, even as the new addition. He puts up another one for himself, putting 2 ult orbs after that plant.
Really, really comfortable. I mean, sharp with how he plays, but at the same time for the whole team to really just pile drive their way through into this A site. I mean, they've kind of read that GenG often plays this way, you know, like what Big Time was saying as well back on the desk, that Munchkin will be this Viper playing along that toxic tree and rotating back and forth around from the B site. But now, off of that little bit of a loss, the 4 stack onto C.
Oh, well, it's a 3 stack here as well from RRQ, and Jemkin's clean with the first shot, giving them the opportunity. Okay, Foxy9 still left over, not gonna get stunned. He gets 2 kills. Is this another repeat? Okay, Estrella. Woo! Avoiding danger right there, still keeping that full health, but it's already weapons dropped. Xfero has to come back, has to be in position to pick it up at the end of the round. Yeoman all alone. Any more damage against RRQ, and that would be a moderate success.
Yeah, still having that Spectre, being able to do that against Foxy9, but down to the last one, Yeoman. Don't imagine he should be able to do too much as he tries to look for the weapon, but down onto it. Xfero marking with the Sheriff. So picks up the round. A little bit lost for RQ, but still not too bad as they kind of bring forward that 2-0.
And just a nice peek out here from Jemkin, ready for that pre-fire as well. And Foxy9 continuing to prove that if they're coming into my site, I will be good for a couple extra kills, showcasing that new GenG classic. But Xfero picking one up for himself as well. And now Toxic Screen still set up on that default position. It hasn't really been giving GenG too much value just yet, and RQ just chooses to ignore it. They're going for that C site once again.
Same triple peak. But this time, what they see, this is a poison orb, so gonna have to kind of show back off, find something else.
So putting pressure on that, it looks like it's just going to be a step-by-step clear as their default, right? Putting some pressure on C main, putting some pressure over by Garage, clearing out any util over in B. Eventually that opens them up to maybe go for a B hit, but right now it's going to be another Garage. There's the Nano Swarm drawn out, some damage taken.
Quick enough from Foxy9. Texture is kind of rotating back and forth across B as well, but now smoked off, doesn't see too much. So it does keep the GenG players closer towards the C site, and that's what that pressure does.
Yeah, you still haven't seen anyone push fully out from A main, so RRQ hoping that it's just going to be a reset on the default here. But the real question is Foxy9 holding close on C main.
The drone, you know, a little bit there. Texture made a bit of a movement to try to force RRQ to think about Garage, but they actually just doubled down. More players being sent through, and that's going to be the opening kills into the site. Foxy9 this time not quite able to hold. Texture, though, with a bit of a spray, will be able to find Jemkin, so not too bad still. A bit of an opportunity for GenG.
Yeah, and just waiting to launch that as soon as the attack happens. Smoke going to clear. Kushi still waiting. Turret comes online. There's a recon. It's a quick hit from Xfero. And that should be shutting down the retake. Xfero good for another. And that's going to be the save from Yeoman. A bit of an uncharacteristic death from Munchkin, trying to cover for Texture, but he stays a bit too long and gets sniped out by Jemkin on the swing out from backside. And that really spelled trouble for GenG. Yeah, Texture, you know, he trades it through spam through the smoke, but already you've given up so much space.
And ultimately, that's what gives RRQ the win and the site. Starting things off on a map like this, you know, I was thinking they looked pretty good, RRQ, playing against TFM last week. Being able to shut down Mei that much. Now you're seeing Texture coming in with that Neon, and so far, especially on this defensive side, you know, not really finding too much successes just yet. And converting that bonus as well definitely does make you think, or at least give you a lot of hope for RRQ to maybe find a little bit more.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if RRQ continues to just pressure the C site, right? Not only is it where Foxy9 is, and now you know kind of what his setup is, but traditionally RRQ, both Coach Ewok and then Warbirds when he was with Team Secret, the way they broke the Korean teams on Haven was always hitting the same site. Obviously, we all remember the 13 rounds, the 12 rounds of A site from Team Secret. So we'll see if they continue to do that right now, going for a bit of a switch up when they have the weapon advantage, but we'll keep our eye on the next round when it's buys on both sides yet again.
Always playing those mind games. But for now, GenG, you know, hearing that little bit of early shots now stacking up towards A. 4 players on this side, I should say.
It's a good stack.
A little bit. Thinking of peeking out long.
All right, waiting for it. It's going to be a multi-swing with Texture, and there he goes. He's trying to weave, and there's a good paranoia, the spray down, and support from Karon. An instant triple kill from Texture. The trap play works wonders for GenG as they get their first round on the board.
It's ridiculous and amazing how he's able to swing out like that, even with RQ trying to set up some kind of high-low with the trajectory of the entire area, you know, up around the stairs. But it's that relay bolt, the slide back, the flash out from the other side from Karon as well. Just nothing that RQ could do when they were pelted with all of that utility in their face, and the war cries sound out.
Yeah, Karon once again really becoming just the bells and whistles here for GenG to get them riled up. Jemkin now trying to get ahead. Okay, focus back onto the A site. No switch up, trying to make sure that GenG has to be on their toes. No attention given to Garage or B.
Yeah, none whatsoever. So Foxy9, you know, is looking pretty comfortable right now, and also relaying that information to his team as well. Right now, it's just Texture inside of short, you know, continuing to jiggle. Smoke's coming out in towards Heaven, though. Should be a bit of a tell for GenG at least. So 3 players very ready to receive if they do push out. The talk screen already propped up.
Yeah, you know there's been no pings on C main from the turret, so that's why GenG is so confident. There's a drone out, but Jemkin gets ahead of it with a nice little peek.
Lovely. And now the drone already spent as well.
Yeah, smokes out. Munchkin holding a close angle. If he can survive, it could be good. He's going to get one. Is he ready for another? There's the Rolling Thunder. Munchkin's hit as well. He's trying to hide behind the toxic screen, but they can't get in just quite yet. Munchkin, he's still holding strong by A short. Monyet taken down. They have to clear out Munchkin, but they have to clear backside as well. It's just too many angles. It's just too many members of GenG as Yeoman holds strong on the site, and GenG get a second on the board.
What a way to hold things down. Despite the Rolling Thunder, despite the attempt at a hit from RRQ, right? Jemkin getting that opening pick with a peek out against the drone, it just wasn't quite enough because of how Munchkin is able to hold down this portion of the site, and also effectively sectioning out everything else. You know, you got to think about backside. RRQ kind of comes in and tries to re-clear it, but they can't do it. Too many players already receiving all those hits in kind, and Munchkin just continuing to hold and be that thorn in their side. So next round coming through now, and they've bought up the op Texture. Here he is. In towards C.
Yeah, and you can tell that GenG now knows that they've done enough work on the A side to scare RRQ off. So they're holding towards B, and then a fast push out of C main as well. The only place to go right now for RRQ is going to be that B site. There's the paranoia, but Jemkin, he's ahead of it. He spots Omen. He gets one kill. He instantly gets traded by Foxy9. Foxy9 is back on the site. No one gets through.
2 kills and 1 through the smoke. Nanostorm to continue to fend off and hold as well. RRQ, I mean, what can you truly do? Needing to kind of hang back. I mean, the spike is on the ground. They want to pick it up, but all the angles being held. Foxy9 on the other side? No way! The toxic screen comes back up, and they're looking for some kind of a lucky spam, but nothing's being found. 50 seconds left on the clock. They still have quite a bit to play through.
I mean, a save is something you have to consider here. Yeah, look at the positions, because you just don't know how far everyone else is pushed up. The spike is way too deep on the site. There's no real options, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was an early timeout, because I have to imagine, being on the attacking side, that you had quite a few plays in mind to get ahead of the game in the first half, and if that's not coming to fruition, the coaches may want to remind their players on what they prepared.
Yeah, what we saw in the pistol round definitely worked out wonders, but now, with these 3 rounds from GenG, I mean, trap plays, just Foxy9 doing his thing, you really need to find more solutions, right? Thinking back to maybe that triple peek down C, but this time, you know, you're thinking about Texture with that op, and it's still being hidden. So RRQ, just a full save all the way through. Will we see that timeout?
And we'll see. Obviously, it partly depends on the calls as well within the player comms. The players are starting to figure things out. Maybe you have a little bit of faith. It is quite early in the map. The Foxy9, yeah, that confidence really starting to come back up, and there is the timeout from RRQ. And I have to imagine that maybe a bit of that macro, right, trying to force their way onto that A site twice in a row. And there was a mistiming there, too, where they were trying to push out Munchkin, but the 2 members from short Cushy gets caught, but Magnet pushes out before the main force is able to get in and pressure back site. So lots of small things to retool, but the more important thing is you have 6 rounds left. What does the macro look like round to round? And what have we noticed so far in how we're not able to break through A or B side? The only success they've had is going to be on that C side.
Yeah, after the pistol as well. So that's when they had firepower. But right now, with the full buys coming in from GenG, Texture on that op, there's a lot that GenG could do. You're also thinking about how you want to work against that Viper wall from Munchkin that's just been so oppressive right now.
So that toxic screen, kind of the key part of why they were having trouble getting in through both the A and B site. Which is the B site, I mean, maybe trusting a lot in Jemkin, but Foxy9 quick for the trade. So now it is going to be pressure on the A side once again, but a bit of a default, waiting to see if they can catch Texture perhaps on that push out. Because you imagine, you haven't seen him just yet. They had 0 control over C main, and look at Magnet's position. He's waiting for something by the C side.
And Xfera with his turret outside of garage as well, so just a little bit more security too. There it is, straight down A long, looking for something. Texture peeking out though, so this is still information for GenG.
Yeah, but they did this last round. Now, RRQ wasn't quite aware of it, but it seems like they made the call that this had to have happened given the positions and how they just didn't spot him. And Magnet doesn't quite spot him first. Texture, wary of that angle after the timeout. Oh, that had to have been the big call in the timeout, and yet it falls. The Omen gone. No smokes for RRQ on the attack.
Just fatal. Right now, I mean, how do you work your way around the mid-rounds? You know the op is there. Coming back in to challenge it, maybe with the fault line, sure. But Texture just instantly backs off, quickly sprints away. Foxy9 coming back into relay and support the C side as well.
So you were able to push him away. At least you masked some of that information, but the turret is still there on C main. I think they heard it. So if you really want full control, you're going to have to break that, but they don't have much time. It just has to be a hit. GenG, assuming that it's a full rotate because of the lack of information. Foxy9 once again alone on the site. Bit of a mishap there with the fault line. So they're slowed down just a bit. Foxy9 peeks out, but Xfero's ready for it. They shut down the Sentinel, and now sight opened up for RQ. Only 10 seconds, time being bought. Texture peeks in, and he's going with overdrive. Munchkin able to spray down 3 to get the lead for GenG.
Yeah, good attempt at the mid-round, right? You know, kind of slowly creeping back through Garage, taking out Foxy9, but ultimately the damage was done. The player that got eliminated right early on was Monyet. That means your smokes are gone. So even though they managed to get through to the C site to get the spike down, or at least an attempt to get the spike down, these early sight lines from the back of C-Link from Defender Spawn were completely open for Texture to pretty much bounce and Goomba stomp on them all throughout.
And that C site now held as well. RRQ, I gotta imagine that in the server they're starting to feel that they're running out of options, trying to go for that default spam through the wall, pushing the op out of A main, but afterwards, what do you do? It's gonna be a reclear with the drone, trying to set up Texture on an advantageous position.
There's that position.
So RQ's not quite sure if the op is here or not. I mean, that drone, it could just be the Sova reclearing, it could be somebody else. They still don't know. Nobody's checking outside of C main either. So much mystery for RQ that they have to re-clear right now.
Hence, spending that Owl drone. This costs quite a bit from RRQ, but okay, majestic shot from Cushy out of nowhere.
I mean, you can't help but feel, but that's gonna be a double tap from Foxy9! What in the world?
What is this round?
The 2 new pickups, I mean, they're just so clean with it.
Jemkin at least made it a trade, so we're kind of back to square one with 3-on-3.
Yeah, but no controllers for RQ. Still double controller for GenG. And now Charon trying for it, and look at that transfer! GenG's pickups have always proven themselves.
30 seconds left.
As the spike is now stranded, Cushy all alone. Charon expects him. He gets the 3rd kill. And everybody coming online one by one for GenG.
I can't math correctly, but I think that was like 1 second. And he got the transfer. Yes, it was a micro flick. They're really close, but still so ridiculously impressive. And a bit of an unfortunate whiff for Jemkin because the trade wasn't quite there. And that is pretty much the round for GenG. You know, pushes out from both sides. Cushy, impressive as well. But down to it at the end, Charon is fired up.
And this is what we see a lot of teams struggle with against the Viper comp, is that you give it a lot of respect, especially once the op comes out. I mean, you don't really have an option, right? Because now you have to worry about the op, but then on top of that, the extra smokes as well. And once you start respecting that, you run out of time. You can't really push and pull across the map. RRQ struggling with that same idea. This time, full focus onto the C site, but they're not getting the information they want. They're not able to bait things out. And the op has repositioned itself onto B. This is GenG being way ahead. What a call from Munchkin, trying to stay 1 step ahead.
Yeah, right. Just making sure that they are able to kind of anticipate some of the movements from RRQ. RRQ also trying to stay hidden, mostly. You know, this time, back to it all. It's Xfero on the classic lurk, with the rest of the team slowly creeping up A. They got to deal with the smoke as well.
Yeah, they know that Foxy9 peeked out the previous round, so Xfero's ready for it, but he fires a little too early, and how quick is Foxy9? That's a hit. That does draw them over to C site, but A was always going to be a retake, given the ultimates on both sides. Lockdown no longer available for Xfero, so RRQ, it's just a Hunter's Fury for Cushy in the post map. But meanwhile, look at the ult stack on GenG. So many tools for this retake. The updraft just to fake them out. Cushy has been spotted. I don't think he realizes just yet. There's a blind op shot through the smoke. Jemkin waiting close. Lockdown available for Foxy9. Jemkin knows he has to get ahead of it. This is so much pressure on Jemkin, but he has to do it. They're going to try to push them out. Jemkin hiding in the smoke. Does he wait for it? No, he's going to back out. He's waiting for a timing. Okay, it's going to get destroyed with a util. So now he gets to hold close once again.
Flash just to hold as well, up to the other side of the fast lane, and there's Jemkin! A bit of a double kill, and Monyet swings back up to the top. It's straight added support as well, and that just is enough to put up a huge roadblock against GenG, who are trying to break through with their ultimates.
All right. So the other util being used against that lockdown, Hunter's Fury saved over as well. RQ playing for the long game, making sure that they have extra tools for the future rounds, making sure that they don't get baited by the single lockdown. I thought maybe they would go for the high risk with Jemkin, but they actually just set him up perfectly for this. Foxy9 is online, though. Jemkin, of course, doing his own thing. Estrella still ready to trade for both of his teammates on either side.
Shows, again, things flowing pretty much smoothly for RRQ, even when they're faced with adversity. That flashpoint from Estrella giving so much support up for Jemkin to set things up. The next round, though, and we are still looking at ultimates on both sides. RRQ, once again, trying to assert a bit more presence across the map.
I like the late turret from Xfero. Avoid that default spam and then just try to see if anyone's peeking out once again. Shock darts try to clear out Garage, trying to draw a lot of attention. It's going to be two members here, and Temkin gets ahead of the operator. That's Garage opened up. Operator down for GenG.
Big pickup for RRQ. So then they're able to kind of spread a little bit more across the map. You know, minute left. Munchkin comes back in to refill that space that Texture kind of leaves.
Yeah, so this is how old GenG would have played, is they would have pushed out from somewhere else and then regroup elsewhere. But the new GenG working a little differently. Munchkin going to go for the re-clear, and they're still waiting for it. He tries to find a timing, but RRQ patient. Now going towards Foxy9 again. Foxy9, he gets one, he gets two! How many times will RRQ run into his open arms?
He's just here to kind of give them a good old hug. Unfortunately, it does squeeze them to their deaths, but now repositioning back into Garage. Oh, this is good.
Do they know about the flank?
Karen from the back.
It's very fast. There's no util to watch for it. Nobody's suspecting it. They line up for the double, and there's Foxy9 with another 3K. The two youngsters of GenG clean things up.
Unstoppable. Foxy9 again. You got to take a look at a replay because they're just kind of walking into him. A bit of an additional support smoke from Karen, and he kind of plays hiding inside of it. And although Jemkin kind of tries to get across, Foxy9 is able to react so darn well. And Karen so quick to kind of come back in with that support.
The thing is just with the two members coming in from Garage, it's not that RRQ necessarily played it so poorly, it's just that Foxy9's so ahead of it. He lets the jet pass, and he says, I'll get the first guy first, and then I'll fight you close range, and he's just so quick, so confident.
Have to be, especially after all those performances all across the day. But right now, back into it, it's RRQ once again trying to break across the defenses. This time it's in with a Blade Storm, so maybe setting up for the hit. And Karen on the other side, Flash does get sent through.
There's the paranoia, but meanwhile you've already sent Texture down sewer, so you have another angle for the retake. Karen gonna get taken out backside, now taken over. It's a clean and clinical execute, but do they have any idea about Texture? Doesn't look like it. He could get a massive multi-kill. He waits, he panics, he's not able to get the double. But Spike's still planted for RRQ, and it's just going to be Foxy9.
Has been doing so well so far today, but now against the numbers, bit of a hop up, and it's easily spotted out by Jemkin.
Texture could have had an incredible hit there, but I don't know if you can really blame him. It was going to be impossible no matter what, with so many members already on site. Meanwhile, credit where credit is due, going above the toxic screen for info, immediately striking backside, his teammates ready to cover each other on the ankles. RRQ waking up. Is it too late? We'll have to see, but they'll want to get at least 6. Round this out to a 6-6 half.
Making it close.
Rolling Thunder online. Jemkin currently 15-9. More than 3 times the kills of anybody else on his team. Really trying to drag them across the finish line.
It's ridiculous. Keen now back towards mid. Cushy though, ooh, able to snipe them through from the window. And there's the Rolling Thunder straight in collapsing through, but Munchkin still able to shoot them down as it happens. Vanyan and Xfero finding those trades, and now a bit of an opportunity, a 2-on-1 against GenG's Yeoman.
Yeah, using the lockdown to make sure that Yeoman can't approach anytime soon. Yeoman, does he try to go and delete the lockdown? No, he's just going to hold back, sees if they push in, but he will just take his time. He'll go for the reset. At the very least, the lockdown was used before it was planted, so he still has some time. But it's just going to be a far and away. You can hold with that one way, so even with the pings being nerfed, you still have some sight lines. Trying to get rid of those nano swarms. One will be popped to deny the second clear.
Revealing area.
Okay, checking out Covey. But, oh, it got spotted out quickly by Xfero, so he kind of knows where they are now. But hit by the flash.
Not sure if there was a reposition there. Yeoman, his sight lines are being bothered. He just hopes that they will peek. He has to tap for another, and Xfero just swings out for that third kill. Tied 6-6. These two teams just can't get enough of each other.
You Gotta love it. If anything, it is entertaining Valorant between the two teams. Down to it, you just might think GenG starting to find that huge lead. Foxy9 being able to put up those big performances, incredible holds. But just as it starts to happen, RRQ comes in with some set plays of their own. First it was through the toxic screen, up and over. Then the next round, straight in with a Rolling Thunder down mid. Cushy finds a bit of a frag and then an opportunity to deal against Munchkin. And once that's gone, all that's left, Yeoman, a 2-on-1. Just masterfully and perfectly played outside of C-Long.
So now a bit of a reset. Obviously, Haven with the 3 sites, traditionally favoring that attack side. But especially when it comes down to that Viper composition, it's all about the control of that toxic screen. We imagine at the very least in the beginning of the half, you'll go for that A lobby toxic screen all the way through A link. And now many teams have seen it, right? And I mean, Munchkin, he pilots it very, very well. One of the best on this map. But we started to see it slowly get broken apart last year as well. So we'll see what RRQ has prepared.
They did look, again, pretty good against DFN last week, and Jemkin was one of those players who were able to shut down those neons. Back then it was May, right now it's going to be Texture. Obviously a different team, but you're thinking about how that performance could really kind of carry forward with the confidence into today. I mean, he is up by, what 13, maybe 14 kills right now?
It's just
15!
Yeah, 15 and 10. Yeah, Xfero following up at 8, but slowly everyone else on RRQ will have to wake up. All right, showing off the GenG Classic with its trophies there. A little new addition of that feature for the 2025 capsules. Ooh, okay. Big chip damage onto GenG. All right, that's a lot of members. Xfero gonna have to play it safe. It's gonna be down to Cushy. There's the crossfire. He gets 2, and they're all stuck there. Look at the fault line, just keeping them tied up. Spike down. You can retrieve it, but it's starting to look very tough for GenG.
Yeah, Cushy down low. He doesn't want to give up the alt orb either, so he's actually hiding back safe. The smoke comes up just in time as well. I mean, look at RRQ just playing the numbers game right now. GenG, you know, maybe double back or hang back, find another opportunity.
I don't mind this from RRQ, especially given how low Cushy was, and you just weren't sure if they would go for a fast flood in no matter what. But now that they've made up their mind, it does have to become a retake. And, I mean, I would be a little scared, right? Just because Karon's still alive. And yo, man, he's had his moments in the past as well. So with Cushy being so low, we'll see. GenG, you can't completely write them off just yet. Karon's going to try to get ahead of things. He's going to allow Yo-Man to just go for the plant himself. See if he can cut off that rotation.
Light Shield Frenzy for Karon too, so that actually is an added potential. But right now, at least with all 5, you know, they do have all that utility to work with. And Karon's kind of leaving Yo-Man alone now, straight in towards spawn. He spots all of them out, but doesn't quite have the opportunity to spray through. No shots connected. And that's just a 1 HP Yo-Man. Yep, stunned up.
I love how he just tries to hide right around the corner, like, surely they don't check. Surely.
I'm gonna go stealth mode.
Yeah, exactly. It's like those cartoons where you just hide around the corner, they all run by. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Honestly, if it was a ghost, I think Karon probably maybe gets a couple there, but with the Frenzy, it's tough when you have so many targets. Just sprinkle here and there. Now let's see what the buys are gonna be. You do get the spike plant, so I'm curious if GenG tries to go for a force here.
Definitely would be an interesting prospect given how GenG has come in with these performances thus far.
All right, just the Sheriffs. Yeah, they don't traditionally go for it. They trust in their Sheriffs quite a bit. And this time it'll be the same thing. Meanwhile, Outlaw for Jemkin.
That's right. Still though, it's kind of being tossed aside because of that toxic screen from Munchkin. So he might be able to hold it at the very least. Munchkin has managed to slip through onto the other parts of the map though.
Yeah, chase through with the fault line, support from B site. So you know the breach was somewhere closer to C-Link. Ooh, a little bit of chip damage up against Cushy. Yeah, that's a lot actually. Chipping him all the way down. Regen armor comes back up.
And they kind of identified that the breach is towards the back B as well, thanks to that fault line earlier on. So maybe looking for a quick way to slip on through. The nano storms and everything getting broken apart as well. Aftershock just to keep them at bay. So a bit of kill against Foxy9. That was not so bad.
Yeah, and look at the setup on A as well. Cushy prepared to provide support on B if needed, but he can still watch Jemkin's back if Munchkin comes back in. Meanwhile, 2 people still stacked up to hold on to B side. However, if the Neon is able to create distance, a C site hit could be a bit dangerous. Monyet finds one. Counter Paranoia goes out.
Whoa. Estrella with the fault line as well. It is ready, so maybe he's setting up for it again. Oh, Munchkin actually just comes back in off of that early distraction. Straight into the A side he goes.
And that's a massive pickup. The Outlaw against RRQ. 2 members at a 1 hit.
No way.
Do you go for the repeat? Cushy is the one who's weak. He gets taken down. They're trying to push him before the reload. It's a good push. But are they trying to play for time? The spike still gets planted no matter what. Estrella's stuck. He doesn't have a way out from the snake bite. Texture, he's holding close. There's the relay bolt. He catches all of them. And GenG will get there thrifty.
What an incredible round from GenG. Just Munchkin being able to sneak through with a thorn in their sides, just continuing to prick and prod at them so many times with that ghost. Down to the final moments where they just buy a bit of attention to the C site, sneaks on through, gets that kill against Jemkin, and that's the Outlaw picked up and everything else as well. The snake bite at the end of it, just the cherry on top.
But this is something we knew about GenG last year as well. They won't give up until the very last second. So Munchkin leaves that extra option open. We talked about it with Munchkin, Texture, Meteor, the ones who will always deep lurk until the very, very last second of a possibility of a rotate. And RQ, they just kind of slip up on that focus. Cushy leaves that window open, tries to rotate a little bit too soon.
I mean, he hasn't really maybe had that experience against GenG before, so now, you know, needing to find that out on the fly. But as it goes through into the next round, we start things off early. You know, no guns for RQ, yeah, but GenG start taking this really, really carefully.
I mean, tied up at 7-7. You know you don't want to take those chances. It's a trap set up by a lobby. Munchkin starting to sense that something is off here. A main completely left open.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Monyet just going to hold for a cheeky little kill by C Long. So Munchkin's going to make the call that it might be a stack over to C, but I wouldn't be surprised if they still suspect an A short trap as well. This team's so thorough. Moment of truth.
Oh.
Okay, trying to fake that out. I don't know if that was a bit too hard of a sell right there with the recon bolt.
Oh, no. They still managed to make it through the backside from the long. Cushy now swings out. Oh, there's a kill from Jemkin. Dashes on through as well, but inside the smoke, the shawties will come out. And that's going to be GenG being able to find those 3 kills to capture the site.
So GenG really slowing things down once they catch sight that it's more than 1 member. Monyet will get 1, but that should be the end of it. Estrella stuck up at Heaven. Low health, Monyet gets taken out. And Estrella will just be looking for any picks he can get. That's gonna be none as Texture finds him through the wall, and GenG leads 8-7.
So still, GenG pretty much being able to keep themselves in control, despite RQ's best efforts to play some tricky games against them. Just being able to come in with the utility to play it safe enough. It's again just how a testament to how GenG is able to stay ahead of the game at times.
Big safe win. They're back with the co-celebration.
8-7, yes!
All right, RRQ back with another bye. See if they can regroup. High-low setup on B side. Meanwhile, the Killjoy constantly being focused on A to combat that toxic screen a bit with that passive info. Estrella, he's caught out, but no! It's going to be Jemkin who gets a double alongside Estrella's 1. So 3-1 trade in favor of RRQ.
All outside of B as well. Now this is a RRQ that has to be respected. GenG might be able to retrieve the spike, but where else could they truly go? Karen trying to stay inside the smoke in case anyone does kind of get ahead of it by going inside of the cubby, but it's not quite going to happen. So another smoke comes out.
And they leave C side open. They still trust in that turret over by the A side. Turret gets taken out. So that's the call for Xfero to slowly go back towards A. You know there was no one A main just yet because of that alarm bot, but you don't know how far they've pushed in from A short, so they'll leave that open as well.
And a deep smoke from Karen in towards, closer towards A-Link, just to block off spawn.
Oh, but this alarm bot not being clear, that might be the trouble for the remaining 2 members of GenG. I mean, it's a 2v4 as well, but we'll see Do they try to identify it early enough? There's a smoke coming out, draws Xfero back, alarm bot. Is there a spray? There is, but he's not going to take his chances. You have the numbers advantage. RQ wants to keep that.
Nice.
Tries to deny the default plan. It's just out of range.
And maybe a chance for Karen, but no, gets shot down by Jemkin really quick in. And going to go through as well. Despite Xfero jumping down, it's going to be Jemkin picking up the quad kill to put themselves back up 8-8.
I mean, it seems like the writing's on the wall for how long this map is going to go, but both teams really trading blows back and forth. Looking at the economy, GenG still okay for this next round. Obviously, that thrifty turnaround allows the bank to stack up. Was a good high-low setup from RRQ, but how many more reads can you get ahead of time at the start of the round? That's the big question right now for Estrella and company.
Yeah, needing more rounds on the board, because right now GenG definitely has quite a bit of variety at them. Next one coming up, once again, it's just going to be that full buy up, and oh, okay, the judge from Xfero inside the garage.
Yeah, just working with the credits you have, but that causes a different setup as well. Turret and alarm bot focused on B and garage. You still have Estrella there to try to buy time, but can he get ahead of the Neon is the big question. Here comes Texture, he can't, oh, he does get the kill! Gets him on that flick over with the spray, and then the aftershock to deny the plant as well. GenG right now caught within the B site. Munchkin knows he has to push ahead, try to gain a little bit more space. RQ respects it. Cushy trying to push back up with the fault line. He's not able to get it. The flash is late, but Estrella still gets the trade.
Not too bad. Oh, towards the back, spotted out by the alarm bot as well. So Jemkin needing to deal a little bit with Foxy9. Spots him out, tries to play around the walls, but not quite enough. The flash does come out for a bit of an opportunity for Estrella to kind of get into the site, but only good for the one. That still is enough with the numbers being found on the other side as Jemkin takes down the back line and into the site. The defuse for RRQ to come up with a lead.
Yeah, getting back in the lead. And I just want to say, Foxy9 has clearly done enough damage that Jemkin fully respected him in that duel, right? They spot each other, and the moment Jemkin doesn't get the first shot, he resets with the Cloudburst and tries to create another angle. Eventually, he wins out. But, I mean, the way Jemkin was playing last week, it looked like he was just ready to duel no matter who came into his crosshairs. But given how many rounds that Foxy9 has gotten for GenG, the respect given over, and that safety secures the round here for RRQ.
Just trying to find more ways to come in with that retake.
All right, Rolling Thunder online for Estrella. Hunter's Fury as well. Big ultimates for the retake. You do have a Hunter's Fury for Yeoman, who's 3 and 10, by the way. Really not able to find that impact here on Haven. A fast hit. Pit available as well.
Whoa. Ult's coming possibly more online for GenG as well, but Jemkin able to shut things down for the time being. Insta kill up against Texture, and as it continues to go on through, the Hunter's Fury as well from Yeoman, but Cushy still able to find a bit of a fract on through.
I mean, that's everybody down. While Yeoman was trying to scout out and do damage, the entire team gets shut down, and it starts with Texture just not being able to really expand space and create space on the site. Jemkin holding a high angle, ready to combat any sort of util coming through. Because there's no breach, you're not in danger of a Rolling Thunder. Oh, okay. I don't see sites like that every day, but the judge still doing wonders for Xfero. And Rolling Thunder Hunter's Fury saved on the side of RRQ, so now you can use that to combat things like the lockdown coming out from Foxy9.
There it is, that elevation. Even with a slide on through, truly showing once again that Jemkin has put in the work in slaying down Neons. The rest of the team there ready and able to receive as well. Just a little bit unfortunate for Yeoman to be the last one left alive. That said, next round comes on through. GenG starting to run out of money. You have 3 ultimates though.
Just waiting for any type of push out, but it's going to be a full-on send. The judge once again in the hands of Xfero. I mean, they've seen the judge so many rounds. Hey, they hear it. Yeah, there's the spam. They're not taking any chances.
Thanks to one recon. That's all it is.
That's a good multi-peek. Jemkin ready for the far angle, but it's just too many people for him to drag down in time. And now RQ starts to get curious. GenG, I mean, they've been doing this entire series. They say, all right, you want info? Come out and get it, because that's when RQ oftentimes falters. Despite not having the numbers, can RQ stay true? They'll take out the drone, and Cushy will back off.
Yeah, a little bit restless, right? I mean, still enough information to kind of double back in to hold out this A site. But GenG are so comfortable now, being able to play in this fashion.
Cushy might look to use Hunter's Fury if they don't hear the tap until the 30-second mark. We'll see if the delay is going to be something they want to bank on. It could backfire.
30 seconds left.
We'll have to wait and see. Tap coming through. Not going to happen just yet. RRQ holding on to their ultimates.
Oh. Still now, though,
Whoa.
Cushy from the sides, able to find a bit of a double kill.
Oh,
Rolling Thunder
what?
does connect, but Karan jumps ahead of it! Takes down Estrella, and it's all up to Cushy. 1-on-2, he tries to go in for that stick, but a little bit spotted early. Half HP, half spike, but Karan out from the other sides, and unfortunate for Cushy. Despite his best efforts, it's GenG striking back.
Dude, how much more cosmetic can this stun get? That was a ridiculous drop shot from Karan. Oh, we gotta see it. That has to be part of the replay match. We can't skip forward. We have to see it because, okay, Cushies, that's great. Oh, we're gonna skip it. Oh, I mean, that was so ridiculous. He gets launched forward.
I know.
He just instantly swivels. I mean, yes, it's close range, but still.
Ridiculous with how Karan's able to play in this way.
Well, you still have the buys, but that's the Rolling Thunder, a big ultimate use, and that's relief from GenG, not having to deal with that breach.
Stun is just a stun, and he's able to play outside of the box that way, despite the status effects. Now, next round, and that's right, a bit of spam through and inside of Garage as well. GenG still trying to look for some of these players.
Yeah, xFaro's still sticking with that judge, so really just saying, hey, my job is to hold on to Garage no matter what. Trying to draw them in, because he hasn't died just yet. It was the same setup, so GenG suspects something is up, but they just don't have that information just yet. There's a drone. Instantly, the swing. Jemkin's somewhat ready for it, but the drone, I think, might have blocked one of the bullets as well. Meanwhile, there's Hunter's Fury. Doesn't get any kills.
Yeah, trying to fish for it, but unfortunately, GenG quick to evade all of it. Now potentially maybe looking to tie up the score as 5 of them regroup back to look to find that hit against Cushy. There is that kill. Texture instantly trades back. And that's the A side opened up as well. Estrella might be in position, but everything's smoked off.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, you are going to have the credits, so I imagine you go for another attempt here. Also would expect another timeout, but Munchkin holding the flank. xFaro not suspecting it at all. Fault line will be used for an attempt, but Monyet, he just doesn't find any targets just yet. Waiting for Munchkin to re-peek onto Main. He gets taken out from below. And Texture, he's warming back up.
Slowly but surely. It's always been good for those kills up on towards top of heaven. Down to the last one left, and that's going to be the save for RRQ. GenG. Oh, he went for the hunt.
Yeah, Texture, I mean, he was the only one that really was close to his ultimate. That's not filled up yet, so now 2 away from the overdrive. That could still be a big one. Wouldn't be surprised on a timeout, but either way, would love to see an operator come out for RRQ as well. Not something they've been utilizing. I know Jemkin's been doing great with the rifle, but if you're able to just completely ignore Seaside with that operator, help set up the Killjoy util on A-side once again, because that was working wonders for your passive information. That could be a turnaround for RRQ.
Yeah, or at least to try to get ahead of it, but
not going to see either of those just yet. RRQ, but they are going to switch over the Killjoy to that A-side.
Think of different ways to work against a potential Neon slide out, but right now, with all that utility in, it's just Texture all the way through from the shadows towards the back of spawn as well. Monyet sniffs it. Now he's looking out for Karan, but at the same time, gets the read that the spike is headed over onto him, so gets ready with the paranoia, flashes out, and everything connects.
Huge!
Spots out the kill on towards Foxy9, and it's also Karan getting slayed down by RQ.
Really great call from Monyet to get prepared over by C-Main, reading that it was an entire fake by the Neon. This is just RQ reading exactly what the plan was off of the from the shadows, then the sprint in from the Neon. Munchkin still gets a kill. There's still a chance. It's GenG, 2v4 at full health. You have Pit available.
And a lot of time to work with as well.
Scanning ahead.
Several players on the other side, but at least with the recon, just retrieving more information that there are players out towards C.
So the turret is still watching A short, but not over to A main. No sound gained yet. This should be the Pit used, I would assume. There's not really any better chance to use it on attack as that Viper. And I wonder if RQ is going to have an answer for it. They don't have the drone. They do have the recon.
And Jemkin alongside Monyet as well, so it still is a lot of numbers that can come out for trades. Munchkin still needing to do quite a bit of work despite the Viper's Pit. Has the shorty, but plays and hugs closer to the wall instead.
It's going to be a full drop. They recognize that the pit is only for a link. The spike, yeah, if it's planted on default, it's going to be outside of it. Yo, man, they should have suspected the turret pinged him earlier on A short. Now they realize their mistake. Munchkin, does he find the timing? Jemkin gets one. Munchkin, he peeks out, and Xfero's ready for it, fishing for the Viper in the pit. And RRQ will once again take the lead.
What an incredible round, an incredible read from RRQ. They had the numbers, they had the plays against, an attempt at a fake from GenG. Early slides in through to A side from Texture. Charon in with the from the shadows towards the back as well, but Monyet just so quick, so ready to respond. And down to the final moments as well, just able to counter that pit by going up from the top of heaven. All four together as a team, the power of friendship truly shining right now in this moment.
GenG still has the creds for rifles as well, trying to prevent match point from happening. Going for that counter spam, not going to find any targets. It's Killjoy set up once again on that A site. Lockdown available for Xfero, so we'll have to keep an eye on his position if he's able to pull back far enough to try to reclaim that site. There's no Hunter's Fury on the other side, just lockdowns on both.
At least for now, just sensing that drone.
So GenG has the read, right? If the turret is here, that's really just hampering our ability to create these lurks with that toxic screen to mask that information. So now the question is thrown back to RRQ. Will you go for a reclear? Will you come back out into our sites? And Cushy answers with a drone first. Left a little bit open, but the alarm bot there to guard A main.
Okay, there it is. Nanoswarm as well, just to keep and hold them off. Lockdown getting deployed in this moment.
Yeah, onto the site.
Presses on the offensive. Cushy inside the smoke set up by Monyet. At least able to land one kill. Estrella from the back as well. Cushy on for the next. On the third. And then transfer the quad. Cushy just coming in to slay everyone of GenG right down into the ground.
Xfero plants the bait and rails him in. And Cushy is able to secure the kills. I mean, anytime he's in these frantic fights, just look at how locked in he is. And there's the transfer. Match point for RRQ. Can they stay patient enough to finally get their long-earned revenge?
It's always been GenG taking that win. 5 losses against the Korean Tigers, but right now, right at the precipice of crossing that finishing line.
Oh, you can tell, yo, man. I mean, we all saw the scoreboard. He's probably being really harsh on himself right now, but you don't have time for that. So hopefully the coaching staff, Munchkin, the core team, they're able to bring everybody back together and see if they can barrel through. Meanwhile, Warbirds and Ewok making sure they go through all the possibilities. The Killjoy setup, while noted, again, at the end of the day, wasn't successfully broken thanks to that lockdown. So presumably, they go for something similar. But the real question is GenG, do they have an answer for the C site? They haven't really paid attention to it in the past several rounds.
Not too much, except for the one round with a bit of that fake play. But right now, I mean, still needing to deal with that early pressure again.
Half armors, regen armors, Judge, Guardians. I mean, the Guardians are where GenG's at their scariest.
True.
But it will just be fast clear onto the A side for now. You still have your lockdown, so if you can secure A short, try to get through.
At least looking for it, working alongside that toxic screen again. Drones out.
Yeah, but look at this setup. I mean, RRQ, they just want to fight them here. They want to deny the lockdown at all costs, and GenG, they want to fish for this information, but will they survive the scouting? Estrella gets ahead as well. High-risk play. But, oh, this is a fast reclear. You know that they're not set up anymore for it.
Straight up. All three reading the map right now. Some pings from GenG as well, though. Trying to call for a quick mid-round in towards Garage and C.
Oh, I don't know if they're going to be ready for this fast wraparound, especially because the turret is watching mid.
Uh-oh.
There is nothing to signify that there is an absolute wraparound. Overdrive comes out. Monyet, is he going to stay on side? I imagine he would have to leave.
Inside the smoke, though.
Doesn't have much of a chance. He's getting sprayed down. Monyet down. No controller, but the fast wraparound. Can they get a kill? Munchkin gets taken down. GenG now realizes they're trapped on the site. They have to push out and create space. They haven't planted just yet. Planting for backside.
And the lockdown just to buy a bit more time, push them off. I mean, that was the only solution, was to go even faster than RRQ, but the Hunter's Fury being pulled out in time now. RRQ finding the numbers against them.
Caron with the read. He realized it's a full wraparound as they didn't even care about the lockdown. Can he hold on to that smoke? Holding close range. They have to suspect this. It's a pinch coming in from Garage. Jemkin ready for it. Caron gets traded by Xfero. Texture alone in the backside. Foxy9 now refilling it. 2 members of GenG left up against the 3. It's a crossfire. Estrella last alive as the IGL. Can he beat out Foxy9? He cannot. And Foxy9 will breathe life back into GenG once more.
Just dragging them back in from the depths. Just even with the spike ticking away as well. Stray was already running out of time. What a play by GenG. You know, maybe they didn't quite have the read against the back, right? But still, going that quick into the C site, putting down that spike so far towards the back, in with the lockdown as well. Just keeping things ahead of RRQ as they tried to set up that flank.
Monyet looking for a cheeky kill in that smoke, but Texture had the read on the timing. Oh, and that's gonna call for the timeout. I mean, this always feels like a bit of a gamble, but RRQ cooling things off, resetting. So close to being able to actually be ahead of GenG, knocking them down. It's not about the match win anymore. It's about, can we stay in the upper bracket? Can we stay in the running as we push GenG close to the cliff? 1 round left, 1 last chance before overtime where everything goes back to square one.
That's what it all comes down to, at least. Calling a timeout on the defensive side, not too bad. They got to rethink, you know, some of the decisions and how GenG might play out the next round. So far, it always has been the early A hit.
We'll see what the discussion is, because I feel like a full switch up on the setups of Killjoy is a bit of a gamble. You still trust in that default? Yeah, they do. It's going to be the Killjoy setup, but it's the op in that last round. Ooh. But this could come back to bite them if they have to give up A site. So right now, the plan should be that they have to use everything they can to delay on A, to push them back to C, just like they did last round, into Jemkin's crosshairs. That's really the only option, because if you lose any members, if you give up too much space and they have to retake with that operator, it's gonna spell trouble for RRQ.
GenG gonna read that and turn back. Org gets further in, straight in they go. But Cushy's there and ready to receive.
Oh,
full flash, but Texture able to slide on through.
Estrella, he's trapped. Which has to watch too many angles. There's backup now with Monyet. But it's a 3v4. Smoke will dissipate soon. Look at the positioning of GenG. They're spread out. They're ready for it, and they're gonna gun him down. Down to 2 members. Monyet tries to re-clear, but now it's just Jemkin with an operator. 2 members, 1 standing in the cubby. One of them has to enter outside. Meanwhile, Spike still being held in hell. The patience from GenG waiting. And Jemkin also waiting himself.
Spike planted.
Did he spot him? Yo-Man seems to have. Waiting for it, waiting for a timing on the arrow. No, GenG doesn't know just yet. Munchkin spots him, they know it's 7. Jemkin, there's so few options. Can you pick up a rifle here right at the entrance? They're ready for it. They realize that he doesn't have much of an option. Munchkin swings out, and it's overtime. We go again.
GenG.
Switching sides.
Just when the op was pulled out for them, they managed to go in that full commit, plant themselves firmly inside of the smoke. I mean, continuously strafing just to throw off Estrella. Even with Cushy being able to gun down at least 1 or 2, still wasn't quite enough against this GenG, who are able to stay on top.
No timeouts from either coaches. We go straight back in. RRQ on the attack. Jemkin at 26 kills. Munchkin slowly catching up with 20 on the board. And now it's an operator for Texture. Going glass cannon, looking to shut them down. He'll meet him. It's gonna be an A hit.
Standing ahead.
Off with
Oh,
the
the blind shot, and it has to be Monyet! The smokes are down, RRQ already out of options.
Just fate is signaling once again. But can RRQ take their destinies into their own hands? Monyet being downed.
I mean, this is
hurts him so much.
Oh, he hides away. Drone hasn't spotted him yet. It will now, and he gets pushed out. That's the site opened up. But they have no smokes to delay the retake. So they will have to fight.
Spike planted.
Fight is what they do best.
Chemkin holding that angle on the boxes. Ready for the recons as well. Drone comes out first. Who's ready to eliminate that information? Chemkin will get spotted. Nano Swarm gets popped. Second one cleared.
Time continuing to tick. The rest of the team holding out from the short just to mark that heaven angle.
Chemkin's gonna be the real answer, but he doesn't have much health. He's spotted, he gets one off the drop, he gets two, but immediately GenG will absolutely clean the site and get ahead with 13 rounds.
Unfortunate through that smoke with the op kill. No more smokes available for that post plant. Just made things that much more difficult on the delay. The Nanoswarm bought a bit of time, but down to it all at the end. Chemkin was only able to get a couple. Too many players from GenG, and they all had the same game plan in mind, working together to break down the post plant from RRQ.
This is just a hard read. Recognizing that it's going to be a hit because you saw that he uses the slide just to get ahead. It was always meant to be a blind shot in because of that choke point. Now a switch up from RRQ on the defensive positions. Turret used on B site, alarm bot just to check for information in garage.
Still though, GenG comes back straight in towards the A.
Kushi holding a dangerous position. If he drones here, there's no backup, but there's no one to follow up from GenG just yet. Counter drone being used, they recognize the elevation. Chemkin gonna have to show that he's dropped. Oh, look at the fast clears, GenG, they've picked things up. They struggled a lot with that macro, but now both sides pressured already. RRQ doesn't have much of an option but to hold the default.
Just need to keep those players there, because if not, well, it's potential leaks. That said, it does afford for GenG to set up this C split.
But look at Estrella. He's already ready with a fault line all the way into C site. It's meant to delay any sort of execute, any sort of plan. There's a snake bite.
Smokes as well.
Sphero waiting for the peek out. Still no information. Estrella still holding, but GenG, they're all here. It's going to be an absolute flood in if they choose to go. There's a paranoia. They're jumping in, jumping to the back of site. Charon gets one. Charon gets two. He opens up the site. The fault line finds no value. Estrella trying to get ahead of things, but it's going to be Charon with three. The rookie is back, no longer a rookie. Experience under his belt, already an international trophy, and he holds close. Could it be the ace to close things out? He gets the spray, eventually falls, but Texture will finish it, and GenG reigns supreme once more in 2025.
Closing things out, 14-12, just staying so ahead, even in overtime. They drag themselves across it all, but out at the very end of it, everything, it's all Charon. Such an incredible player, playing inside of those smokes and taking those fights head on with a flash to clear out the backside against RRQ.
It almost, the way that last round plays out, it almost felt like GenG just dragged out this map to really download the entire setup, recognizing that it was going to be a weak C site. It always has been. It's never been full Killjoy util. And then they just creep in with smokes across the board. You want to hold back site, that's fine. We'll go right up to the line of scrimmage so that the breach cannot provide that long range assistance. That's how Haven has always played. You're never going to fully risk all four, all five being in the back of side of C. It's just a hard read from Munchkin. What a call. And Charon is there to answer.
Unbelievable. Repeatedly, it happens again and again, especially towards the end of it all. Despite the best efforts of RRQ, unfortunately, they fall to fate once again. This is now 6 wins against them.
Yeah, it's just their kryptonite. And, you know, we were half and half in the predictions, but one thing was true. It's always bangers between GenG and RRQ. The winners of Masters Shanghai continue their path towards Masters Bangkok with a hard-earned win against the new RRQ squad. knocking them down below, and now we'll get to hear from the winners themselves.
Hi guys, it's Bella with the post-match interview. Congratulations to GenG and GG to RRQ. I hope Xsparrow gets well soon. And I am going to have to talk to Foxy9. 안녕하세요. 오늘 승리 너무 축하드립니다. 네, 폭시9 선수 인터뷰 한번 무대로 모시겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. Wow, a long day today for GenG. I feel like all the fans need to take a breath. How does that long day win feel like? 오늘 정말 너무 긴 하루였습니다. 일단 한숨 좀 돌리시고 경기 승리 소감부터 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단은 이제 승리를 해서 정말 기분이 좋고요. 그리고 첫 상대가 이제 강한 RRQ라서 승리가 좀 다른 팀들보다 좀 더 뜻깊은 것 같고, 그리고 첫 맵 같은 경우는 잊어주세요. 첫 맵은 첫 맵. 여러분 아시죠, 다들?
칠하게 잊기.
칠하게 잊기.
칠하게 잊기.
폭칠9.
Of course, the win feels really good, and I feel like it's more meaningful because it was such a hard game against RRQ. They're very strong, and everyone, please forget about the first map. Just chill out. Call me Chill9. All right. I did want to ask you about what you guys talked about after Fracture for you guys to be able to bounce back. 일단 프랙처 칠하게 잊어버리는데 그 피드백을 좀 어떤 이야기를 나누셨길래 이렇게 다시 젠지의 힘을 이렇게 모을 수 있었는지도 여쭤보고 싶어요.
이제 프랙처가 끝나고 와서 이제 이야기했거든요. 코치 형들이 선수들한테 이제 칠해라 칠해가지고 저희 모두가 다 7가이 5명이 돼가지고 그런 결과 나오지 않았나라고 생각합니다.
I think everyone was like, "Hey guys, we need to take a breath. Let's chill. 5 chill guys, and we can win this." And they were the chill GenGs today. And you had GenG had so much success last year, and you must have had a lot of pressure coming in to replace Meteor. So I wanted to ask about how you proved yourself today, and what do you have to say about that? 이제 아무래도 젠지에 이렇게 합류하게 되면서 개인적으로 부담감도 많이 컸을 것 같은데 오늘 보니까 적응을 완벽하게 하신 것 같아요. 좀 어떠세요?
지금 너무 기분이 좋고요. 이게 첫판 MVP가 제가 된 게 이제 젠며 들었다라고 할 수 있죠. 젠지를 흡수했다.
또 흡수했다. I could say that I am actually perfectly integrated into GenG, and I have absorbed everything here with the team. Next up, you're meeting your former team, DRX. What do you want to say to them? 다음 경기는 친정 DRX를 만나게 됩니다. 한마디 한번 해주시죠.
DRX는 이미 제가 흡수하고 나왔기 때문에 뭐 그대로 보여드리겠습니다. 터미 형 기다리세요. 바로 갑니다.
Well, DRX, I've been there, done that, so I will show you guys, and Termi, I'll show you. Just wait up. All right, congratulations, GenG, to your win. Foxy, that was amazing. Thank you for the interview. 인터뷰 감사드립니다.
감사합니다. 고맙습니다.
That's all from us on the stage, and we'll see you tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We have the desk.
GenG's first appearance at VCT Pacific Kickoff, and they cinched this win, but it was hard fought. Like Foxy9 said, this was a really hard game for them, and unfortunately there is no redemption for RRQ today.
I think they honestly need a bit of a fire lit under their butt, especially if they're hoping to reach the heights of last year, because it's still a little bit rough around the edges for GenG. They haven't figured everything out. Feels like the initiator role in this squad is a little bit cursed with Yeoman's performance today. He was a little bit rough himself, but still being able to throw that initiator util for the other players to shine and playing within the system was enough for GenG to win today.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this was just an insane match to watch, especially as a fan. This map especially was just so good. I think they're never going to run out of content.
This round was one of the best rounds I've seen in a while. That Sova ult with the flood smoke on top of it, that was a stroke of brilliance from RRQ.
And then, like we say, in the very last round of the game where they contact out onto the front of C, because Monya puts a smoke on either side. They just give them all the space and they take it so perfectly.
7 first kills and you lose the game. Jemkin's going just pop it off.
Oh no.
Oh man.
That hurts to see. It's going to hurt even more if you're RRQ. Those numbers are horrible to look at.
I think I can see Chober in the fetal position over by the casting desk.
He's sobbing uncontrollably. Someone please console this man.
I'm just watching him, my head hanging low. And honestly, I think it's hard not to empathize with that right now, to empathize with RRQ.
For sure.
Because they look so strong, so dominant the first half of every single map.
Yes.
And it just slips away. And like you guys said, you can't let GenG find their footing. You can't let them amp up because this is what ends up happening.
Oh, Jemkin, man. What a game. Again, his last game on Haven was insane on the Jet as well. Cushy's been fantastic today. Like, some of the boys on RRQ I know were feeling a little bit under the weather, and that's just ill fortune. You know, sometimes you got to deal with extenuating circumstances. But they were definitely good enough to win today. And totally agree. They started so hot. It felt like they had great game plans today, but just couldn't quite get across the line in classic RRQ fashion.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there. I feel like this was such a winnable game for them. You know, we're talking 1 round difference in a map 3 overtime. Not even to mention how I feel like if they could have kept that momentum going in map 2, this could have even been a 2-0. I think this one will sting more than the other losses that they've had to GenG, because it was right there for them.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is they've often had close matches against GenG, and this is by far the closest. And for this to push in overtime, it seems to be fated. Texture, of course, getting MVP. I think this is very suitable for this particular map of Haven. He's just, throughout the offseason, he's just shown absolute map control over, especially on the C side of Haven, and he continues to do so here. It doesn't matter what weapon he has in his hands. But the Viper play has been really interesting coming from the side of GenG.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to mention very quickly in the agent select. Just how Munchkin likes to play this Viper on defense is he's very fast rotating. This was an A trap that they did on that round 4 to kind of get that little thrifty win. They love going aggressive on A. And then, like I say, you just watch Munchkin in this next clip that comes up where he's so fast to rotate. He's already across on A. They try and get into the site, and there's 3 people here. Like, it makes it very, very hard to come and hit these sites when the Viper wall is up and there's the snake bite in your face.
You've already got the first kill on A. You've got the entry, and you run into a site, into 3 people, and still can't break through with a breach shot. Like, their ability to flood with the Viper wall so far up is fantastic. I think another thing that I want to give GenG a lot of credit for today is just reading what RRQ wanted to do on attack, just contacting down C. I love that Foxy9 was confident enough to be assertive, and when there was map pressure somewhere else on the map, to be able to go and take the duels. This was the read that won the game, and some of those things in the last few rounds going GenG's favor. Texture getting kills, fully blind entering the C site. Texture getting a spam kill through the smoke on the smokes player of Monyet, and then this read to close out the game. Some of those small edges, and then a fantastic read for GenG was the difference between these 2 teams. Like, what an execute with those 2 progression smokes out the front to try to stall. GenG just contacts all the way up. Paranoia, shrouded step, dart over the top, scan someone, and it's over.
It's such a nice call to contact into that initial space, because then they hold all of their util for that backside burst. I think they had 2 people in the backside, but you can't hold backside when all of the util is going there. They didn't have to clear anything in the front because they got it for free. I think it was a slight mistake from Monya to kind of smoke both sides. You don't normally see that for that exact reason, but GenG read it perfectly. All credit to them, especially in overtime. I felt like they deserved this game.
Absolutely. There was a lot of back and forth there, which is exactly, it gave them enough time to figure out what RRQ was doing. Like you guys were saying, they were reading RRQ even on the first half when RRQ was on the attack side. And then on defense side, it was a lot of back and forth, but they figured out by the end of that. You got to give a lot of credit to Solo and HSK for that as well. And then by the time we got to overtime, they're just steamrolling all over. They figured out the formula. And we were commenting on the coach cam, and how happy they seemed to win any round at all. So it was a really tough match. Of course, our match MVP is gotta be Foxy9. Like you guys said, he just didn't sit back. You know, he was really aggressive. Yeah. He played very actively as a sentinel.
Yeah, when you have such a young player in a Senti role that has very, very sharp aim, of course the mechanics help you to multi-frag, to lock down a site, but also this is a player that's unafraid to take initiative when there's pressure somewhere else. Man was just walking out garage, snapping heads off, and you know, it's important as well. I think a lot of people focus on the opening kills that a duelist gets, but the ability to lurk and find kills on attack, or to be able to be active on defense when nothing's happening and still find impact on a Sentinel is very important.
Yeah, I felt like he anchored so well. He was a real pleasure to watch. I think they could fill up like a terabyte hard drive with the pulsar flicks he managed to pull off this series. So.
Yeah, he's definitely in the pulsar flicks of
Talon
the
as well. That's some crazy
today.
ones.
That's right, that's right. Now, you know what's crazy is that we've got penalties for our game, my own team. I don't know what the result is, so let's throw it up on the screen.
I think I do.
This is what we have up here.
Oh, that's so close.
I'm so happy that I won that.
That's actually just like the match just now. Like, that's how close it is.
Man.
I can smell the punishment from here, and I think I would die having to eat this.
Okay, let me introduce the punishment. It's bulldog noodles. It's pretty infamous as being one of the most spicy instant noodles out there. Not just in Korea, but out there. And this is coming from people from Southeast Asia. So this is spicy. And I know you can handle a little bit of spice.
I can't at all. Absolutely nothing. A chili heat wave Dorito.
He's an Englishman,
and I need
you know?
a drink. It's too much for me.
Yeah.
So I'm so happy that I won this today. Otherwise,
luck a dog. Absolute luck a dog.
I do not want like footage out there of me just crying and uncontrollably trying to eat this ramen. So I'm happy I won today.
They didn't film you after the Global Games.
Do you want to feed him, or does he get to eat himself?
Yeah,
okay, you are wearing white. It's going to be a bit
Yeah, I can do this.
dicey.
You get to see my wonderful chopstick skills. Give it a little mix there. Okay, a big mouthful. Big mouthful there.
Oh, so cute.
I really hope this gets you, because it might just not. I feel like you're pretty chill. Oh, that's so unfair.
It's not spicy, guys.
Oh.
It's not spicy.
Take another bite. I want you to stare into the camera.
I know it builds. Like, that's the thing. It won't even be spicy right now, but like after, it's going to build and build and get more spicy, and then
It's just
that's
like
when I'm going to
GenG.
be in a little bit of pain.
Yeah.
It's just like
metro,
GenG.
a while to get going as well. But guys, this is not spicy. Like,
Eat another bite. I don't
honestly,
No, keep going.
Korean instant noodles are on fraud watch on the
Look
broadcast
at this
right now.
guy yapping and not eating. Look at... Take a bite!
Production, I'm going to make a plea. Next time if Pilsky loses, we have to up it. You got to find something even spicier. I don't know what's out there. Go to a local market. Take this seriously. We need to make him cry, please.
You guys, like, are
I will
housemates,
finish
right?
this.
Your
Yeah, I'll finish
toilet's
this.
going to be fun.
We'll post the empty bowl on Twitter. I will finish it.
Oh, he's going to finish it? Okay.
I can't believe you can eat that. That
You guys
seems
want to close
so
out the death
insane.
segment? I'm going to eat some dinner. Is that good with you guys? Yeah?
That's so crazy. I think I would be on the floor right now, so fair play. I'm
He's
happy
still
I won.
going. He's making really serious eye contact with me right now. It's like, oh, it's a lot.
Are you afraid of intimacy, Vic?
It's a little too hot for me right now. I'm in a professional setting. In fact, let's just talk about what the casters did. And Chobra actually blew you all out of the water there with his picks.
Foxy9 really got it for him on the match MVP as well. He gets a little boost for that.
I think Chobra's won almost every time with his team picks. Like, he's been super on point. He's been leading. I think if we look at the overall score, he'll be the best out of all of us.
By the way,
far.
your
You're
lips
actually
are
fine.
huge right now.
Are
They're
they?
so inflamed.
Wanna give me a kiss?
Got some lip filler, some Korean lip filler. Oh, it's not.
Oh my
so
god.
juicy.
I don't know if
Do
the
not
camera
show
can
this
see
to
it.
my partner. She
But
will be
that's so
getting very
funny.
excited right now.
It's so bright orange right now. All right, let's talk about where we are in the brackets on the road to Masters Bangkok. So this is a double elim. No teams were eliminated today, but tomorrow is going to be our first elimination matches. So we're going to have DFM facing against Global Esports. RRQ is going to face off against Team Secret on Monday, and this is going to be a fun rematch as well. I know there's a lot of beef between these two and competing for that last spot in playoffs. And of course, DRX and GenG facing off. That's going to be a lot of fun. T1 Talon. These are all the results of today and where we sit on this bracket right now. Is there any particular one you're looking forward to?
I think for me, it's got to be Nongshim versus Boom that's coming up. I mean, the Ascension rematch is so hype. I think Boom will have felt like they could have won that game. It's a big revenge game for them. But to be honest, I think this lower bracket is still stacked. You know, I don't think you can ever tune away from this because I think every match is going to be fun to watch.
Pilsky is just still, he finished the noodles.
I can't believe he managed that. That's so unfair.
Oh my god. You know what? I'm going to play this game next time with you guys. I want some noodles too. Tomorrow's matches, Boom Nongshim. This is the rematch. I would argue one of the hottest games of last year was actually in Ascension Jakarta. And then, of course, Zeta facing off Paper Rex. And this is an elimination match. And I think it'll be very sad to see either one of these teams go.
Yeah.
How are you feeling, by the way? Are you okay?
I'm feeling great. I feel like the Boom Nongshim match will definitely be more spicy than this. I mean...
You're so okay right now. Yeah. I'm a little upset.
I mean, I'm used to Thai spicy, so that's like you. I'm used to like 8 bird's eye chilies in like one thing. So.
All right, production. And we're being challenged right now.
Spice.
Are you sure you want to ask for that? You might lose.
Yeah,
you know that, right?
Not if I lose.
You're very confident.
Only if you lose. That's too much. So.
Okay.
That's crazy. Well, we'll think of better penalties. And chat, please give us some more ideas to penalize these guys for our next game. Anyway, it's been a fantastic day 1 of week 2 VCT Pacific Kickoff. We got Big Time. We got Pilsky, who loves the spice. I'm Victoria, and we will see you tomorrow and on Monday for more week 2 of VCT Pacific Kickoff action. So have a great night, everyone. Toodaloo.
Bye-bye.
On the retake, he's gonna go ahead and take the gate crash, actually.
Huge sightline, and he definitely spots things out. Goes for the re-peek. That's a 3rd kill. Swaps over onto the Ghost just for Adam Master. And this could be the ace!
Nice, good job,
Jitboy's kind of avoids it. I mean, Poppy.
Nice!
Off the Rolling Thunder. Now, it's all down to just Ben. Tries to peek out, but Yudotan takes him down once again.
We're frantically realizing there's too many members here on the site.
So, Crystal kind of slipping through. Sova versus Sova. It's just down to the gunplay and the angles. Crystal.
A reaction coming out from the spike tap, and you saw the side sensor as well, just not enough time. And they got to get out of the spike radius anyway, and doubling back onto A site. Good call from Cruz.
But look at how his team comes back in.
1, 2, 3.
The Armageddon sent through 2.
All 5.
Yeah, Chipboys doesn't really have an exit there, but Primi refills the area. The decay allows him to get a triple kill fight, but Primi, another 4K on Lotus.
Doesn't matter what agent he's on or what role he's playing, he's still able to frag out. The showstopper as well, but now looking through it, it's the yellow line. Manyen will be able to take down Yeoman.
Nice.
Already gets another kill. The lockdown just to buy time. You gotta try to eliminate Kieran. Manyen's just gonna go in with the Shardy to stop this defuse. Half already done, and he's not gonna be able to get the kill. Manyen running through the lockdown eliminates. This is pure heroics. Trying to keep that at bay. Texture gets hit by the haunt again. No one's clearing that haunt. Good pick. And this is what Foxy 9 likes.
I mean, what are you gonna do? Really drag your crosshair all over? Somebody help bait for him.
He's been given the free reign. Can he go? Shut down. But Foxy 9 proving when he shines, where he shines. There's a paranoia. They're jumping in, jumping to the back of sight. Charon gets 1. Charon gets 2. Estrella trying to get ahead of things. Could it be the ace to close things out? He gets the spray, eventually falls, but Texture will finish it, and GenG reigns supreme.
Like you know that you kill hear the